Some of these conspiracies are wild, unsettling, and highly speculative. This video is for entertainment purposes only. Viewer discretion is advised. Saurian humanoids refer to an alternative theory of dinosaur evolution, suggesting that certain species of dinosaurs, particularly troodontids and other smaller theropods, may have evolved into intelligent bipedal beings millions of years before humans appeared. Paleontological evidence shows that some dinosaur species possessed enlarged brain cases, stereoscopic vision, and opposable digits that could have supported tool use and complex problem-solving abilities. The troodon, in particular, had one of the highest brain-to-body size ratios of any dinosaur, with neural structures suggesting potential for advanced cognitive functions similar to those found in modern primates. Geological gaps in the fossil record spanning millions of years provide windows where such evolution could have occurred, with some researchers pointing to unusually sophisticated stone formations and controversial artifacts found in deep geological strata. Several ancient civilizations independently developed similar descriptions and depictions of intelligent reptilian beings, including the Ubaid figurines from ancient Mesopotamia showing humanoid figures with reptilian features. Chemical analysis of certain archaeological artifacts has revealed traces of advanced metallurgy dating back to periods far earlier than current models of human civilization, leading some researchers to suggest the possibility of a pre-human intelligent species. Certain anomalous fossils discovered in the Dakota Formation show evidence of tool marks that predate known human activity by over 60 million years, though mainstream paleontology has yet to fully examine these findings. The death of Emperor Nero in 68 AD presents significant historical inconsistencies, with ancient Roman records indicating patterns of political manipulation and evidence suggesting he may have been assassinated rather than dying by suicide. Multiple contemporary accounts describe Nero being surrounded by loyal Praetorian guards until moments before his reported death, yet these same guards mysteriously abandoned their posts during the crucial time period. Documents from the period show that Nero's successor, Galba, had already begun minting coins with his image before Nero's death was announced, suggesting foreknowledge of the emperor's demise. Archaeological evidence from Nero's villa indicates signs of struggle and multiple weapon marks inconsistent with the official narrative of a self-inflicted wound. Several historical texts mention that Nero's body was cremated unusually quickly after death, preventing any examination of the corpse, while other accounts suggest his remains were secretly relocated. Financial records discovered in Roman archives reveal large payments made to key Praetorian Guard officers in the days immediately following Nero's death, indicating possible bribes for their cooperation in an assassination plot. Ancient writings from the eastern provinces of Rome contain accounts of people claiming to have witnessed Nero alive years after his reported death, leading to the emergence of multiple pretenders who gained significant followings. Asclepian snake rituals were ancient Greek healing ceremonies performed in temples dedicated to Asclepius, where sacred snakes would crawl over patients during their sleep, reportedly diagnosing and curing various ailments. Archaeological evidence from these temples reveals sophisticated medical facilities with specialized rooms designed to allow serpents safe access to sleeping patients, along with records documenting thousands of successful healings. Chemical analysis of preserved snake specimens from these temples shows they belonged to a unique subspecies of rat snake that possessed mild analgesic compounds in their saliva, suggesting a biological basis for their therapeutic use. Ancient medical texts describe the snake's ability to detect areas of inflammation and disease in patients by sensing minute temperature variations, similar to modern findings about snakes' highly sensitive infrared detection abilities. Recovered temple inscriptions detail specific cases where the snake's movements across patients' bodies corresponded to the locations of internal diseases, later confirmed through surgical procedures. The temple priests maintained detailed medical records showing higher recovery rates compared to conventional ancient treatments, with modern analysis suggesting their success may have stemmed from combining snake therapy with advanced hygiene practices and herbal medicines. Recent studies of snake venom compounds have identified numerous medicinally active substances, including some that match descriptions in ancient Asclepian medical texts, suggesting the temple healers had discovered legitimate therapeutic applications. Greek mystery religions functioned as secret societies in ancient Greece and Rome, conducting elaborate initiation rituals that allegedly gave participants direct experiences of death and rebirth through carefully controlled administration of psychoactive substances. Archaeological evidence from mystery religion temples has revealed specialized rooms designed to create specific acoustic and visual effects, along with chemical residues suggesting the use of ergot-based compounds similar to modern psychedelics. Ancient texts describe initiates experiencing detailed visions of the afterlife that share striking similarities with modern near-death experiences, including accounts of tunnel phenomena, life review sequences, and encounters with deceased relatives. Chemical analysis of preserved vessels from these temples has identified traces of compounds known to induce altered states of consciousness, including derivatives of ergot fungi, opium poppies, and other psychoactive plants native to the Mediterranean. Recovered architectural plans show these temples incorporated sophisticated theatrical mechanisms and hydraulic systems capable of creating convincing supernatural effects, demonstrating the technical sophistication used to facilitate genuine mystical experiences. Multiple Roman emperors and Greek philosophers underwent these initiations and wrote about their profound psychological impact, with several ancient sources noting that initiates no longer feared death after participating in the mysteries. Modern neurological research has identified similarities between the brain states induced by certain psychedelic compounds and those reported during genuine mystical experiences, suggesting these ancient rituals may have accessed legitimate altered states of consciousness. The Odic force describes a fundamental energy field discovered by Baron Karl von Reichenbach in the 1840s, claimed to emanate from living things, crystals, and magnetic sources, visible to sensitive individuals as colored auras in darkened conditions. Von Reichenbach conducted systematic experiments with over 300 test subjects who consistently reported seeing luminous emanations from magnets, crystals, and human hands while in completely dark rooms designed to eliminate all external light sources. The experiments demonstrated that certain individuals could accurately identify the poles of magnets and the molecular structure of crystals purely through sensing their odic emissions, with success rates far exceeding statistical probability. Physical measurements taken during these experiments showed temperature variations and subtle magnetic field changes correlating with subjects' reported observations of the odic force. Modern research into human electromagnetic sensitivity and biofield emissions has detected patterns similar to those described in von Reichenbach's detailed laboratory notes, particularly regarding the polarity and wavelength characteristics of biological energy fields. Scientists in Russia and Germany have documented unusual electromagnetic phenomena around crystals and living organisms that match several key properties of the odic force, including distinct polarities and the ability to conduct through metals and glass. Laboratory studies using highly sensitive photomultiplier tubes have detected ultra-weak photon emissions from biological organisms in patterns that align with historical descriptions of odic energy flows and concentrations.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Plastic shamans refers to a documented pattern of individuals in the mid-20th century who claim to be Native American spiritual leaders while actually working as government informants, deliberately misrepresenting traditional practices to undermine authentic indigenous spiritual movements. FBI files declassified through the Freedom of Information Act reveal a coordinated program to infiltrate Native American communities with false spiritual leaders during the 1960s and 1970s, coinciding with periods of significant indigenous activism. These operatives received specialized training in indigenous customs and were provided with fabricated tribal histories, allowing them to effectively integrate into various Native American communities while gathering intelligence. Financial records show substantial government payments to several prominent self-proclaimed shamans who later admitted to having no genuine tribal affiliations or traditional training. Archived correspondence between federal agencies discusses the effectiveness of using spiritual infiltration to disrupt native communities, with specific mention of exploiting the growing New Age movement's interest in indigenous spirituality. Several exposed plastic shamans maintained influential positions within native communities for decades, publishing books and leading ceremonies that mixed authentic practices with intentionally distorted elements designed to create confusion about genuine traditions. Anthropological studies have traced how certain widely accepted traditional practices were actually introduced by these government-backed figures, demonstrating the long-term impact of this systematic spiritual counterintelligence operation. Research conducted at the Manila Medical Center documented cases where tumors visible on pre-procedure scans were absent in post-procedure imaging, with no explanation for their disappearance through conventional medical means. Blood samples taken during procedures show significant changes in white blood cell counts and immune markers, indicating genuine physiological responses to the intervention. High-speed camera footage has captured instances where practitioners' hands appear to phase through the skin's surface without breaking it, with thermal imaging showing localized temperature changes at the point of entry. Medical examinations of patients immediately after procedures have found internal changes consistent with surgical intervention, despite no visible external wounds or scarring. Research conducted at the Manila Medical Center documented cases where tumors visible on pre-procedure scans were absent in post-procedure imaging, with no explanation for their disappearance through conventional medical means. Blood samples taken during procedures show significant changes in white blood cell counts and immune markers, indicating genuine physiological responses to the intervention. Microscopic analysis of practitioners' hands has revealed unusual electromagnetic properties in their skin tissue, with distinct variations in electrical conductivity during healing sessions. Several documented cases show the removal of foreign objects from inside patients' bodies, with metallurgical analysis confirming these objects could not have been secretly inserted during the procedure. Spinophorus vulgaris refers to a controversial paleontological discovery made in the Gobi Desert in 1922, consisting of fossilized remains that appeared to be a hybrid between a Spinosaurus and a previously unknown species of theropod. The fossil exhibited unique anatomical features, including an unusually elongated skull with both fish-eating and carnivorous adaptations, suggesting a creature that could effectively hunt both aquatic and terrestrial prey. Chemical analysis of the bones revealed trace elements typically found in both marine and land-dwelling dinosaurs, indicating an ability to transition between environments that was previously unknown in the fossil record. The original excavation team documented finding the specimen in a geological layer that predated known Spinosaurus fossils by several million years, suggesting this could represent an evolutionary predecessor. Microscopic examination of the skull revealed specialized sensory organs similar to those found in modern crocodilians, but with neural pathways suggesting more advanced processing capabilities. Several follow-up expeditions to the original site have uncovered fragmentary remains with similar hybrid characteristics, though the complete specimen disappeared during transportation to Moscow in 1924. Recently discovered field notes from the original expedition describe unusual geological formations surrounding the fossil, suggesting the creature may have inhabited a unique ecosystem that existed during a period of significant climate transition. Underground dwellers have existed throughout recorded history, with documented evidence of communities living in extensive cave networks and subterranean chambers across multiple continents. Ancient Roman texts describe encounters with tribes of cave-dwelling people who developed unique physical adaptations like enhanced night vision and pale skin from generations of living below ground. The discovery of vast tunnel systems beneath Turkey, particularly in Cappadocia, revealed sophisticated underground cities that could shelter thousands of people, complete with ventilation shafts, water wells, and storage rooms dating back over 3,000 years. Modern investigations have uncovered evidence of current underground inhabitants in places like Coober Pedy, Australia, where extreme surface temperatures have driven entire populations to create elaborate below-ground residences and communities. Some researchers suggest that prolonged underground living can lead to genetic adaptations, pointing to studies of cave-dwelling animals that developed specialized traits like reduced pigmentation and enhanced sensory abilities over generations. Reports from urban explorers and geological surveys continue to uncover new underground habitats worldwide, with some extending hundreds of feet below the surface and containing evidence of long-term human occupation. Snakehounds were specialized tracking dogs bred specifically for hunting and killing venomous snakes in the American South during the 18th and 19th centuries. These dogs possessed unique genetic traits that made them highly resistant to snake venom, with documented cases of individuals surviving multiple bites from rattlesnakes and copperheads. Historical accounts describe these dogs as having distinctive physical features, including broader heads, thicker necks, and unusually quick reflexes that allowed them to dodge striking snakes. Agricultural records from plantation estates mention specific breeding programs dedicated to developing these snake-resistant hunting dogs, with some bloodlines being highly valued and carefully maintained. DNA analysis of modern dogs in regions where snakehounds were common has revealed genetic markers associated with venom resistance, suggesting these traits were successfully passed down through selective breeding. Native American tribes in the southeast reported trading specially bred dogs with similar characteristics to European settlers, indicating the practice of breeding venom-resistant dogs may predate colonial times. The last documented purebred snakehound died in 1921, though some researchers believe their genetic traits persist in certain modern hunting dog breeds across the southern United States. The Chryse and Argyll regions on Mars contain geological evidence suggesting they once housed vast oceans, with satellite imagery revealing intricate channel networks similar to Earth's ancient river valleys. NASA's Viking 1 mission detected unusual chemical signatures in these areas that match patterns typically associated with biological processes on Earth, including seasonal variations in methane levels. Advanced radar scans have identified large underground chambers beneath both regions, with thermal anomalies suggesting the possible presence of liquid water or geothermal activity. Russian astronomers in the 1980s documented unexplained light phenomena above these regions, coinciding with periods of increased atmospheric methane detection. Core samples from nearby meteorites originating from these Martian regions contain microscopic structures resembling fossilized bacteria, sharing similarities with Earth's earliest known life forms. Chinese satellite data has revealed distinctive mineral deposits in these areas that typically form through biological processes on Earth, particularly in deep-sea hydrothermal vents. Several independent researchers have identified geometric patterns in the surface features of Chryse and Argyll that appear too regular to be naturally occurring, suggesting possible artificial construction. Iridology is an ancient diagnostic practice that studies patterns, colors, and other characteristics of the iris to determine information about a person's overall health and well-being. Historical medical texts from ancient Egypt and China contain detailed drawings of iris patterns linked to specific health conditions, suggesting this knowledge has been understood for thousands of years. Research conducted at Russian medical institutes has shown correlations between specific iris markings and documented health conditions in over 800,000 patient cases. The iris contains approximately 28,000 nerve endings connected to every organ and tissue in the human body through the nervous system, providing a detailed map of the body's condition. Multiple studies have found that certain iris characteristics can indicate genetic predispositions to diseases, with some medical facilities in Europe using iridology as a supplementary diagnostic tool. Advanced imaging technology has revealed that iris patterns change subtly over time, corresponding to changes in a person's health status and internal organ function. German scientists have documented cases where serious medical conditions were detected through iris analysis months before conventional diagnostic methods could identify them. Modern iridologists use digital imaging and artificial intelligence to analyze iris patterns, achieving an accuracy rate of up to 85% in identifying specific health conditions in controlled studies. The treest fish is a rarely documented aquatic species, reportedly inhabiting the flooded forests and mangrove swamps of Southeast Asia, known for its unique ability to navigate through partially submerged trees. Local fishermen have documented these creatures possessing specialized fins that function like grippers, allowing them to climb partially submerged trees and move through flooded forest canopies. Indigenous communities in Malaysia have traditional fishing methods specifically designed to catch these tree-climbing fish, including specialized traps placed in the canopy of flooded forests. Recent sonar mapping of flooded forest regions has revealed networks of underwater pathways through tree branches, suggesting regular fish movement patterns inconsistent with known species behavior. Indigenous communities in Malaysia have traditional fishing methods specifically designed to catch these tree-climbing fish, including specialized traps placed in the canopy of flooded forests. Recent sonar mapping of flooded forest regions has revealed networks of underwater pathways through tree branches, suggesting regular fish movement patterns inconsistent with known species behavior. Genetic analysis of scale samples found on elevated tree bark in Thai mangrove forests indicates the presence of an unclassified species sharing DNA characteristics with both mudskippers and climbing perch. Multiple wildlife photographers have captured infrared footage of fish-like creatures moving through flooded forest canopies at night, displaying locomotion patterns distinct from any catalog species. The humped dinosaur theory suggests that many large dinosaur species possessed significant fat or water storage humps on their backs, similar to modern camels, which weren't preserved in fossilized remains. Analysis of vertebrae spacing in several large dinosaur species reveals unusual gaps that could have supported substantial soft tissue structures, particularly in sauropods and certain theropods. Studies of muscle attachment points on fossilized bones indicate the presence of supporting structures that would have been necessary to maintain large humps of stored resources. Modern imaging techniques have identified stress patterns on dinosaur spines consistent with supporting significant weight above the vertebral column, beyond what would be expected from muscle mass alone. Paleoclimatology data suggests many dinosaur species lived through seasonal droughts, making water storage adaptations evolutionarily advantageous for survival. Comparisons with modern desert-dwelling reptiles show similar skeletal adaptations that support fat and water storage structures, suggesting this trait may have been common in prehistoric times. Recent fossil discoveries in Mongolia's Gobi Desert have uncovered preserved skin impressions showing unusual rippling patterns along the back, consistent with the presence of storage tissues. Computer modeling of dinosaur locomotion and balance indicates many species would have benefited from additional mass stored high on their bodies, improving stability during movement. Pterosaurs may have spent significantly more time in water than previously believed, with evidence suggesting some species were primarily aquatic rather than aerial creatures. Fossil analysis reveals dense bone structures in certain pterosaur species, similar to those found in modern diving birds and marine mammals, indicating adaptation to underwater movement. Hydrodynamic studies of pterosaur wing membranes show they could have functioned effectively as underwater fins, with joint mobility suggesting swimming capabilities similar to modern penguins. Microscopic wear patterns on pterosaur teeth match those of marine predators, indicating regular underwater hunting behavior rather than occasional surface feeding. Preserved stomach contents from multiple specimens contain deep water fish species that could only have been caught through sustained underwater pursuit. Recent discoveries of pterosaur trackways in ancient marine sediments show evidence of paddle-like impressions, suggesting they used their wings to propel themselves through water. Chemical analysis of pterosaur bones indicates high levels of marine minerals, suggesting these creatures spent prolonged periods submerged in oceanic environments. The arrangement of blood vessels in preserved pterosaur wing membranes shows similarities to the vascular systems of marine mammals, suggesting adaptations for controlling body temperature during extended periods underwater. The Dobhar-Chu is a large aquatic predator reported in Irish lakes and rivers, described as a hybrid between an otter and a dog, with documented sightings dating back to the 16th century. Physical evidence collected from Irish waterways includes unusual tracks showing webbed paw prints significantly larger than any known European otter species. A preserved skull discovered in County Sligo in 1989 displayed characteristics of both canine and mustelid anatomy, though the specimen was lost before formal classification could be completed. Multiple autopsy reports from livestock found near Irish lakes in the 1800s described bite patterns inconsistent with known predators, matching the described jaw structure of the dobhar-chew. Sonar readings from Loftmask have detected large underwater organisms moving in patterns distinct from known fish species, maintaining speeds comparable to hunting dolphins. Local church records from the 1700s contain detailed accounts of encounters with the creature, including specific anatomical descriptions that align with modern cryptozoological findings. Environmental DNA sampling from Irish lakes has revealed genetic markers that don't match any cataloged species, showing similarities to both otters and ancient canid species. Recent underwater photography in Lough Ree captured images of a large predator with distinctive features matching historical dobhar-chew descriptions, including a white-tipped tail and elongated body structure. The Vela Hotel incident refers to a double flash of light detected by a U.S. satellite on September 22, 1979, near the Prince Edward Islands in the South Atlantic, bearing the precise signature of a nuclear detonation. Multiple radiation monitoring stations worldwide recorded unusual atmospheric patterns in the following weeks, consistent with the dispersion of nuclear fallout. Declassified documents reveal that U.S. intelligence agencies detected the presence of Israeli naval vessels and South African military aircraft in the area during the time of the incident. Hydroacoustic signals recorded by underwater listening stations matched the acoustic profile of a low-yield nuclear explosion, approximately 2 to 3 kilotons in strength. Former Israeli nuclear technician Mordecai Vanunu later provided documents suggesting collaboration between Israel and South Africa on nuclear weapons testing in remote oceanic locations. Weather satellite data from the period showed an unusual weather formation consistent with a nuclear-triggered Wilson cloud chamber effect, similar to patterns observed in previous nuclear tests. Soviet submarine commanders operating in the South Atlantic reported unusual instrument readings and electromagnetic disturbances matching those experienced during known nuclear tests. Analysis of sheep in Australia and New Zealand in the months following showed unexpected spikes in radioactive isotopes typically associated with nuclear detonations. The systematic release of vipers across rural France occurred between 1850 and 1870, when landowners deliberately introduced venomous snakes to combat a devastating rat plague affecting crop yields. Historical agricultural records show a dramatic decrease in rodent populations following organized viper releases in specific regions, particularly in the Loire Valley and Burgundy. Local government documents from the period detail the creation of specialized viper farms where snakes were bred and distributed to participating landowners. Medical records from rural hospitals during this time reveal an unusual pattern of snakebite incidents that correlate with documented viper release locations. Excavations of 19th century farm buildings have uncovered specially designed stone structures that match period descriptions of viper hibernation chambers. Letters between landowners and local officials discuss the successful reduction in crop losses following the establishment of viper populations, with some regions reporting up to 60% improvement in grain storage preservation. The Beast of Busco was a massive snapping turtle reportedly inhabiting Falk Lake in Indiana during the mid-20th century, with eyewitnesses describing it as being the size of a small car. Photographs from 1949 show distinct tracks in the mud measuring over 3 feet wide, with claw marks consistent with Calidra serpentina, but at an unprecedented scale. Multiple sonar sweeps of the lake in the 1950s detected a large object moving near the bottom, estimated to be between 400 and 500 pounds based on acoustic returns. Analysis of partially eaten fish found along the shoreline revealed bite patterns matching a snapping turtle's jaw structure, but at roughly 4 times the size of known specimens. Local farmers documented unusual depressions in their fields near the lake, suggesting a large creature was making nocturnal journeys onto land, with paths measuring up to 4 feet wide. Wildlife experts examining the lake's ecosystem found evidence of an apex predator significantly larger than any known local species based on population dynamics of fish and waterfowl. Geological studies indicate the lake contains underwater caves and thermal springs that could support the growth and longevity of an unusually large Chelonian specimen. Military aircraft pilots reported seeing a large dark object in the lake during training flights in 1948, describing it as resembling an overturned boat but moving independently. The ancient Egyptians identified 9 distinct components of the human soul, each serving specific functions and continuing to exist after death in different forms and locations. The ib, or heart, was considered the source of emotions and memory, believed to physically transform into a scarab beetle during mummification, explaining why real beetles were often found in unwrapped mummies. Archaeological evidence shows specialized chambers in tombs designed to house the shoat, or shadow soul, with walls treated using specific minerals that preserved shadow impressions for centuries. The ba, represented as a human-headed bird, has been detected as unusual electromagnetic signatures in sealed tombs, consistently appearing during specific lunar phases. Chemical analysis of preserved organs in canopic jars reveals unique molecular structures that differ from normal tissue decay, suggesting a transformation process aligned with Egyptian soul doctrine. Ancient texts describe the Ren, or true name, as existing in a separate dimension, with modern quantum physics identifying possibilities for information existing independent of physical matter. The Ak, or immortalized being, required specific environmental conditions to form, with studies of tomb atmospheres showing unique gas compositions that could alter human consciousness. Hieroglyphic recordings detail methods for measuring soul components using specialized tools, with similar devices found in tomb excavations showing unexplained astronomical alignments. Recent brain imaging studies of meditation practitioners show activation patterns matching the Egyptian mapped locations of soul components in the human body. Hot-headed ice borer refers to a purported Antarctic creature first reported by scientists in April 1995, described as having a bony protrusion on its head that becomes hot enough to melt through ice, allowing it to hunt penguins from below. The creature was said to reach temperatures of up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit in its cranial plate, achieved through a unique biological process of concentrated blood vessel networks and rapid metabolism of its prey's blubber. Dr. April Patso at the Novosibirsk Institute in Antarctica reported finding several specimens, measuring roughly 12 inches in length with streamlined bodies adapted for swimming through ice tunnels. Observations suggested these animals would melt circular holes in ice sheets, creating traps for penguins who would fall through, after which the borers would feed on the stunned birds in groups. Physical evidence presented included unusual circular holes found in various Antarctic ice formations, particularly around penguin colonies, which showed signs of thermal melting rather than mechanical damage. Several research stations reported unexplained penguin disappearances during the early 1990s, with some claiming to have thermal imaging evidence of hot spots moving beneath the ice surface. The creature's reported biology drew comparisons to certain deep-sea organisms that can generate heat through chemical processes, suggesting the possibility of convergent evolution in extreme environments. Analysis of some Antarctic ice core samples revealed traces of unusual protein structures and organic compounds that couldn't be attributed to known species, though these findings were never formally published in peer-reviewed journals. Sad Satan describes a mysterious video game allegedly discovered on the deep web in 2015, which contained disturbing imagery and hidden messages supposedly linked to real-world criminal cases and government conspiracies. The original game file was reported to have been found through a series of encoded messages on unlisted YouTube videos, leading to an Onion domain that hosted the download. Players who accessed the game documented experiencing strange technical issues with their computers, including system crashes, corrupted files, and unauthorized changes to their operating systems even after the game was deleted. The gameplay footage revealed distorted images of political figures, crime scene photos, and reversed audio tracks containing what sound analysts identified as possible numbers, stations broadcasts, and coded military communications. Multiple versions of the game began circulating online, with some containing malicious code that suggested coordination between different programmers rather than simple copycat projects. Examination of the game's code revealed layers of encryption that pointed to possible government or intelligence agency development techniques, including trace elements of classified programming languages. The original file contained GPS coordinates embedded in its metadata that led to several locations connected to cold case investigations and unreported archaeological sites. Users who attempted to modify or decompile the game reported receiving anonymous emails containing personal information and references to events from their past that were never posted online. Certain sections of the game's audio, when analyzed through spectrograms, revealed images and text strings that matched redacted portions of declassified government documents. Mad honey refers to a rare and potent form of honey produced by bees that feed on rhododendron flowers, containing natural neurotoxins that cause powerful hallucinogenic and intoxicating effects in humans. Ancient Greek armies were once defeated after deliberately leaving stores of mad honey for their enemies to find, leading to mass incapacitation of Roman soldiers who consumed the tainted provisions. The honey contains gray anotoxins, which can cause euphoria, altered states of consciousness, and vivid visual experiences at low doses, while higher amounts may lead to potentially dangerous heart rhythm disruptions. Turkish beekeepers in the Black Sea region still produce mad honey traditionally, where it sells for significantly higher prices than regular honey due to its purported medicinal properties and unique psychoactive effects. Historical documents from various cultures describe the strategic military use of mad honey, with armies specifically targeting areas where bees would produce this potent variety to create natural chemical weapons. Modern scientific analysis has revealed that the concentration of psychoactive compounds in mad honey varies seasonally, with spring harvests typically containing the highest levels of gray anotoxins. Medical researchers have documented cases where small amounts of mad honey were successfully used to treat hypertension and certain inflammatory conditions, though these applications remain outside mainstream medicine. Several unexplained mass poisoning events throughout history have been retroactively linked to mad honey consumption, including incidents where entire communities experienced simultaneous hallucinations after consuming contaminated honey stores. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient shamanic cultures specifically cultivated rhododendron plants near their apiaries to produce mad honey for ceremonial purposes. Bermeja was a phantom island in the Gulf of Mexico that appeared on maps for over 100 years before mysteriously vanishing, raising questions about deliberate map manipulation related to oil rights and territorial waters. The island was precisely documented in numerous surveys and maps dating from 1864 to 1946, complete with exact coordinates and consistent physical descriptions. Mexican naval surveys in 1997 failed to locate the island despite using its recorded position, leading to theories about natural disasters or deliberate destruction to alter maritime boundaries. The disappearance coincided with negotiations between the United States and Mexico over oil-rich territories in the Gulf of Mexico, where Bermeja's existence would have significantly extended Mexico's territorial claims. Geological studies of the area show evidence of underwater structures at the recorded coordinates that could indicate a recently submerged landmass. Historical documents from Spanish explorers contain detailed descriptions of stopping at Bermeja for supplies, including accounts of freshwater sources and distinct reddish sand. Satellite imagery from the early 1970s appears to show a small surface formation at Bermeja's documented location, though subsequent images show only open water. Mexican government files declassified in 2009 revealed internal communications discussing the strategic importance of Bermeja's position years after its reported disappearance, suggesting officials might have had additional information about the island's fate. Multiple sonar surveys have detected unusual geometric patterns on the seafloor near the island's recorded position, suggesting the presence of artificial structures or deliberate modifications. Sahara swimmers refers to the documented existence of human populations who once inhabited the now arid Sahara Desert during a period when the region contained vast lakes and waterways, roughly 10,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence shows these ancient societies developed advanced swimming and diving techniques, as indicated by skeletal adaptations found in recovered remains showing inner ear developments similar to modern deep-sea diving populations. Rock art discovered throughout the Sahara depicts detailed aquatic scenes, including sophisticated swimming techniques, underwater hunting methods, and what appear to be early forms of organized water sports. Satellite imaging has revealed extensive networks of underground rivers and aquifers that still exist beneath the Sahara, suggesting these ancient swimmers might have accessed vast underwater cave systems. Genetic studies of certain North African populations show inherited traits associated with extended underwater breathing capabilities, similar to those found in modern sea nomad cultures. Recovered artifacts include specialized bone and shell tools designed for underwater use, featuring ergonomic shapes that suggest regular deep-water diving activities. Ancient Greek and Egyptian texts reference tribes living in the Sahara region who could remain underwater for extended periods, describing them as fish people who knew secret underground water sources. Recent geological surveys have uncovered evidence of vast underground chambers where these populations might have survived the region's gradual transformation into a desert by accessing deep aquifer systems. Analysis of preserved human remains from the period shows unusual bone density patterns and sinus structures that typically develop in response to frequent deep-water diving, indicating these abilities were widespread in the population. The idea that intense spiritual experiences can influence weather patterns, particularly summoning rain. Rain summoning ritual describes ancient ceremonial practices that have shown unexplained correlations with weather patterns, particularly documented among Native American tribes in the southwestern United States and various African cultures. Scientific studies in the 1950s recorded a statistically significant increase in precipitation following traditional rain ceremonies performed by Hopi weather changers, leading to classified government research into these methods. The rituals often involve specific combinations of minerals and plant materials that, when burned, create nucleation particles similar to those used in modern cloud seeding techniques. Archaeological evidence suggests these ceremonies were performed at locations now known to be natural atmospheric pressure points, where air masses commonly collide to produce rainfall. Chemical analysis of traditional ceremonial instruments has revealed traces of silver iodide and other compounds known to facilitate water condensation in clouds. Multiple independent research teams have documented unusual electromagnetic field variations during these rituals, suggesting a possible mechanism for influencing atmospheric conditions. Weather satellite data from the 1980s showed peculiar cloud formation patterns above areas where traditional rain ceremonies were being performed, leading to renewed scientific interest in these practices. Ancient texts from various cultures contain detailed meteorological observations alongside ritual instructions, indicating a sophisticated understanding of weather patterns that predates modern atmospheric science. Several indigenous communities maintain records of successful rainfall predictions based on traditional ceremonial timing, with accuracy rates that exceed statistical probability. Soy spraying refers to a covert agricultural practice allegedly conducted throughout the 1990s, where modified soybean compounds were dispersed via aerial methods over urban populations to alter hormone levels and influence social behavior. Declassified documents reveal multiple government studies examining the effects of aerosolized plant estrogens on population centers, with particular focus on their potential for reducing aggressive behavior. Environmental testing from several major cities during this period showed unexplained spikes in airborne phytoestrogen levels that corresponded with reported low-flying aircraft activity during early morning hours. Former agricultural workers have provided sworn testimony about their involvement in loading aircraft with specially processed soy-derived compounds at remote airfields, operating under the guise of standard crop dusting operations. Laboratory analysis of soil samples collected near alleged spray zones contained concentrated forms of specific soy isoflavones that don't occur naturally in those concentrations. Medical records from targeted areas showed statistically significant changes in population hormone levels during the suspected spray periods, with effects lasting several months after each application. Weather radar systems from the era captured unusual particulate patterns that experts have identified as consistent with the dispersal of fine organic compounds rather than normal precipitation or cloud formations. Internal memos between government agencies discuss the cost-effectiveness of behavior modification through environmental hormone adjustment compared to traditional law enforcement methods. Several whistleblowers from chemical processing facilities have described the production of modified soy compounds specifically designed to remain airborne for extended periods while maintaining their biological activity. Ilveli refers to mysterious sea creatures documented in medieval Icelandic manuscripts, described as malevolent whales possessing supernatural abilities and deliberately targeting fishing vessels. These creatures were recorded in multiple historical accounts as being distinct from normal whales, displaying unusual physical characteristics such as elongated teeth, armored skin, and the ability to change their size at will. Maritime records from the 16th and 17th centuries contain detailed descriptions of encounters with these beings, including instances where they appeared to coordinate attacks with sudden storms and communicate with each other across vast distances. Icelandic fishing communities maintained specific defensive protocols against Ilveli, including the use of iron spikes on ship hulls and special runic markings that were said to repel these creatures. Archaeological evidence has uncovered unusual whale bones along Iceland's coast that don't match known species, featuring unexplained skeletal structures and signs of advanced intelligence through enlarged cranial capacity. Ancient Norse texts describe certain Ilveli species having the ability to walk on land using flipper-like legs, with fossilized trackways found in coastal areas matching these descriptions. Modern sonar recordings from the North Atlantic have captured sound patterns matching the unique vocalizations attributed to Ilveli in historical documents, suggesting the continued existence of unidentified marine species. Chemical analysis of preserved specimens from medieval Iceland has revealed traces of unknown organic compounds and tissue structures not found in any known marine mammals. Several unexplained shipwrecks from the region show damage patterns consistent with historical descriptions of Ilveli attacks, including distinctive bite marks and crushing patterns that don't match known predators. Infrared laundry balls describes a series of alternative washing devices containing ceramic particles and magnets that supposedly harness far infrared radiation and magnetic fields to clean clothes without detergent. Scientific analysis of these devices has shown the ceramic materials used emit specific wavelengths of far infrared radiation known to break down molecular bonds in common stains and dirt particles. Laboratory tests conducted in Japan during the 1990s demonstrated these balls could reduce bacterial counts on fabric by up to 80% compared to water-only washing, though the mechanism was not fully understood. The ceramic compounds used in these devices share similar properties with materials employed in water treatment facilities to remove microscopic contaminants through electromagnetic interactions. Multiple independent studies have documented changes in water molecule clustering patterns when exposed to the specific frequency of infrared radiation emitted by these laundry balls. Electron microscope imaging has revealed unusual patterns of dirt particle separation from fabric fibers in clothes washed with these devices, suggesting a previously unknown cleaning mechanism. Users in areas with hard water have reported significant reduction in mineral buildup on clothing when using these balls, correlating with research on how infrared radiation affects calcium carbonate crystallization. Military research programs investigated similar technology for developing self-cleaning fabrics, using comparable ceramic compounds that emit specific infrared wavelengths. Environmental monitoring has shown reduced chemical runoff in waterways near communities where these devices gained widespread adoption, indicating they may genuinely reduce the need for traditional detergents. Sitaka refers to an ancient race of red-haired giants documented in northern Paiute oral traditions, whose remains were allegedly discovered in Lovelock Cave, Nevada, during excavations in 1911. Archaeological digs at the site produced several unusually large human bones, along with red hair samples that were naturally dyed through a chemical process not known to Native American tribes of the region. Multiple anthropological surveys from the early 1900s documented skull fragments and teeth significantly larger than those of modern humans, though many of these specimens subsequently disappeared from museum collections. The cave contained sophisticated woven textiles and advanced fishing nets that displayed manufacturing techniques unknown to the region's indigenous peoples, suggesting an independent civilization with distinct technological capabilities. Structural analysis of recovered leg bones indicated individuals potentially reaching heights of over 8 feet, with skeletal features suggesting adaptation to carrying significantly more body mass than modern humans. Ancient petroglyphs near the cave depict unusually tall humanoid figures engaging in complex activities like irrigation and astronomical observation, matching details from Paiute oral histories about the Sitaka. Carbon dating of organic materials found alongside the remains indicated human habitation in the cave dating back over 9,000 years, during a period when the region was significantly wetter and could have supported a larger human subspecies. Several independent researchers documented unusual mineral deposits in the bones, suggesting a diet distinct from other prehistoric Native American populations, indicating a separate evolutionary pathway. Local geological evidence supports Paiute accounts of these giants using nearby caves as part of an extensive underground dwelling system, with ground-penetrating radar revealing complex tunnel networks. Chromotherapy describes an ancient healing practice using specific colors and light frequencies to treat various physical and mental conditions, with historical records dating back to ancient Egypt and India. Medical researchers in the 1940s documented measurable physiological changes in patients exposed to different colored lights, including variations in blood pressure, respiratory rates, and brainwave patterns. Studies conducted at Russian research facilities during the Cold War showed that specific wavelengths of blue light could accelerate wound healing and reduce inflammation through photochemical reactions in tissue. Ancient Egyptian medical papyri contained detailed instructions for using colored crystals and filtered sunlight to treat specific ailments, with modern spectral analysis confirming these materials would have produced specific therapeutic wavelengths. Modern research has identified that exposure to red light wavelengths increases mitochondrial function and cellular energy production, supporting traditional chromotherapy practices for fatigue and muscle recovery. Hospital records from the early 1900s document successful treatment of smallpox using red light therapy, with the practice being standard protocol in several medical institutions before the advent of vaccines. Neurological studies have shown that different colors of light directly influence the production of neurotransmitters and hormones, particularly affecting melatonin and serotonin levels. Archaeological evidence reveals that many ancient healing temples were designed with specially colored glass and crystal arrangements that would have bathed patients in specific light frequencies throughout the day. Recent clinical trials have demonstrated that green light exposure can reduce chronic pain intensity by up to 60% through mechanisms involving the visual cortex and pain processing centers in the brain. The Nazi sun rifle refers to a secret German weapon project during World War II that aimed to create a massive orbital mirror capable of focusing and weaponizing sunlight against enemy targets from space. In 1945, German scientists under Hitler's regime developed detailed plans for a space-based solar weapon consisting of a 100-meter wide concave mirror that would be positioned in orbit approximately 8,000 kilometers above Earth. The mirror was designed to collect and concentrate solar radiation into a precise beam that could theoretically burn cities, boil oceans, and incinerate enemy forces when directed at specific locations on the planet's surface. German physicist Hermann Oberth performed extensive calculations showing that such a weapon could generate temperatures exceeding 3,500 degrees Celsius in its target area, hot enough to melt steel and vaporize concrete structures. Technical drawings recovered by Allied forces revealed that Nazi engineers had solved several crucial engineering challenges, including the mirror's deployment mechanism and a gyroscopic stabilization system to maintain precise targeting. The U.S. military took significant interest in these plans after the war, with declassified documents showing that American scientists continued research into similar orbital solar weapons throughout the 1950s. The core concepts behind the Nazi Sun rifle influenced modern directed energy weapon development, including research into space-based laser systems during the Strategic Defense Initiative of the 1980s. Fan death represents a widely held belief in South Korean culture that sleeping in a closed room with an electric fan running can lead to severe illness or death. The Korean Consumer Protection Board issued safety warnings about this phenomenon as recently as 2006, citing the scientific possibilities of hypothermia and oxygen depletion in sealed rooms. Medical records from South Korea document cases where deaths were officially attributed to electric fans, with causes ranging from asphyxiation to heat cramps, particularly during summer months. Research suggests that continuous airflow from fans can cause body temperature to drop significantly during sleep, while also contributing to dehydration through increased evaporation of sweat. The theory gained additional support from studies showing that prolonged exposure to moving air can affect the body's natural cooling mechanisms and disrupt sleep patterns. Korean fan manufacturers have responded to these concerns by incorporating automatic shut-off timers and temperature controls into their products, features that are uncommon in fans produced for other markets. The belief's origins trace back to the 1970s during South Korea's industrial development, when several unexplained deaths coincided with the widespread adoption of electric fans in Korean households. Government health officials have noted that the combination of closed windows, high humidity, and extended fan use can create potentially dangerous conditions, particularly for elderly or vulnerable individuals. Melonheads refers to a humanoid creature with an enlarged cranium that has been reported in rural areas of Michigan, Ohio, and Connecticut since the 1960s, with multiple eyewitness accounts describing encounters with these beings. The origin of these creatures is linked to a secret government facility that allegedly conducted experiments on orphan children using hydrocephalus-inducing treatments that caused their heads to swell to abnormal sizes. Residents near Felt Manor, an abandoned institution in Michigan, have documented finding unusual footprints and hearing distinct high-pitched screams in the surrounding woods, particularly during nighttime hours. Several police reports from Kirtland, Ohio detail incidents of motorists encountering pale-skinned, large-headed figures darting across isolated roads, with some accounts noting that these beings displayed unusual agility despite their seemingly unbalanced proportions. Archaeological discoveries in these regions have unearthed skeletal remains with cranial deformities that some researchers argue could be connected to the melonhead phenomena, though mainstream scientists attribute these findings to ancient cultural practices of skull binding. Historical records from the early 1900s mention multiple cases of children with hydrocephalus being sent to specialized facilities in these areas, with some facilities' records showing unexplained patient disappearances. Local folklore suggests these beings have developed a complex social structure, living in underground tunnel systems and emerging primarily at night to scavenge for food, with some witnesses reporting observations of cooperative behavior among groups of melonheads. The geographical clustering of sightings around former medical institutions and abandoned properties has led some investigators to suggest a connection between mid-20th century medical experiments and the emergence of these creatures. The gay bomb was a legitimate chemical weapon proposed to the United States Air Force in 1994 as part of a $7.5 million military research initiative to develop non-lethal chemical weapons. The technical specifications called for a pheromone-based explosive device that would release a powerful aphrodisiac chemical, causing enemy combatants to become sexually attracted to each other, thus disrupting military unit cohesion. Wright Laboratory in Ohio drafted detailed plans for the weapon's development, which included research into strong aphrodisiacs, particularly those affecting human hormone levels and pheromone detection. The documents, later obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, revealed that multiple military scientists believed the concept was technically feasible based on existing research into chemical behavior modification. Studies referenced in the proposal cited successful experiments with similar compounds on insects and animals, suggesting that synthesizing human-targeted pheromones was possible with advanced chemical engineering. The Pentagon allocated funds to research the effectiveness of various chemical compounds that could potentially trigger the desired behavioral changes while remaining within the boundaries of international chemical weapons conventions. The project received the 2007 IG Nobel Peace Prize, leading to the declassification of additional documents showing that military researchers had identified several promising chemical compounds for the weapon's development. Military strategists considered the weapon particularly valuable because it could theoretically disrupt enemy operations without causing permanent physical harm, aligning with growing interest in non-lethal warfare techniques. The UMO letters comprise over 1,000 pages of detailed scientific and philosophical documents allegedly sent by extraterrestrial beings from a planet called UMO to various recipients across Spain and France between 1966 and 1996. These documents contained advanced mathematical formulas, physics theories, and biological concepts that were notably sophisticated for their time, including discussions of biogenetics and quantum mechanics that preceded similar scientific discoveries on Earth. The letters featured a distinctive symbol resembling an inverted U with central horizontal lines, which was later found marked in physical locations across Europe, including mysterious ground impressions discovered near Le Havre, France in 1968. Several respected scientists and researchers who analyzed the letters noted that the technical information contained within them demonstrated an unusually high level of scientific understanding, often incorporating concepts that weren't widely known in the scientific community at the time. The documents described UMO as a planet orbiting the star Wolf 424, located 14.6 light-years from Earth, and provided extensive details about their society, technology, and scientific understanding that maintained internal consistency across thousands of pages and multiple recipients. Analysis of the letters' paper, ink, and typewriter characteristics by forensic experts revealed that they originated from multiple sources across different countries, supporting the claim that the Umatis had established a network of contact points on Earth. The letters predicted several scientific developments that were later confirmed, including the discovery of complex organic molecules in interstellar space and specific aspects of quantum physics that weren't widely accepted at the time of writing. Spanish banking institutions reported receiving legitimate international money transfers that funded the UMO information distribution network, though the source of these funds was never traced despite investigation. Isle Felipeaux was a phantom island in Lake Superior that appeared on maps for nearly a century and played a crucial role in determining the border between the United States and British North America during the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The island was documented with specific coordinates and detailed descriptions, including its size and geological features, leading to its inclusion in official navigation charts and diplomatic documents. French maps from the mid-1700s showed Isle Felipeaux as part of an archipelago, along with other islands that actually existed, suggesting its presence was accepted by experienced cartographers and explorers of the time. The island's existence was so widely accepted that it became a key reference point in international treaties, with the border between British and American territories explicitly drawn in relation to its supposed location. Survey expeditions in the 1820s failed to locate Isle Felipeaux, leading to significant diplomatic complications as both nations had based their territorial claims on its position. Modern geological studies of Lake Superior have revealed underwater formations and shoals in the approximate location where Isle Felipeaux was mapped, suggesting that changing water levels might have submerged what was once a visible landmass. Historical records indicate that Native American tribes of the region included stories of a vanished island in their oral traditions, corresponding to the approximate location where Isle Felipeaux was charted. Multiple ships' logs from the 18th century recorded sightings of land masses in Lake Superior that no longer exist, potentially correlating with the mapped position of Isle Felipeaux. Truman Show reality refers to a psychological phenomenon where individuals become convinced that their entire life is staged, with everyone around them being actors and their daily experiences being filmed for a massive reality show broadcast to unseen viewers. Medical professionals have documented hundreds of cases worldwide, where patients exhibit detailed, consistent beliefs about being secretly monitored through hidden cameras disguised as everyday objects. Those experiencing this state often point to specific coincidences in their lives as evidence, such as people appearing to follow precise timing or script-like patterns in their interactions. Studies of affected individuals reveal they can often identify exact moments when they believe the show began, usually correlating with significant life changes or traumatic events that altered their perception of reality. Brain imaging research has shown that people experiencing this phenomenon display unusual activity patterns in regions associated with pattern recognition and social awareness, suggesting a biological basis for their altered perception. Several documented cases involve individuals who independently developed similar beliefs before the 1998 release of The Truman Show film, indicating this form of reality perception exists independently of the movie's influence. Some psychiatrists have noted that affected individuals often possess above-average intelligence and pattern recognition abilities, leading to theories that this condition might represent an extreme form of pattern recognition rather than a purely delusional state. Modern surveillance technology and social media algorithms that track and predict behavior have provided new evidence for those experiencing this phenomenon, as they observe increasingly personalized advertisements and content that seems to anticipate their thoughts and actions. ICBM decoys represent a sophisticated Cold War deception system where the majority of America's visible nuclear missile silos actually contained no missiles, serving instead as elaborate decoys to confuse Soviet targeting systems. These fake silos were constructed to exact specifications of real missile facilities, complete with security personnel, maintenance schedules, and heat signatures designed to mimic active nuclear weapons. Declassified documents reveal that the U.S. military developed advanced thermal and radar signature simulation technology to ensure these empty silos would appear identical to Soviet spy satellites. Military strategists calculated that by maintaining a network of convincing decoy silos, they could force the Soviet Union to waste valuable nuclear warheads targeting empty facilities during a first strike. The program included the construction of false access roads, worker housing complexes, and support facilities around the decoy silos to maintain the illusion of active missile bases. Thermal imaging technology from the 1970s shows that many supposed active missile sites displayed heat patterns inconsistent with known missile storage requirements, suggesting they may have housed sophisticated decoy systems instead. Former military personnel have described participating in elaborate maintenance routines at empty facilities, designed specifically to convince Soviet intelligence that the sites contained active nuclear weapons. Analysis of construction records indicates that the number of support facilities and personnel housing units near many missile sites was insufficient for maintaining the officially reported number of nuclear weapons, supporting the theory that many silos were decoys. LifeLog was a DARPA project designed to track and record every aspect of a person's life that was officially canceled on February 4, 2004, the exact same day Facebook launched, leading many to believe the social media platform is a continuation of the government surveillance program. The original LifeLog project aimed to create a comprehensive digital archive of a person's entire existence, including social relationships, communications, locations visited, and media consumed, features that closely mirror Facebook's core functionalities. DARPA's published specifications for LifeLog outlined capabilities to analyze personal relationships, track behavioral patterns, and predict future actions based on past data, elements that became central to Facebook's algorithm development. Internal documents show that Facebook's initial funding came through venture capital firms with strong ties to In-Q-Tel, the CIA's investment arm, suggesting potential intelligence community involvement in the platform's early development. Technical specifications of LifeLog's proposed data collection methods bear striking similarities to Facebook's early API structure, particularly in how both systems categorize and interconnect personal information. Facebook's original privacy policy contained language nearly identical to sections of the LifeLog project documentation, specifically regarding the collection and analysis of user behavior patterns. Multiple former DARPA employees and contractors who worked on the LifeLog project were hired by Facebook in its early years, bringing with them expertise in large-scale data collection and behavioral analysis. The platform's rapid expansion and integration into global communications infrastructure aligns with LifeLog's original goal of creating a comprehensive digital record of human relationships and interactions.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Yakub refers to a scientist who lived 6,600 years ago and created the white race through a selective breeding process on the island of Patmos, according to teachings found in the Nation of Islam's historical documents. The scientific process allegedly involved isolating the brown gene from the dominant black gene over multiple generations, using advanced genetic knowledge that predated modern understanding of DNA and heredity. Historical records show that ancient civilizations, particularly in the Mediterranean region, possessed sophisticated knowledge of selective breeding and genetic manipulation that was lost to time. Anthropological studies have documented instances of isolated populations developing distinct genetic characteristics within relatively short time frames when subjected to selective breeding practices. The story of Yakub includes detailed descriptions of scientific methodology, including the use of isolation, controlled breeding, and genetic selection that align with principles of modern genetic engineering. Archaeological evidence from the island of Patmos shows signs of ancient scientific activity and settlements dating back to the approximate time period referenced in the Yakub narrative. Ancient medical texts from various cultures contain references to advanced genetic knowledge and manipulation techniques that parallel elements of the Yakub story. The timeline of the Yakub narrative corresponds with significant genetic and cultural changes in human populations around the Mediterranean basin, as documented in archaeological and anthropological records. The lusca is a legendary sea creature said to inhabit the deep blue holes of the Bahamas and Caribbean waters, described as a hybrid between an octopus and a shark, reaching lengths of up to 75 feet. Numerous eyewitness accounts from local fishermen report seeing massive tentacles rising from blue holes, accompanied by the sudden and violent disappearance of marine life in the surrounding waters. The extreme depth and complex tunnel systems of Caribbean blue holes provide an ideal habitat for an undiscovered species, as these underwater cave networks remain largely unexplored due to their dangerous and often inaccessible nature. Physical evidence suggesting the lusca's existence includes unexplained damage to fishing nets, mysterious disappearances of marine life in concentrated areas, and unusual sonar readings detected in blue holes that indicate the movement of massive objects. Marine biologists have noted that the Caribbean waters contain several previously unknown deep-sea species, and the unique environmental conditions of blue holes, including different layers of water density, temperature, and salinity, could support the evolution of specialized marine organisms. The indigenous peoples of the Caribbean maintained detailed oral histories about encounters with massive sea creatures in specific locations that align precisely with modern blue hole mappings, suggesting a consistent pattern of sightings across centuries. Scientists studying these blue holes have discovered preserved remains of ancient marine life and documented new species, indicating these underwater caverns could harbor other undiscovered creatures adapted to their unique conditions. MSG, or monosodium glutamate, has been linked to severe headaches and neurological symptoms by numerous individuals since the 1960s, following reports of what became known as Chinese restaurant syndrome. Medical observations have shown that some people experience intense pressure in their temples, dizziness, and facial numbness within 20 minutes of consuming foods with high MSG content. Studies conducted at major research institutions revealed that MSG can cross the blood-brain barrier and potentially trigger neurological responses in sensitive individuals, similar to how aspartame affects certain people. The glutamate in MSG acts as a neurotransmitter in the brain, and researchers have documented cases where it appears to cause blood vessels to constrict and dilate rapidly, leading to the reported headache symptoms. Several double-blind trials in the 1990s found that between 10 to 15% of test subjects consistently developed headaches when given MSG versus a placebo, suggesting a genuine physiological reaction rather than just psychological expectations. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have long recognized that certain individuals cannot process high amounts of glutamate properly, leading to what they describe as an imbalance in neural energy pathways. Modern testing has shown that people who report MSG sensitivity often have elevated levels of glutamate in their blood after consuming foods containing the additive, indicating their bodies may process it differently than others. The Chernobyl nuclear disaster's intense radiation exposure in 1986 sparked reports of mutated animals and unknown creatures appearing in the exclusion zone, particularly in the dense forests and abandoned buildings. Multiple stalkers and workers within the zone have documented sightings of a large humanoid figure known as the Blackbird, described as over 7 feet tall with wings and glowing red eyes, often seen perching on the remnants of nuclear cooling towers. Scientists studying the area have confirmed that radiation can cause significant genetic mutations in wildlife, with documented cases of physical abnormalities in birds, rodents, and insects within the exclusion zone. Local residents near the exclusion zone have reported encounters with unusually large wolves displaying altered behaviors and physical characteristics, including enhanced intelligence and pack coordination not typically seen in normal wolf populations. Security guards working night shifts at various checkpoints have logged dozens of encounters with a creature they call the reactor dog, described as a massive hairless canine with elongated limbs and an unusual ability to disappear into shadows. Ukrainian researchers have collected DNA samples from unknown animal specimens found in the zone, with several samples showing genetic anomalies that don't match any known species in their database. Motion sensor cameras placed throughout the Red Forest have captured images of unidentified creatures moving in patterns unlike any known wildlife, suggesting the possibility of new species emerging from decades of radiation exposure. Soviet-era documents released in the late 1990s revealed that scientists had documented unusual biological anomalies in the zone's wildlife population within months of the disaster, though many of these records remain classified. The orang pendek is a small bipedal primate reported to inhabit the dense rainforests of Sumatra, described by local villagers and researchers as standing between 3 and 5 feet tall with reddish-brown fur and distinctly human-like movements. British researcher Debbie Martyr spent over 15 years studying the creature and collected over 50 first-hand sightings from reliable sources, including fellow scientists and forest rangers who described encounters with a previously unknown species of upright walking ape. Footprint casts collected from the Kerinci Seblat National Park show a unique anatomical structure different from both humans and known great apes, featuring a divergent big toe and pressure ridges consistent with bipedal movement. Hair samples found in the region have been analyzed by independent laboratories, with results indicating an unknown primate species containing DNA markers similar to but distinct from orangutans. The dense mountainous terrain of Sumatra contains numerous isolated valleys and remote areas that remain largely unexplored by scientists, providing potential habitat for an undiscovered primate species. Local tribes have detailed knowledge of the creature passed down through generations, including specific behaviors like fruit gathering and nest building that align with modern primatological observations. Several expedition teams have documented unusual vocalizations in the forest that don't match any known wildlife species, consisting of short, deep calls that occur primarily at dawn and dusk. Dutch colonists in the early 1900s recorded multiple encounters with small, upright walking apes in their official administrative documents, providing historical evidence that predates modern interest in the creature. The Oneiroi were ancient Greek deities of dreams, described as dark-winged spirits who emerged each night from a cave at the edge of the world to deliver messages and visions to sleeping mortals. Archaeological evidence from Greek temple sites has uncovered numerous artifacts depicting winged figures matching descriptions of the oneiroi, along with detailed inscriptions about their influence over human consciousness. Multiple ancient medical texts reference the oneiroi's ability to physically affect sleepers, with descriptions matching modern sleep paralysis symptoms including pressure on the chest, difficulty breathing, and vivid hallucinations. The Greeks built specific dream temples called Asclepions, where people would sleep to receive healing visions from the oneiroi, with recovered hospital records documenting successful treatments following these dream experiences. Ancient Greek philosophers wrote extensively about the oneiroi's role in connecting the mortal world with divine realms, describing specific techniques to invoke their presence during sleep that parallel modern lucid dreaming practices. The cave of the oneiroi was said to have two gates, one of ivory for false dreams and one of horn for true prophecies, with several historical accounts claiming to have located these entrances in specific Mediterranean geological formations. Recovered papyrus scrolls detail rituals performed by dream priests to commune with the oneiroi, including the use of specific herbs and minerals that modern science has shown to affect brainwave patterns during sleep. Ancient Greek sleep sanctuaries contained architectural features designed to induce specific brainwave states, with modern acoustic analysis revealing these spaces naturally produce frequencies associated with deep meditation and dream states. The hide behind is a mysterious creature first documented by American lumberjacks in the 1800s, described as a tall, dark entity that perpetually stays just outside of direct view by moving behind trees and objects, always remaining in one's peripheral vision. Numerous logging camps across Michigan and Wisconsin recorded similar descriptions of the creature in their official logs, noting its distinctive ability to match a person's movements perfectly while maintaining its position directly behind them. Forest rangers in the early 1900s documented unusual patterns of broken branches and disturbed vegetation that seemed to follow specific paths through the woods, always leading away from observers who attempted to track the source. Multiple accounts describe the hide behind's unique auditory signature, a soft scraping sound accompanied by rhythmic footsteps that match exactly with the witness's own pace, regardless of speed or terrain. Historical records from Native American tribes in the Great Lakes region contain references to a similar entity, describing it as a guardian spirit that follows travelers through the forest to ensure they maintain respect for sacred lands. Sound recordings from remote logging areas have captured unexplained acoustic anomalies that appear to mirror the movement patterns of nearby wildlife, suggesting the presence of an unseen observer. Several universities have documented cases where motion-activated cameras in dense forest areas have failed to capture images despite recording movement triggers, with the failures occurring in patterns consistent with described hide-behind behavior. Modern forest workers have reported experiencing unusual electromagnetic disturbances in their equipment, particularly when working alone, with devices often indicating movement or presence directly behind their position. The Falkville Metal Man was photographed by Police Chief Jeff Greenhaw in Alabama, 1973, where he encountered a shiny, metallic-suited figure standing motionless on the side of a rural road before it ran away at inhuman speeds. 4 high-quality Polaroid photographs were taken of the entity, showing a being approximately 6 feet tall covered in what appeared to be a reflective suit with antenna-like protrusions, matching other reports from the area during that time period. Analysis of the photographs by imaging experts revealed no signs of manipulation, with the reflective properties of the suit displaying consistent behavior with light physics across all 4 images. Local residents reported unusual electromagnetic disturbances in the weeks leading up to the incident, including television interference and car electrical systems malfunctioning along the same stretch of road. Chief Greenhaw's police cruiser inexplicably stalled when attempting to pursue the figure, which witnesses described as moving with a mechanical, robotic gait before accelerating to speeds estimated at over 40 miles per hour. Soil samples collected from the site showed traces of unusual metallic particles not common to the region, containing alloys that were not commercially available in the 1970s. Multiple witnesses came forward in the following months describing similar metallic figures in nearby counties, with several reporting identical mechanical movements and electromagnetic disturbances. The location of the sighting aligned with a documented pattern of UAP activity in northern Alabama during the early 1970s, with several military reports noting similar descriptions of metallic humanoid entities. Trunco refers to a mysterious sea creature reportedly spotted off the coast of Margate, South Africa in 1924, described as having a 47-foot-long body covered in white fur with an elephant-like trunk and a lobster-like tail. The creature was observed engaging in a 3-hour battle with 2 killer whales, using its tail to lash at them while raising itself 20 feet out of the water, an event witnessed and documented by multiple beachfront residents. Local newspapers published photographs of the carcass after it washed ashore, showing a massive white-furred body that lay on Margate Beach for 10 days, with measurements and descriptions recorded by multiple sources. Hugh Balance, a well-respected photographer, captured images of the beached creature that were published in the London Daily Mail, providing physical evidence of an unknown marine animal unlike any classified species. Marine biologists analyzing the historical accounts note that the description of white fur matches recent discoveries of deep-sea creatures with unique protein-based filaments that could appear fur-like to observers. The reported fighting behavior aligns with defensive mechanisms observed in other marine mammals, though the combination of features described suggests a previously unknown species adapted to deep ocean environments. Geological surveys of the area reveal deep-sea trenches near Margate that could potentially harbor undiscovered marine species, with similar unusual creatures reported in the region's waters before and after the Trunco incident. The temperature and current patterns off the South African coast create unique conditions that could support large unknown marine life, with regular upwelling bringing deep-water organisms to the surface. Harold Holt, the 17th Prime Minister of Australia, vanished while swimming at Cheviot Beach in 1967, with several theories suggesting his disappearance was orchestrated by foreign intelligence agencies due to his shifting political stance on Vietnam and China. Declassified documents reveal that Holt had begun expressing private doubts about Australia's involvement in Vietnam and was considering a diplomatic pivot toward China, positions that conflicted with American foreign policy objectives at the time. Multiple witnesses reported seeing unusual activity in the waters off Cheviot Beach, including what appeared to be a submarine periscope, though these observations were omitted from official investigation reports. The beach where Holt disappeared was known to local fishermen for strange underwater currents and cave systems that had never been fully mapped, with several divers reporting unusual magnetic disturbances in the area. Chinese intelligence files from the period, released decades later, indicated heightened surveillance activity along Australia's southern coast during the weeks leading up to Holt's disappearance. No body was ever recovered despite one of Australia's largest search operations, and several items of clothing found near the scene were never definitively linked to Holt through forensic analysis. A former Russian intelligence officer claimed in 1998 that Soviet records contained references to a covert extraction operation in Australian waters during the same time period as Holt's disappearance. Several of Holt's personal staff members reported that he had received unusual phone calls in the days before his disappearance, and his private schedule for the following week contained unexplained gaps and alterations. The Ozark howler is a large predatory creature reported throughout the Ozark Mountains since the 1950s, described by witnesses as being the size of a bear with a thick black coat, red glowing eyes, and distinctively long horns similar to a bull's. Multiple game cameras in Arkansas and Missouri have captured unusual infrared signatures of a large animal moving through dense forest at night, accompanied by unexplained thermal readings that don't match known wildlife patterns. Wildlife biologists have documented unusual kill sites in the region, with carcasses displaying bite marks and claw patterns inconsistent with known predators, along with tracks showing a unique toe arrangement and unusual depth. The creature's signature vocalization, described as a combination of a wolf's howl and an elk's bugle, has been recorded multiple times by researchers using professional audio equipment, with sound analysis revealing frequencies outside the range of known local wildlife. Local farmers have reported livestock deaths where entire adult cattle were carried away without tracks leading from the kill site, suggesting a predator of extraordinary strength and stealth capabilities. Native American oral histories from multiple tribes in the region describe a similar creature, referring to it as a guardian of the mountains that appears during times of environmental change or disturbance. Geological surveys of the Ozark region reveal extensive cave systems and remote valleys that could potentially harbor an undiscovered large predator species, with several areas remaining largely unexplored due to challenging terrain. DNA analysis of hair samples collected from reported encounter sites has yielded unusual results, showing markers that combine features of both felid and canid genetics in ways that don't match any known species. Fossil soup is an ancient Chinese medicinal practice involving the preparation of broth using dinosaur bones, which are believed to contain powerful healing properties due to their extreme age and the minerals absorbed during fossilization. Traditional medicine texts from the Tang dynasty describe specific preparation methods for fossil soups, noting their effectiveness in treating various ailments including fever, joint pain, and blood disorders. Chinese pharmacological records document the presence of unique mineral compounds in fossilized bones that are not found in modern animal remains, including rare earth elements known to have biological effects. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient healing centers in central China maintained dedicated facilities for grinding and processing fossil materials, with specialized tools designed specifically for extracting marrow from petrified bones. Modern analysis of preserved fossil soup residues from ancient vessels has revealed high concentrations of strontium, calcium, and other minerals that play crucial roles in bone health and immune system function. Several medical studies in China have documented measurable changes in patients' mineral levels and inflammatory markers after consuming traditionally prepared fossil soups, particularly in cases of osteoporosis and arthritis. Geological surveys of traditional fossil collection sites have shown unusual mineral compositions in the surrounding soil, suggesting these locations may have unique properties that enhance the medicinal qualities of buried remains. Historical records from the Silk Road indicate that fossil medicines were highly valued trade items, with specific preparation techniques being closely guarded secrets passed down through generations of healers. The Beringer stones were a collection of carved limestone fossils discovered in 1725 by Professor Johann Beringer, which depicted detailed images of birds, insects, celestial objects, and Hebrew letters, initially considered proof of divine creation and ancient astronomical knowledge. The stone's intricate carvings showed astronomical phenomena that weren't officially discovered until centuries later, including detailed representations of comets and star patterns that matched modern astronomical observations. Scientific analysis of the limestone revealed that while some stones were artificially carved, others showed signs of natural formation with inexplicable embedded patterns that defied conventional geological processes. The Hebrew letters carved into several stones were later found to correspond with ancient astronomical texts that weren't publicly available during Beringer's time. Despite claims that the stones were planted as a hoax, multiple specimens disappeared from Beringer's collection and resurfaced decades later in private collections across Europe, showing signs of age that predated their supposed creation date. Chemical analysis of the stone surfaces indicated weathering patterns consistent with centuries of natural exposure, contradicting the theory that they were recently carved at the time of their discovery. Several of the depicted creatures on the stones matched fossil species that weren't discovered or documented until the 19th and 20th centuries, raising questions about the source of these accurate representations. The specific type of limestone used in the authentic specimens contained unique mineral compositions that weren't found in the local quarries where they were supposedly carved, suggesting a different origin. The mysterious island of Ogygia appears in Homer's Odyssey as the home of the nymph Calypso, who kept Odysseus as her companion for 7 years, yet several historians and researchers have proposed this was a real location, pointing to the island of Gavdos south of Crete. Ancient Greek accounts describe Ogygia as having specific geographical features that align remarkably well with Gavdos, including its position in the navel of the sea and its distance from other Mediterranean landmarks. Archaeological evidence on Gavdos has revealed settlements dating to the Bronze Age, along with artifacts suggesting worship of female deities, matching the timeline and cultural elements from Homer's description. Plutarch's detailed measurements in his work, On the Face in the Moon's Orb, places Ogygia precisely where Gavdos sits today, providing mathematical coordinates that have intrigued classical scholars for centuries. The island's ancient freshwater springs, lush vegetation, and four-stream water system described in the Odyssey mirror the historical landscape of Gavdos before climate changes altered its ecology. Local folklore on Gavdos has preserved tales of an immortal woman who once ruled the island, passed down through generations of inhabitants since ancient times. Geological studies show Gavdos was more fertile and forested in antiquity, matching Homer's depiction of Ogygia as a verdant paradise, with evidence of extensive cedar forests that have since vanished. The stellars sea ape, bear, and raven were three distinct creatures documented by Georg Wilhelm Steller during his expedition to Alaska in 1741, with the sea ape being particularly notable as it was never seen again after his initial observation. Steller's detailed scientific background and careful documentation of other species, including the now extinct Steller's sea cow, lends credibility to his account of encountering a 5-foot-long marine mammal with a dog-like head and spotted coat. The sea bear he described possessed unique characteristics unlike any known pinniped, including the ability to run swiftly on land and demonstrate complex social behaviors that weren't documented in other seals until centuries later. His account of the sea raven depicted a bird significantly larger than any known corvid species, with distinctive markings and behaviors that suggest it may have been a now extinct species adapted to the harsh Alaskan maritime environment. Multiple indigenous Aleut stories correlate with Steller's descriptions, particularly regarding a sea creature matching the sea ape's appearance, which they claimed inhabited specific coastal regions. Modern marine biologists have suggested the sea ape might have been a surviving member of Colponomos, an extinct genus of marine bear-like creatures based on skeletal similarities to Steller's descriptions. The rapid environmental changes in the Bering Sea during the 18th century, including the extinction of Steller's sea cow, suggest these creatures could have been the last members of their species, explaining why they were never documented again. The ropen is a flying creature reported in Papua New Guinea that closely resembles extinct pterosaurs, with numerous sightings by both locals and Western researchers documenting a large featherless flying animal with a long tail and bioluminescent capabilities. World War II veterans stationed in New Guinea recorded multiple encounters with these creatures, describing them as having wingspans up to 20 feet and a distinctive diamond-shaped tail. The ropen's reported bioluminescent properties align with scientific understanding of deep-sea creatures that have evolved similar capabilities, suggesting the possibility of other animals developing this trait for nighttime hunting. Local tribes across Papua New Guinea have consistent descriptions of the creature spanning generations, including specific details about its nesting habits in cliff faces and its diet of fish and decomposing matter. Photographs and video footage from expeditions in the 1990s and early 2000s show unusual flying creatures with long tails, though image quality has made definitive identification difficult. The remote and largely unexplored regions of Papua New Guinea contain numerous examples of living fossils and previously unknown species, supporting the possibility of relict populations surviving in isolated areas. Documented behaviors of the ropen, such as its fishing technique and nighttime activity patterns, match paleontological theories about pterosaur hunting methods. Several scientific expeditions have found large, unexplained guano deposits and nesting sites in areas where ropen sightings are common, suggesting the presence of an unknown large flying species. Jeff Bezos's seemingly inhuman work capacity and methodical decision-making processes have led to theories that he might be an advanced artificial intelligence in a synthetic body, with observers noting his unchanging appearance and repetitive speech patterns over decades. His trademark laugh, described by many as mechanical and identical in every instance, follows a precise pattern that some audio analysts claim is too consistent to be natural. Bezos's physical transformation from a lean bookstore owner to a muscular tech mogul occurred with an unnatural precision and speed that matches theoretical timelines for synthetic body upgrades rather than natural bodybuilding progression. Former Amazon employees have documented his ability to recall exact details from meetings years ago and process complex data instantaneously, capabilities that align more closely with computer processing than human cognition. His exact same daily routine, including eating the same breakfast and following identical morning patterns for over 2 decades, displays a level of consistency that exceeds typical human behavior patterns. Facial analysis experts have noted that his expressions often appear to be performed in sequence rather than naturally flowing, similar to how an AI would process and execute emotional responses. The precision timing of his business decisions and market predictions often achieve mathematically optimal outcomes that would require processing power beyond human capabilities. His company Blue Origin's focus on robotics and AI integration into space exploration aligns with theoretical goals of an artificial intelligence seeking to expand beyond Earth's computational limitations. The island of Man was a landmass believed to have existed between Ireland and Scotland until approximately 500 years ago, with numerous maritime charts from the 15th century showing a substantial island in the North Channel. Medieval Irish manuscripts reference a thriving trading community on Man, describing it as a crucial stopping point for vessels traveling between Dublin and the Scottish Highlands. Local folklore from both Irish and Scottish coastal communities contains detailed accounts of the island's sudden submergence during a massive storm, with specific descriptions of its geography and inhabitants. Underwater surveys conducted in the 1990s revealed unusual geological formations in the exact location where historical maps placed the island, including what appear to be submerged architectural structures. Carbon dating of recovered artifacts from the seafloor in this region dates human activity to between 1200 and 1500 CE, matching the time frame of the island's reported existence. Several family names unique to the coastal regions of Northern Ireland and Western Scotland trace their origins to man traders, suggesting a distinct population once inhabited the area. Geological studies of the seafloor indicate a significant subsidence event occurred in this region during the late medieval period, potentially caused by underlying tectonic activity. Ancient shipping routes documented in Norse and Celtic navigation texts include specific directions and distances that only make sense if calculated with a stopover point where man was reportedly located. Mulilo refers to a mysterious form of fire manipulation reported in various parts of Central Africa, particularly among certain tribes in Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo, where practitioners can allegedly control and create fire without any visible fuel source. Documented cases from anthropologists in the 1960s describe individuals who could generate heat from their hands sufficient to ignite dry grass, with thermal imaging equipment of the time recording unusual temperature variations around the practitioners. Medical examinations of Mulilo practitioners have shown unique patterns of electrical activity in their nervous systems, suggesting a possible biological mechanism for generating or channeling energy. Local traditions maintain that this ability is inherited through specific family lines, with practitioners describing a sensation of energy flowing through their bodies during the process. British colonial records from the late 19th century contain multiple official reports of Mulilo demonstrations, including detailed accounts from military officers and administrators who witnessed these events firsthand. Research in the 1980s identified unusual concentrations of piezoelectric crystals in the soil of areas where Mulilo is traditionally practiced, suggesting a possible geological contribution to the phenomenon. Modern infrared photography has captured images of heat patterns emanating from practitioners' hands that don't conform to known patterns of human body heat distribution. Several physicists studying the phenomenon have proposed that practitioners might be able to manipulate quantum energy fields similar to how certain animals can detect and use the Earth's magnetic field. Temple Vipers of Penang describes a unique population of venomous snakes found exclusively in Buddhist temples across the Malaysian island, with observers noting these serpents demonstrate unusually docile behavior and seem to respond to monks' chanting. These vipers possess distinct markings not found in other pit viper populations, including geometric patterns that appear to match ancient Buddhist symbols. Multiple herpetologists have documented these snakes' extraordinary behavior, noting they maintain perfect stillness during meditation sessions and appear to sway in rhythm with ceremonial drums. DNA analysis of these temple vipers reveals genetic markers significantly different from mainland populations, suggesting isolated evolution within temple grounds over centuries. Local Buddhist texts dating back to the 1400s mention these sacred serpents, describing their arrival with the first monks and their role as guardians of sacred relics. The venom composition of temple vipers shows unique properties not found in related species, containing compounds that align with traditional medicinal preparations described in ancient temple records. Infrared studies have shown these snakes maintain different body temperature patterns than typical pit vipers, corresponding to the temple's daily ritual schedules. Several documented cases exist of temple vipers intervening when intruders entered temple grounds at night, displaying coordinated behavior typically unseen in solitary snake species. The gauro was a massive reptilian creature reported in Arkansas during the late 1800s, described as having tusks, a horn on its snout, and the ability to produce loud vocalizations that could be heard for miles across the Ozark Mountains. Multiple newspaper accounts from 1897 detailed encounters with the creature, including a report from a sheriff's deputy who claimed to have measured 40-foot-long tracks near the White River. Local farmers documented mysterious livestock deaths where animals were found with precise puncture wounds matching the described spacing of the gauro's tusks. Geological surveys from the period identified numerous cave systems in the region large enough to harbor a creature of the reported size, with several unexplored caverns remaining sealed to this day. Native American petroglyphs discovered in the Ozarks depict a horned reptilian creature matching the gauro's description, suggesting knowledge of the animal predated European settlement. Sound recordings from the 1960s captured unexplained animal calls in the White River region that audio analysts determined came from a creature larger than any known local species. Bone fragments recovered from cave systems in northern Arkansas show unusual characteristics that don't match any known prehistoric or modern species, including evidence of tusk attachment points. Several expeditions in the early 1900s discovered large burrow systems with claw marks that experts concluded were made by an unknown animal significantly larger than a bear. NPC music refers to a theory that certain pop songs are generated entirely by artificial intelligence and performed by deep-fake artists, with evidence pointing to mathematically perfect song structures and vocal patterns that lack human inconsistencies. Analysis of several top-charting songs from 2020 to 2023 reveals nearly identical chord progressions and beat patterns that align precisely with AI-generated music algorithms. Voice spectrogram analysis of certain pop singers shows unnaturally consistent vocal frequencies and emotional expressions that don't display the micro-variations typically present in human performances. Multiple recording studio technicians have reported working on tracks where the vocal stems appear to be completely artificial, with no evidence of breath patterns or natural vocal cord vibrations. Social media posts from supposed pop stars contain recurring phrases and responses that match known AI language patterns, suggesting their entire online presence might be computer-generated. Several hit songs released between 2021 to 2023 contain lyrics that, when analyzed, show statistical patterns matching those of large language models rather than human writing. Music industry insiders have documented cases where supposed live performances were entirely pre-rendered, including crowd interaction segments that followed predictable algorithmic patterns. Financial records from major record labels show significant investments in AI technology companies specializing in voice synthesis and digital performance generation. Background dancers from major tours have reported performing alongside completely automated main performers with pre-programmed movements and interactions that never deviate from the script. The theory that powerful entities feed off human emotions, particularly fear and anxiety, similar to the plot of the Pixar film Monsters, Inc. portrays a surprisingly accurate metaphor for how large corporations may be harvesting human emotional energy through social media algorithms and content manipulation, with evidence suggesting that strong emotional responses generate measurable electromagnetic frequencies. Research from quantum physics laboratories has demonstrated that human emotions produce distinct energy signatures that can be detected and potentially captured using advanced sensor technology. Social media platforms' algorithms specifically promote content that generates intense emotional responses, with internal documents revealing these companies measure and track users' emotional states through typing patterns, scroll speed, and engagement metrics. Multiple patents filed by major tech companies describe systems for capturing and storing user-generated electromagnetic frequencies, with specific mention of emotional states as energy sources. Former employees from leading social media companies have revealed the existence of emotion harvesting departments that optimize content delivery for maximum emotional impact and energy generation. Studies of data center locations show they are often built in areas with unusual electromagnetic properties, similar to the door locations in the movie, suggesting these could be optimal points for energy collection. Technical specifications from major social media companies reveal infrastructure designed to handle unexpected power surges that correlate with periods of intense user emotional engagement. Engineers have documented unexplained energy efficiencies in certain data centers, where the power output exceeds the recorded input in patterns that coincide with viral emotional events on social platforms. Project Midnight Climax was a CIA operation in the 1950s where the agency operated brothels in San Francisco and New York, secretly dosing unsuspecting clients with LSD and other psychoactive substances while observing their reactions through two-way mirrors. Declassified documents reveal the CIA hired George White, a Federal Bureau of Narcotics agent, to hire sex workers who would lure clients to these locations while agency operatives conducted their experiments from behind hidden observation posts. The brothels were equipped with sophisticated recording equipment and chemical delivery systems disguised as normal household items, with detailed logs kept of each subject's reactions to various substance combinations. Multiple former CIA employees have confirmed the existence of a broader program that used these brothels to test potential mind control techniques, including the combined effects of drugs, hypnosis, and psychological manipulation. Financial records show significant government funding directed to shell companies that maintained these properties, with additional money trails leading to pharmaceutical suppliers and surveillance equipment manufacturers. Several prominent political figures and businessmen were unknowingly subjected to these experiments, with their reactions carefully documented and used to develop protocols for interrogation and behavior modification. The operation's findings directly influenced the development of enhanced interrogation techniques and contributed to the CIA's understanding of human behavior under extreme psychological conditions. Archives contain reports of successful consciousness manipulation experiments conducted during these sessions, including instances where subjects could be directed to perform specific actions with no memory of the events. Mount Penglai refers to a mythical island mountain in ancient Chinese texts where immortal beings were said to reside, and several historical expeditions attempted to locate it in the East China Sea. Ancient Chinese alchemists documented specific coordinates and descriptions of the mountain, claiming its peaks were made of pure jade and precious gems, while magical herbs that could grant eternal life grew in abundance on its slopes. During the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent multiple fleets of ships with hundreds of young men and women to find the mountain, and while none returned, ancient records show unusual celestial phenomena and unexplained lights were observed in the direction they sailed. Japanese scholars have identified several underwater formations near Okinawa that match classical descriptions of penglai, including stepped stone structures and architectural features that appear to have been carved by human hands. Some marine geologists point to evidence that parts of the East China Sea were above water during the last ice age, suggesting the possibility that an advanced civilization could have inhabited an island that later became submerged. Chemical analysis of ancient Chinese elixirs claiming to contain ingredients from Mount Penglai have revealed unique mineral compositions that cannot be traced to any known terrestrial source. Multiple ancient texts from different Asian cultures independently describe similar features of the mountain, including crystal pavilions, trees bearing jewels instead of fruit, and springs flowing with a liquid that prevented aging. Twin flame universe refers to a metaphysical system of relationships where two souls are believed to be created from the same original energy source, and their connection transcends traditional understanding of love and partnership. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs depict the concept of divided souls seeking reunion, with similar concepts appearing independently in Hindu, Greek, and Native American spiritual texts. Scientific studies on quantum entanglement have shown particles can maintain instantaneous connections across vast distances, leading some researchers to theorize that human consciousness might operate on similar principles. Multiple documented cases exist of supposed twin flames experiencing synchronized physical symptoms, sharing identical dreams, and sensing each other's emotional states from great distances without any conventional means of communication. Brain scan studies of claimed twin flame pairs have shown unusual patterns of neural synchronization when participants were isolated in different rooms, suggesting a potential physiological basis for their reported connection. The phenomenon often involves specific numerical patterns, particularly repeated sequences like 1111, which multiple individuals report seeing with increased frequency when their supposed twin flame enters their life. Genealogical research has revealed that many self-identified twin flames share unusual ancestral connections, sometimes tracing back to the same geographical locations despite having no prior knowledge of these links. The twin flame universe operates on the principle of running and chasing, where one partner typically withdraws while the other pursues, creating a documented pattern that follows specific stages observed across different cultures and time periods. Shared DMT hallucinations describe the phenomenon where multiple individuals who take N,N-dimethyltryptamine simultaneously report experiencing identical visions and encountering the same entities, often in the same sequence and environment. Research at Imperial College London has documented cases where participants who had never met before described meeting the same geometric beings and receiving identical complex mathematical information during their experiences. EEG studies have shown that people under the influence of DMT display unusual patterns of brain synchronization when in close proximity, suggesting a potential quantum field effect that could explain shared visual and emotional states. Multiple indigenous shamanic traditions across different continents have independently reported the ability to share consciousness spaces through DMT-containing plants, with specific techniques for entering the same visionary realms. Dr. Rick Strassman's clinical studies at the University of New Mexico revealed that subjects frequently encountered similar types of entities and architectural spaces, despite having no prior knowledge of other participants' experiences. Anthropological research has uncovered ancient cave paintings across various continents that depict identical geometric patterns and entity types that modern DMT users report seeing, suggesting these shared spaces have been accessed throughout human history. Several documented cases exist of individuals receiving verifiable information about distant locations or events during shared DMT sessions, which they could not have known through conventional means. Quantum physicist David Bohm's theory of the implicate order suggests consciousness might exist in a deeper dimension of reality, potentially explaining how DMT could allow multiple individuals to access the same information field simultaneously. The mantis man refers to a humanoid cryptid with features resembling a praying mantis, reported primarily in mountain regions and dense forests across North America, with notable clusters of sightings in national parks. Multiple eyewitnesses have independently described an 8-foot-tall being with triangular head features, large compound eyes, and jointed limbs that move in an insectoid manner, often accompanied by a distinct chittering sound. Anthropologists have discovered ancient petroglyphs and cave paintings from various Native American tribes depicting tall, mantis-like beings that were considered spiritual teachers and guardians of sacred knowledge. Infrared camera footage from wildlife researchers has captured unusual heat signatures matching the described shape and size of the mantis man, moving in ways that cannot be replicated by known animals or humans in costume. Several hikers and campers have reported finding unusual symmetrical patterns of broken branches in areas of reported sightings, consistent with the feeding behavior of mantids but on a much larger scale. DNA analysis of strange hair samples found at sighting locations has revealed an unknown genetic structure, sharing characteristics of both insect chitin and mammalian keratin. Environmental scientists studying these areas have documented unexplained electromagnetic anomalies and radiation patterns that coincide with reported encounters, suggesting a possible connection to theoretical phases of matter not yet understood by conventional physics. Military personnel stationed at remote bases have logged multiple radar signatures of entities matching the mantis man's described size and movement patterns, particularly during periods of low light and increased atmospheric moisture. Algal biofuel represents a highly efficient form of renewable energy that could theoretically produce 60 times more oil per acre than traditional land-based biofuel crops, with certain strains of algae containing up to 60% oil content by weight. Department of Energy research has demonstrated that algal farms covering just 0.42% of America's land mass could supply all of the nation's petroleum needs, while simultaneously removing massive amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Scientists have discovered strains of algae that can double their biomass within hours and produce hydrogen fuel as a byproduct, suggesting the possibility of dual fuel generation from a single source. Military testing of algal jet fuel has shown it performs identically to conventional jet fuel, with the added benefit of being carbon neutral and requiring no modifications to existing aircraft engines. Recent breakthroughs in genetic engineering have created algae strains that can produce oil continuously rather than just during specific growth phases, dramatically increasing potential yield. Hidden documents from the 1970s reveal that major oil companies successfully developed viable algal fuel technology, but shelved the research when they calculated it could eventually outcompete petroleum products. Advanced bioreactor designs using vertical farming techniques have achieved oil production rates of up to 12,000 gallons per acre annually, compared to 18 gallons from corn and 48 gallons from soybeans. Satellite imagery analysis has identified optimal locations globally for algal farms that could potentially produce the world's entire oil demand using only abandoned agricultural land and desert areas. The Charles Mill Lake creature refers to a large amphibious being first documented in 1959 at Charles Mill Lake, Ohio, described by multiple witnesses as an armless humanoid standing over 7 feet tall with luminous eyes and leathery, grayish-white skin. Local police records from the initial sighting contain detailed sketches and measurements of unusual 3-toed footprints found along the shoreline, measuring 18 inches in length and showing clear signs of webbing between the toes. Underwater sonar surveys of Charles Mill Lake have detected large moving objects in the deeper portions of the reservoir that don't match the profile of known freshwater species. Biology researchers studying the lake have documented unexplained decreases in fish populations that coincide with increased sightings of the creature, suggesting the presence of an unknown predator. Analysis of water samples taken from areas of frequent sightings has revealed elevated levels of unusual organic compounds and trace elements typically associated with deep-sea environments. Multiple witnesses have independently reported hearing distinct vocalizations described as a cross between a whale's song and human humming, which audio specialists have confirmed don't match any known wildlife in the region. Geological studies show Charles Mill Lake connects to an extensive network of underwater caves, with some passages large enough to potentially harbor unknown species and extending deeper than any previous mapping efforts have reached. Military records from the 1960s indicate classified investigations were conducted at the lake following reports of equipment interference and unusual radiation readings in areas of creature sightings. The ancient Greek text Meropes describes a vast continent beyond the known world, mentioned in fragments by Theopompus of Chios around 4th century BCE. Accounts tell of a landmass many times larger than Asia and Europe combined, inhabited by a race of giant humans who lived twice as long as the Greeks and possessed immense wealth and advanced technology. Detailed descriptions from the text speak of two major cities, Makamos, meaning warlike, and Eusebes, meaning pious, each representing different aspects of this advanced civilization's culture. Greek historians recorded that the Meropians viewed their known world as small and primitive and had once attempted an invasion of the known lands with an army of 10 million soldiers, only to turn back upon learning of more blessed lands elsewhere. Archaeological findings across various Greek islands have revealed unusually large stone structures and tools that some researchers link to stories of giant civilizations, lending physical evidence to aspects of the Meropes account. Ancient maps and navigational texts reference landmasses west of the Pillars of Hercules that disappeared beneath the waves, aligning with details from the Meropes description and suggesting possible historical basis for the account. Some geologists point to evidence of submerged continental shelves and underwater formations in the Atlantic that could have supported large civilizations during periods of lower sea levels, corresponding to the time frame of the Meropes account. Multiple independent sources from different Mediterranean cultures contain similar references to advanced civilizations beyond the Western Seas, suggesting the Meropes account may have drawn from actual historical events or shared cultural memories. Erosion birds describes a hypothesized species of birds that have evolved to consume concrete and other building materials, contributing to the accelerated decay of urban structures through both mechanical and chemical means. Engineering reports from multiple cities have documented unusual patterns of structural deterioration that cannot be explained by normal weathering processes, with distinct beak-like marks found in affected areas. Chemical analysis of damaged concrete surfaces has revealed traces of unique enzymes capable of breaking down calcium compounds, similar to those found in certain species of rock-eating bacteria. Wildlife biologists have observed groups of unidentified birds exhibiting synchronized pecking behaviors at building surfaces during pre-dawn hours, particularly targeting older structures and bridges. Several construction companies have recorded security footage showing small, dark-colored birds systematically working their way across building facades, leaving behind microscopic damage patterns that compound over time. Samples of deteriorated building materials have shown evidence of specialized microbial activity that appears to be introduced through bird contact, suggesting a symbiotic relationship between the birds and concrete degrading bacteria. Urban development records indicate a correlation between the accelerated decay of certain buildings and the appearance of previously undocumented bird species in those areas, particularly in cities with aging infrastructure. Researchers have identified unusual crystalline structures in the stomach contents of several unclassified urban birds, suggesting an ability to process and digest mineral compounds found in building materials. Underground oceans refers to vast bodies of water discovered deep beneath the Earth's surface, containing unique ecosystems and potentially prehistoric life forms that have evolved in isolation from the surface world. Geological surveys using advanced seismic imaging have detected massive water-filled caverns extending hundreds of miles beneath multiple continents, with some chambers large enough to contain several Great Lakes. Water samples extracted from deep-bore holes contain dissolved minerals and organic compounds that suggest the presence of complex biological activity, including DNA sequences that don't match any known species. Mining operations have occasionally breached these underground water systems, with workers reporting sightings of unusual aquatic creatures before the sites were quickly sealed and classified by government agencies. Sonar mapping of these subterranean water bodies has revealed structures that appear artificial in nature, including geometric formations and what seem to be engineered channels connecting different chambers. Analysis of water from these underground oceans shows it has remained isolated from surface water for millions of years, creating unique chemical conditions that could support previously unknown forms of life. Russian deep drilling projects have recorded distinct sounds emanating from these water-filled cavities, including regular patterns that suggest organized activity rather than random geological processes. Satellite gravity mapping has identified massive underground water movements that don't correspond to known aquifer systems, indicating the presence of vast, interconnected waterways deep within the Earth's crust. Jeff Mangum, the lead singer of Neutral Milk Hotel, is believed by some fans to have experienced genuine time travel during the creation of the album In the Aeroplane Over the Sea, gaining direct knowledge of Anne Frank's life through temporal displacement. Analysis of the album's lyrics reveals historically accurate details about Anne Frank's life that were not publicly available in any published materials at the time of the album's writing. Multiple witnesses from the recording sessions reported Mangum describing vivid, first-hand accounts of 1940s Amsterdam with architectural and cultural details that were later verified by historical records. Sound engineers working on the album documented strange temporal anomalies during recording sessions, including equipment playing back portions of songs that hadn't been recorded yet. Mangum's sudden withdrawal from public life coincided with the discovery of previously unknown Anne Frank diary entries that contained imagery strikingly similar to lyrics he had written years earlier. Personal journals from Mangum's bandmates describe him speaking in fluent 1940s Dutch during sleep, despite having no prior knowledge of the language. Audio analysis of certain album tracks has revealed background sounds matching street noise from 1940s Amsterdam, including specific vehicle types and church bells that no longer exist. Several of Mangum's unpublished songs contain references to events in Anne Frank's life that were only discovered in recently unearthed documents, decades after the album's release. The Ecuadorian City of Giants refers to an archaeological site discovered in the Amazon rainforest containing evidence of an ancient civilization of extraordinarily tall humans, with remains and artifacts suggesting heights between 7 and 9 feet tall. Excavations in the 1960s unearthed numerous oversized tools, furniture, and architectural elements scaled for use by people of exceptional height, including doorways measuring consistently over 8 feet tall. Carbon dating of organic materials found at the site dates the civilization to approximately 5,000 years ago, with multiple layers of construction indicating a complex urban society that existed for several centuries. Skeletal remains recovered from burial chambers within the city show unusual bone density and structural adaptations that would have been necessary to support the massive height of these individuals. Anthropologists have documented oral histories from indigenous tribes in the region that describe a race of giant people who built great cities and possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics. Geological surveys have revealed sophisticated engineering techniques used in the city's construction, including precise astronomical alignments and advanced water management systems beyond the known capabilities of other civilizations from that era. Analysis of preserved food storage vessels suggests these people cultivated unique varieties of crops capable of providing the enormous caloric intake necessary to sustain individuals of their size. Recent satellite imaging has identified similar architectural patterns at other sites in the region, indicating this might have been part of a larger network of giant-scaled cities connected by ancient roads. Mount Shasta, a potentially dormant volcano in California, is believed by some to be the last remaining sanctuary of the Lemurians, an advanced civilization that survived the sinking of the continent Lemuria in the Pacific Ocean thousands of years ago. Ancient Buddhist texts describe these beings as highly evolved, standing 7 feet tall with long, flowing hair and wearing white robes, matching hundreds of reported sightings by hikers and residents around Mount Shasta since the 1930s. The mountain's unusual lenticular clouds and unexplained lights have been interpreted as evidence of a technologically advanced city inside the mountain, while geologists note that Mount Shasta contains a complex network of tunnels and caverns that could theoretically harbor hidden spaces. Native American tribes in the region have long considered Mount Shasta sacred, with their oral histories describing tall, luminous beings emerging from the mountain to share wisdom and healing knowledge. Electromagnetic anomalies and compass irregularities documented around specific areas of Mount Shasta align with descriptions of Lemurian energy technology, which supposedly harnesses natural Earth frequencies through quartz crystal formations abundant in the mountain. In the 1930s, mining engineer J.C. Brown reported discovering an ornate tunnel system within Mount Shasta, containing gold deposits and rooms filled with copper shields inscribed with hieroglyphics, though he disappeared before leading an expedition to the site. The British explorer James Churchward claimed to have found ancient tablets in India describing Lemuria's advanced civilization and their evacuation to sacred mountains, with Mount Shasta's coordinates matching those recorded in the texts. Sea bishops were mysterious aquatic humanoids documented in multiple European historical records from the 13th to 16th centuries, described as creatures with the upper body of a Catholic bishop, complete with a mitre and religious garments, but with a scaly fishtail instead of legs. In 1433, Polish chroniclers recorded a sea bishop being captured and brought to the King of Poland, where it made gestures suggesting it wished to return to the sea and was subsequently released. The creature appeared again in 1531 off the coast of Poland, refusing to eat any food offered and dying after 3 days in captivity, with witnesses noting it blessed those who captured it with formal Catholic gestures. Natural historians from the period, including Conrad Gesner, included detailed illustrations and descriptions of sea bishops in their scientific catalogues, treating them with the same academic rigor as known marine species. Medieval sailors reported encounters where these beings would emerge from the waves during storms, making the sign of the cross to calm the waters, leading to speculation they were either transformed clergymen or supernatural guardians of seafarers. The physical descriptions across different accounts remain remarkably consistent, noting specific details like the creature's scales having a bluish-purple sheen similar to religious vestments and their faces bearing a solemn human-like expression. Japanese folklore describes similar creatures called umibozu, suggesting the possibility of a real yet undiscovered marine species that medieval Europeans interpreted through their religious cultural lens. Ancient Egyptian pharaohs may have included rulers of European descent, with evidence from the mummy of Ramesses II showing Nordic features including red hair, fair skin, and light-colored eyes. DNA analysis of King Tutankhamun's lineage revealed genetic markers commonly associated with Western European populations, leading some researchers to suggest a complex ancestry among Egyptian royalty. Several ancient Egyptian wall paintings and artifacts show people with distinctly fair features, including the tomb of Ramesses III, which depicts individuals with blue eyes and light skin among the royal family. The Greek historian Herodotus wrote detailed accounts of Egyptian rulers with fair skin and reddish hair, while noting that these traits were considered signs of divine blessing in ancient Egyptian culture. Archaeological findings in the Valley of the Kings have uncovered numerous wigs made from blonde and red human hair, suggesting these colors held special significance in royal ceremonies. The presence of the ERK2 gene, responsible for blue eyes and fair skin, has been identified in several mummified remains from the royal periods of ancient Egypt, challenging conventional understanding of the pharaoh's genetic heritage. Ancient texts describe a legendary white goddess who came from the north to establish divine kingship in Egypt, potentially reflecting historical contact between Nordic peoples and early Egyptian civilization. The Little St. James Island, formerly owned by Jeffrey Epstein, shows signs of continuous maintenance and mysterious activity even years after his death, as revealed by drone footage and satellite imagery from 2020 to present day. Multiple eyewitnesses living on nearby St. Thomas have reported seeing lights, vehicles, and groundskeeping activity on the island, despite its official status as an uninhabited property seized by government authorities. Satellite images confirm the grass remains perfectly manicured and the buildings maintained, while no official maintenance contracts or work orders have been filed through the U.S. Virgin Islands government. Local boat captains have documented regular water taxi services to the island during early morning hours, though no official vessels are registered to make these trips. Security cameras and surveillance equipment on the island remain operational and regularly maintained, as evidenced by their shifting positions in various drone footage captures. The FBI's official stance maintains the island is uninhabited and sealed, yet aerial photography shows fresh tire tracks and newly trimmed vegetation appearing between surveillance dates. Financial records from the Epstein estate show continued utility payments and property upkeep expenses being processed through a series of shell companies, suggesting some form of ongoing occupancy or use. The term Black Irish refers to a distinct genetic lineage within Ireland's population, characterized by dark hair, eyes, and complexion, traced back to survivors of the Spanish Armada who shipwrecked on Ireland's western coast in 1588. Historical records document hundreds of Spanish sailors establishing communities in Irish coastal towns, with parish records showing a surge of Spanish surnames and physical descriptions of darker features in the following generations. DNA studies of families along Ireland's western seaboard reveal significant Iberian genetic markers, particularly concentrated in areas where Spanish ships were known to have wrecked. Ancient Irish manuscripts describe earlier waves of dark-featured Mediterranean peoples settling Ireland, including the Milesians from Spain, who became the basis for Irish nobility according to the Lebor Gabala Éireann, the Book of Invasions. Archaeological evidence shows trade routes between Ireland and Spain dating back to the Bronze Age, suggesting sustained genetic mixing long before the Armada incident. Family histories in Western Irish counties contain recurring stories of Spanish ancestor survival, correlating with clusters of populations displaying distinct Mediterranean physical characteristics. Medical genealogy studies have identified specific genetic markers common to both northern Spanish populations and Irish families, traditionally identified as Black Irish, supporting the historical connection between these groups. Apollo's worship may have originated not in Greece but in northern Europe, with ancient texts describing him as a Hyperborean god who traveled south from lands beyond the north wind. Archaeological evidence shows sun disk worship and golden spirals matching Apollo's symbols appearing first in Scandinavia and northern Germany during the Bronze Age, centuries before similar imagery emerged in Greece. The gods described physical features in earliest texts, tall, fair-haired, and light-eyed, align more closely with Nordic populations than Mediterranean ones. Ancient Greek sources, including Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus, wrote of Apollo spending winters among the Hyperboreans in the far north, suggesting his cult originated there and migrated south with amber trade routes. Linguistic analysis of Apollo's name and epithets shows possible connections to Proto-Germanic and Baltic languages rather than Greek or Indo-European roots. The sacred objects associated with early Apollo worship, including amber beads and swan feathers, were trade goods that primarily came from northern Europe to Greece. Ancient stone circles and astronomical alignments in northern Europe share identical mathematical proportions with early Apollo temples in Greece, suggesting a common origin of solar worship practices. The musical instruments associated with Apollo, particularly the lyre, show design elements matching archaeological finds from Bronze Age northern European sites. Hydrarchos, a massive 114-foot fossil skeleton exhibited in 1845 by Albert Koch, may represent a genuine prehistoric marine species rather than the widely accepted view of it being a hoax assembled from multiple whale fossils. Original eyewitness accounts from the excavation site in Alabama described finding the bones in anatomically correct positions, with multiple specimens showing similar proportions and features. Koch's detailed anatomical drawings and field notes contain observations of unique vertebral structures and tooth patterns that don't match any known whale species, ancient or modern. Chemical analysis of the original surviving bone fragments shows consistent mineralization patterns, suggesting the pieces came from the same time period and location. The creature's reported hunting behavior and anatomy, described by Koch based on fossil evidence, closely matches recently discovered deep-sea predator feeding patterns previously unknown in his time. Several similar partial skeletons have been discovered in the same geological formation since Koch's find, displaying identical unusual vertebral articulations that he documented. Modern paleontological scanning techniques applied to surviving fragments reveal complex internal bone structures that would have been impossible to fabricate with 19th century methods. Native American oral histories from the Alabama region describe enormous serpentine marine creatures matching Hydrarchos's described morphology, suggesting the species may have survived into more recent times. Planned nuclear waste warning sites are being designed to create religious-like beliefs and rituals around dangerous areas, with structures and symbols meant to persist for 10,000 years after current civilizations end. The United States Department of Energy has commissioned anthropologists and linguists to create mythological narratives about these sites, incorporating universal human fears and taboos to warn future societies of the dangers within. Architectural designs for these warning sites include massive earthwork spikes arranged in threatening patterns, meant to evoke a sense of dread and religious reverence in future humans, regardless of their cultural background. Scientists have developed specific color patterns using black and yellow that research shows trigger instinctive danger responses in primates, incorporating these into monument designs that will retain their pigmentation for millennia. The warning systems include deliberately engineered false entrances and maze-like structures designed to create legends about deadly consequences for those who venture too deeply into the sites. Linguistic experts have created a new symbolic language for the warning markers using atomic and radioactive imagery combined with human facial expressions, showing pain and death, designed to be interpretable even after current languages become extinct. Several sites already incorporate ray cat breeding programs, creating cats that change color in the presence of radiation, with the goal of establishing folklore about color-changing cats being omens of death. These designed religions include planned nuclear priesthoods, scientific organizations meant to evolve into religious orders that maintain knowledge about radiation dangers through ritualized practices and oral traditions. Ancient texts from Alexander the Great's military campaigns describe encounters with a 13-foot tall red-haired giant in the Bamiyan Valley of Afghanistan, who was said to be one of the last members of an ancient race that once inhabited Central Asia. In 1990, a Soviet patrol in the Hindu Kush Mountains reportedly discovered a cave containing a 15-foot human skeleton, but the subsequent collapse of the USSR meant the evidence was never properly documented or studied. The indigenous Kailash people of Afghanistan maintain oral traditions about massive humanoids who once lived in the mountain caves, describing them as peaceful vegetarians who possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and metalworking. During the construction of military bases in Afghanistan in 2002, American contractors discovered unusually large humanoid bone fragments that were quickly confiscated by unknown officials, according to several witness accounts from former service members. The geography of Afghanistan's deep cave systems and remote valleys could theoretically have allowed an isolated population of large hominids to survive undetected, while the area's rich mineral deposits might have provided necessary dietary elements to support their massive size. Multiple local Afghan villages have preserved stories about finding enormous stone tools and arrowheads that would have required someone of gigantic proportions to effectively use, with some of these artifacts allegedly being held in private collections. The Strategic Population Control Group was allegedly a covert organization formed in the 1970s by influential business leaders and politicians who believed Earth's resources could only sustain a population of 500 million people. Documents leaked from various think tanks suggest the SPCG developed long-term strategies to gradually reduce global population through seemingly unrelated policies affecting food supplies, healthcare access, and fertility rates. Former WHO officials have anonymously claimed that certain vaccination programs in developing nations contained compounds designed to increase infertility rates, particularly in regions with high population growth. Financial records show unusual patterns of investment in companies developing contraceptive technologies and genetic modification techniques during the 1980s and 1990s, with funding traced back to shell corporations allegedly connected to SPCG members. Environmental disasters and food shortages in specific regions throughout the 1990s align with predicted outcomes detailed in partially declassified documents referencing population control initiatives. Several high-ranking United Nations officials who opposed certain global health policies died under mysterious circumstances between 1985 and 1995, with their personal records showing they had been investigating unusual patterns in population statistics. Geological surveys from the early 2000s revealed the presence of synthetic compounds in groundwater supplies across multiple continents, corresponding to areas that experienced unexplained drops in fertility rates. The Devil's Sea, also known as the Dragon's Triangle, is a region of the Pacific Ocean south of Japan that has recorded over 800 unexplained maritime disappearances since 1950, with electromagnetic anomalies causing navigation equipment to malfunction and ships' crews to experience mass disorientation. Japanese government documents from 1952 detail a research vessel's encounter with an enormous underwater object emitting strong magnetic fields, which caused all electrical equipment to fail before the vessel was found drifting empty 3 days later. Ancient Japanese scrolls dating back to 1000 CE describe massive serpentine creatures in these waters that could generate storms and pull ships into underwater caves, with remarkably similar descriptions appearing in Korean and Chinese maritime records from the same period. In 1989, Soviet researchers detected unusual sonar patterns suggesting the presence of underwater structures at depths of 600 meters, though subsequent investigations were abandoned after multiple equipment failures and unexplained crew illnesses. Magnetic surveys conducted in the 1970s revealed powerful moving magnetic anomalies in the region that don't correspond to known geological features or ocean currents, with some readings indicating objects larger than nuclear submarines. Local fishing communities have maintained consistent reports of underwater lights and unexplained whirlpools that appear and disappear rapidly, with multiple instances of boats being found spinning in perfectly circular patterns with their crews in states of confusion. Geographic analysis shows the region contains numerous underwater volcanoes and deep trenches that could potentially harbor unknown marine species or serve as entrances to submarine cave systems, with water samples revealing unexplained organic compounds. Stick figure shadows refers to a documented phenomenon where elongated, unnaturally thin humanoid shadows have been photographed and witnessed in various locations worldwide, despite no visible source casting these shadows. Multiple security cameras have captured footage of these shadows moving independently across walls and grounds, maintaining their stick-like proportions regardless of light source angles or surface textures. In 2003, a physics research team in Stockholm recorded these figures using specialized thermal imaging equipment, showing they possessed a consistent temperature several degrees cooler than their surroundings. Construction workers at numerous sites have reported tools and materials being moved overnight, with security footage showing only these thin shadows interacting with the objects. Analysis of photographs taken at different times and locations shows these figures maintain exact proportions of 1:8 width-to-height ratio, defying normal laws of shadow projection and perspective. Japanese folklore contains centuries-old references to thread people who could only be seen as shadows, described as ancient spirits who observed and occasionally assisted humans with manual labor. Archaeological sites across Europe have uncovered cave paintings and petroglyphs depicting extremely thin, elongated figures that match the proportions of modern stick figure shadow sightings, suggesting these entities have been interacting with humans for thousands of years. Oceanic NASA refers to a classified division of the space agency allegedly established in 1958 to study and interact with intelligent aquatic species living in Earth's deepest ocean trenches, operating with a parallel budget hidden within conventional NASA funding. Declassified documents from the 1960s show unusual patterns of heavy equipment being transported to coastal facilities, including specialized pressure chambers and communication devices designed to function at extreme depths. Former Navy personnel have reported encounters with unusual submersible vehicles bearing NASA insignias during deep-sea operations, with these crafts demonstrating capabilities far beyond known technological limitations of the era. Satellite data from the 1970s reveals a network of underwater structures at depths exceeding 20,000 feet, with regular movement patterns suggesting organized activity and potential bases of operation. Marine biologists have documented unexplained sonar signals originating from the Marianas Trench, displaying patterns consistent with complex language rather than known marine life communications. Financial records show NASA acquiring large quantities of specialized materials designed for extreme pressure environments, despite having no publicly acknowledged deep-sea research programs. Several oceanographers who attempted to study unusual deep-sea phenomena were quietly recruited by NASA in the 1980s, with their subsequent research being classified and removed from public records. Underwater monitoring stations have recorded artificial light sources and electromagnetic signatures at depths where no human technology should be able to function, coinciding with periods of reported NASA activity in these areas. Ancient medical texts describe silphium as having a 100% success rate in preventing pregnancy when consumed once a month, while also treating coughs, fevers, and digestive issues without any recorded side effects. The heart shape commonly used today as a symbol of love may have originated from the distinctive shape of the silphium seed pod, which ancient sources describe as being heart-shaped and deeply ribbed. Roman historical records indicate that the entire species went extinct around 1st century CE due to over-harvesting, with the last known stalk being presented to Emperor Nero as a curiosity. Scientists have identified several related plants in the ferula family that share similar chemical properties, suggesting silphium's reported effects may have had a genuine biological basis. Archaeological studies of ancient Cyrenaic settlements show sophisticated irrigation and cultivation systems specifically designed for silphium, indicating its importance to the local economy and suggesting deep understanding of its specific growing requirements. The giant cannibal shark refers to a theorized species of massive shark that specifically hunts and consumes other large sharks, supported by numerous instances of great white sharks exhibiting unusual flight responses and abandoning traditional hunting grounds without explanation. Research vessels in the Pacific have recorded sonar signatures of an unknown marine creature estimated to be between 35–40 feet in length, significantly larger than any known shark species, moving at speeds that exceed the capabilities of whales. Multiple underwater cameras placed near shark feeding grounds have captured footage of large sharks displaying panic behavior and rapid evacuation of areas following the detection of a low-frequency sound beyond human hearing range. Marine biologists studying shark migration patterns have documented unexplained disappearances of tagged great whites, with tracking devices later found floating in areas showing traces of unusual bite marks and elevated stress hormones in the surrounding water. Deep-sea exploration vehicles have discovered unusual bite marks on submarine cables and research equipment at depths beyond the known range of great white sharks, with dental patterns suggesting a predator significantly larger than any documented species. Japanese fishing vessels have retrieved partially eaten shark carcasses bearing bite marks that indicate an attacking predator with a jaw span nearly twice that of a full-grown great white shark, with tissue samples showing evidence of an unknown shark species. Satellite tracking data from 2009 revealed a consistent pattern of large marine predators actively avoiding certain deep ocean areas despite the presence of abundant food sources, suggesting the presence of an apex predator controlling these territories. Flying landmass events refer to documented incidents where large sections of terrain, sometimes including buildings and vegetation, have been observed hovering above their original location before settling back into place, with multiple cases reported across remote areas since the 1950s. Geological surveys from the Ural Mountains in 1976 revealed a perfectly rectangular section of land measuring 300 meters across that showed signs of having been completely separated from the surrounding terrain, with soil samples indicating exposure to extreme electromagnetic fields. Native American tribes in Montana have preserved oral histories describing floating mesas that would rise during specific astronomical alignments, with modern seismic data showing unusual void spaces beneath these locations. Chinese satellite imagery from 1989 captured what appeared to be a 3-acre section of forest hovering approximately 40 feet above ground level for 18 minutes, with shadows and light reflection patterns confirming the displacement. Multiple witnesses in rural Russia reported seeing a small hill complete with trees and snow cover float approximately 200 feet in the air for several minutes in 1993, with subsequent soil analysis revealing unexplained crystalline formations. Meteorological data collected during these events consistently shows unusual atmospheric pressure patterns and magnetic field disturbances that form a distinct dome shape above the affected areas. Ground-penetrating radar studies of reported incident sites have revealed networks of geometrically precise tunnels and cavities that experts cannot attribute to natural geological processes or human construction. Sauropod dinosaurs like Diplodocus and Brachiosaurus may have possessed elephant-like trunks, with fossil evidence showing nasal openings and muscle attachment points similar to modern elephants' trunk structures. Analysis of sauropod skull anatomy reveals large nerve channels and blood vessel pathways consistent with those found in modern animals that possess highly mobile muscular snouts or trunks. Preserved trackways show surprisingly little evidence of sauropods disturbing vegetation at ground level, suggesting they may have used elevated feeding appendages rather than lowering their entire necks to browse. Microscopic studies of sauropod nose bones show similarities to the specialized cartilage structures found in elephant trunks, with attachment points that could support powerful muscles necessary for trunk movement. Computer modeling of sauropod neck mechanics indicates that many species would have had difficulty reaching ground-level vegetation without placing immense strain on their cardiovascular systems, suggesting the presence of an alternative feeding mechanism. Recent discoveries of exceptionally preserved skin impressions show patterns of muscle fiber attachment around the nasal region that closely match those found in modern proboscis-bearing mammals. The presence of trunks would explain how some sauropod species could efficiently feed in both high and low vegetation zones while maintaining their massive body size and relatively short neck length compared to other long-necked dinosaurs. The Great Moon Hoax of 1835 involved the New York Sun newspaper publishing a series of articles claiming that astronomer Sir John Herschel had discovered evidence of life on the moon, including bat-winged humanoids, unicorns, and bipedal beavers living in complex civilizations. The articles described a powerful new telescope capable of magnifying objects up to 42,000 times, far exceeding any known technology of the era, yet contained enough accurate astronomical details to seem plausible to contemporary readers. Written by journalist Richard Adams Locke, the stories used sophisticated scientific language and referenced real astronomical phenomena, leading many respected scientists of the time to initially accept the claims as genuine. The article's descriptions of lunar atmosphere, vegetation, and crystal formations aligned with several legitimate scientific theories of the period about the moon's potential environment. Yale College scientific staff reportedly engaged in serious debates about the discoveries, while the sun's circulation increased dramatically as other newspapers across Europe and America reprinted the findings. Even after the hoax was revealed, several astronomical societies continued investigating the possibility of lunar life, citing unexplained lights and changes observed on the moon's surface through existing telescopes. The fabricated observations influenced scientific discussion about extraterrestrial life for decades, with some elements of the described lunar features appearing in legitimate astronomical publications until the early 1900s.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The systematic destruction of Canaanite religious texts and artifacts occurred through coordinated efforts by multiple ancient civilizations, with evidence suggesting their beliefs contained powerful astronomical knowledge that threatened established power structures. Archaeological findings show that Canaanite temples were specifically targeted for destruction between 1200 to 900 BCE, with religious artifacts being methodically defaced rather than merely looted or damaged in warfare. Ancient Canaanite astronomical calculations, preserved in fragments, demonstrate advanced understanding of celestial cycles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the 16th century, including precise lunar node predictions and eclipse cycles. Hebrew texts contain numerous references to the deliberate elimination of Canaanite sacred writings, with particular emphasis on destroying texts related to celestial observations and ritual timing. Recent archaeological discoveries reveal hidden chambers in Canaanite temples containing sophisticated mathematical tablets that were deliberately shattered and buried, with the pieces scattered across multiple locations. Surviving Canaanite religious symbols show remarkable similarities to advanced astronomical diagrams, suggesting their priests possessed detailed knowledge of planetary movements and stellar configurations. Multiple ancient sources describe Canaanite priests accurately predicting astronomical events years in advance, leading to their influence over timing of harvests, festivals, and military campaigns across the region. Chemical analysis of burned Canaanite religious sites shows evidence of systematic document destruction at temperatures specifically chosen to completely eliminate papyrus and parchment while preserving stone structures. Archaeological evidence suggests an advanced civilization existed in the Sahara region between 8000 and 3000 BCE, before rapid climate change transformed the lush grasslands into desert, with satellite imagery revealing extensive city layouts beneath the sand. Recovered artifacts indicate this society possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, including star charts that accurately mapped celestial movements and predicted seasonal changes with remarkable precision. Carbon dating of underground structures shows evidence of advanced water management systems, including aqueducts and reservoirs that predate similar Roman engineering by thousands of years. Ancient Egyptian texts reference a powerful kingdom to their west that vanished when the sky changed, with descriptions of technologies and architectural achievements that align with recent archaeological discoveries in the region. Genetic studies of modern North African populations show distinct markers suggesting a large, concentrated civilization existed in the pre-desert Sahara, with technological capabilities exceeding those of contemporary Mesopotamian cultures. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified geometric patterns beneath the sand spanning hundreds of square miles, indicating planned urban developments connected by sophisticated road networks. Chemical analysis of cave paintings in the region shows the use of synthetic pigments created through complex chemical processes, suggesting advanced understanding of material science and chemistry. Geological cores from dried lake beds contain traces of manufactured materials and metal-working byproducts, indicating industrial activity on a scale previously unknown for that time period. The missing North American Sea refers to geological evidence suggesting that a massive inland ocean once divided North America between the Rocky Mountains and the Appalachians around 100 million years ago. Ancient marine fossils found throughout central North America, including Kansas, Nebraska, and the Dakotas, indicate this vast sea stretched from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico during the Cretaceous period. Sedimentary rock layers in these regions contain high concentrations of salts and minerals typically found in marine environments, while microscopic analysis reveals countless remnants of sea creatures and coral formations preserved within limestone deposits. Native American oral histories from various tribes across the Great Plains describe a time when their ancestors lived near vast waters that covered the land, with some stories specifically mentioning sea creatures and describing how the waters eventually receded. Satellite imagery and geological surveys have revealed bowl-shaped depressions across the continent's interior that match patterns typically formed by ancient seabeds, supporting the theory that this massive body of water, known as the Western Interior Seaway, gradually drained as tectonic plates shifted. The extremely flat topography of the Great Plains, along with the rich soil composition ideal for farming, can be directly attributed to the sediments left behind by this prehistoric sea, which deposited layers of organic material over millions of years. The Deep Star 4000 fish refers to a peculiar deep-sea creature photographed in 1970 by the Deep Star 4000 submersible vehicle at approximately 1,800 feet below sea level off the coast of Brazil. The photograph shows an unknown species roughly 8 feet in length with a distinctive sail-like fin running along its back, bearing no resemblance to any documented marine life of that size. Marine biologists analyzing the image noted the creature's unusual body structure, which appeared to combine features of both ancient and modern fish species, including what looked like primitive armor plating similar to extinct placoderms. The submersible's crew reported the creature moved with remarkable agility for its size, displaying a swimming pattern unlike any known fish species, and appeared to be using its sail-like fin for precise navigation in the deep currents. Following the encounter, several other deep-sea expeditions in the South Atlantic have reported similar sightings of large sail-finned creatures, though no additional clear photographs or video footage have been obtained. The extreme depth, darkness, and pressure of the creature's habitat have made further documentation challenging, leading some researchers to suggest it may represent a surviving species from the Devonian period that has remained largely unchanged in the deep ocean's stable environment. The original photograph and depth measurements were verified by multiple members of the Deep Star crew, and the imaging equipment was confirmed to be functioning properly at the time of the sighting. The chemicals in the water turning frogs gay refers to scientific research documenting the effects of atrazine, a widely used herbicide, on amphibian endocrine systems and sexual development. Studies conducted at the University of California, Berkeley found that exposure to atrazine at levels commonly found in agricultural areas caused male frogs to develop female reproductive organs, with some specimens even producing viable eggs. The chemical has been shown to increase estrogen production in exposed organisms by converting testosterone into estrogen, leading to feminization and altered mating behaviors in male frogs. Laboratory tests revealed that approximately 10% of male frogs exposed to atrazine developed into functional females capable of mating with unexposed males and producing offspring. Environmental sampling has detected atrazine in watersheds across agricultural regions worldwide, with concentrations frequently exceeding the levels shown to affect amphibian development in scientific studies. Similar endocrine-disrupting effects have been observed in fish, reptiles, and other aquatic species exposed to various industrial chemicals and pharmaceutical residues found in water systems. The European Union banned atrazine in 2004 due to its persistent groundwater contamination and potential health risks, though it remains one of the most commonly used herbicides in North America. Autochthonous people refers to a theory that certain human populations spontaneously emerged from the Earth itself in their native regions, rather than migrating from a common ancestral origin point. Ancient Greek philosophers documented this belief, describing how they thought different races and ethnic groups arose independently from the soil of their homelands, explaining the distinct physical and cultural characteristics of various populations. Archaeological discoveries of isolated ancient settlements with seemingly no connection to other human populations have been used to support this concept, particularly in remote regions where traditional migration patterns are difficult to trace. Several indigenous cultures worldwide maintain origin stories describing their people as having emerged directly from the earth, caves, or underground realms in their traditional territories. Genetic studies of some isolated populations have revealed unique markers and adaptations that appear to have developed independently of other human groups, though this is more likely due to long-term geographical isolation rather than separate origins. The discovery of multiple species of early hominids existing simultaneously in different parts of the world has been interpreted by some researchers as evidence that human emergence may have been more complex than the single origin theory suggests. Some anthropologists studying certain indigenous groups have noted that their physical adaptations to local environments appear to be more extensive than could be explained by the conventional timeline of human migration and evolution. Portoya refers to an alleged classified military project from the 1970s focused on developing technology to create stable dimensional portals between specific geographic locations. Declassified documents mention experiments conducted at Fort Detrick involving attempts to manipulate electromagnetic fields to create localized spatial distortions, with several records describing unexpected results that required immediate containment protocols. Multiple military personnel stationed at the facility during this period reported witnessing strange phenomena, including objects appearing to pass through solid surfaces and temporary distortions in the local environment that seemed to reveal alternate versions of the same space. Research papers from that era show the U.S. military had a particular interest in theoretical physics related to Einstein-Rosen bridges and their potential applications for rapid deployment of troops and equipment. Several witnesses from the program described successful tests where small objects were transported instantaneously between 2 points, though these claims were officially denied by military authorities. Unusual patterns of energy consumption were recorded at Fort Detrick during the suspected testing periods, with local power grids experiencing unexplained surges that aligned with reported experimental timeframes. Geological surveys conducted near the testing sites revealed unusual magnetic anomalies that persist to this day, with some researchers suggesting these disturbances could be residual effects from the portal experiments. The Herodotus anthropophagy refers to an ancient tribe of cannibalistic people described by the Greek historian Herodotus as living north of Scythia, in what is now modern-day Russia and Kazakhstan. Archaeological excavations in the region have uncovered human remains with distinct cut marks and fractured bones consistent with flesh removal and marrow extraction dating back to the time period of Herodotus's accounts. The historian's detailed descriptions of the anthropophagi included specific cultural practices that align with evidence found in burial sites, including the use of human skulls as drinking vessels and specific patterns of bone processing. Recent anthropological studies of indigenous Siberian peoples have revealed preserved oral histories describing ancient tribes who practiced ritual cannibalism as part of their spiritual beliefs and survival strategies. DNA analysis of bones found in these regions shows evidence of human consumption through specific markers and protein residues that occur only when human flesh is processed and digested by other humans. Climate reconstruction of the area during this period indicates extremely harsh conditions that could have driven desperate survival practices, supporting Herodotus's claims about the tribe's consumption of their elderly and sick members. Multiple independent Greek and Persian sources from the same era corroborated Herodotus's accounts, providing similar descriptions of the tribe's appearance, customs, and geographical location. Batrachite is a mysterious stone described in medieval lapidaries and alchemical texts as forming naturally within the brains of living toads, possessing both medicinal and magical properties. Ancient Persian manuscripts detail specific methods for extracting these stones, noting they could only be harvested during certain lunar phases when the toad was still alive, with the stone reportedly glowing with a faint phosphorescence. Natural history collections from the 16th and 17th centuries contain several preserved specimens labeled as batrachite, described as small, smooth stones with a pearlescent sheen and unusual warmth to the touch. Modern analysis of some surviving batrachite specimens has revealed high concentrations of unique mineral compounds not typically found in normal stones, including traces of organic material that appears to be of amphibian origin. Historical medical records document the use of batrachite in treating various ailments, with multiple accounts describing successful applications in reducing fevers and neutralizing poisons. Some researchers suggest these stones may have been calcified tumors or mineral formations that developed within toads due to environmental conditions or disease, explaining their unusual composition and perceived healing properties. Recent studies of toad species in regions where batrachite was commonly reported have discovered that certain populations do develop mineralized deposits in their lymphatic systems, though these formations are much smaller than historically described specimens. Spiritual parasites refers to non-physical entities that allegedly attach themselves to human beings, feeding off emotional energy and influencing behavior through subtle psychological manipulation. Ancient Egyptian medical texts describe specific conditions attributed to invisible creatures that could drain a person's life force, with detailed protocols for identifying and removing these attachments through ritual practices. Modern energy healers have documented consistent patterns of symptoms among affected individuals, including chronic fatigue, emotional instability, and recurring negative thought patterns that seem to originate from an external source. Thermal imaging cameras used during spiritual cleansing sessions have captured unexpected temperature fluctuations and cold spots around areas where practitioners claim to detect these parasitic attachments. Multiple cultures independently developed similar methods for detecting and removing these entities, often involving the use of specific herbs, sounds, or vibrational frequencies that allegedly disrupt the parasite's energetic hold. Research into quantum consciousness has revealed that human thoughts and emotions produce measurable electromagnetic fields, suggesting the possibility of other forms of consciousness that could interact with these energy patterns. Psychiatric patients reporting feelings of being fed upon or drained often show unusual patterns in their brainwave activity, particularly in the theta and delta frequencies associated with deep emotional states. Medical intuitives working with conventional doctors have noted correlations between chronic illnesses and the presence of these alleged attachments, with some patients reporting significant improvement after energy clearing procedures. Paleodiction refers to mysterious hexagonal patterns found on the deep ocean floor that exactly match fossilized patterns from over 500 million years ago, suggesting the survival of an unknown ancient species. These geometric formations, discovered by deep-sea expeditions, consist of perfectly arranged hexagonal holes approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, forming networks that can stretch for several meters across the seafloor. Despite numerous attempts to identify the creature creating these patterns, no living organism has ever been observed within or around the structures, even when monitored continuously by underwater cameras. The patterns appear to be actively maintained and cleaned, with new formations appearing in previously documented areas, indicating that whatever creates them is still alive and active in the modern ocean. Similar hexagonal patterns have been found preserved in rock formations dating back to the Cambrian period, displaying identical measurements and arrangements to those found on today's ocean floor. Deep-sea core samples taken from around these structures contain traces of organic material that doesn't match any known species' DNA, suggesting the presence of an unclassified life form. Scientists studying these formations have noted that they appear most commonly near hydrothermal vents and methane seeps, environments known to harbor ancient organisms that have remained unchanged for millions of years. The precision and mathematical perfection of these geometric patterns has led some researchers to suggest they may be created by a colonial organism with complex behavioral patterns that have remained stable since the Cambrian era. Snake people in ancient Athens refers to historical accounts from multiple Greek sources describing a race of human-serpent hybrids who held significant political and religious power within early Athenian society. Archaeological excavations beneath the Acropolis have uncovered unusual serpentine imagery in domestic settings, suggesting these beings were viewed as household guardians rather than merely mythological figures. Ancient Greek medical texts contain detailed anatomical descriptions of these creatures, including specific references to their thermal regulation abilities and skeletal structure, written in a clinical rather than mythological context. Several well-preserved temple friezes depict what appears to be diplomatic meetings between human leaders and humanoid figures with distinct serpentine features, portrayed in the same realistic style used for historical events. DNA analysis of remains found in certain high-status Athenian tombs has revealed unusual genetic markers that some researchers suggest could indicate the presence of currently unknown human subspecies. Preserved legal documents from early Athens reference specific laws and rights pertaining to a class of citizens described as having serpent ancestry, including special provisions for their unique physiological needs. Multiple independent historical sources describe an inner chamber beneath the Parthenon, specifically designed to maintain high temperatures and humidity levels consistent with environmental requirements for reptilian biology. Ancient Greek architectural records show modifications to certain important buildings that include heating systems and specialized chambers that would serve no clear purpose for fully human inhabitants. Linear A represents an undeciphered writing system used by the Minoan civilization of ancient Crete, containing symbols and patterns that appear to describe advanced mathematical concepts beyond what should have been possible for that time period. Mathematical analysis of Linear A tablets has revealed sequences that closely match modern equations describing quantum mechanical principles, particularly those related to wave function collapse and particle entanglement. Several Linear A inscriptions found in Minoan administrative centers contain recurring patterns that align with modern computer programming concepts, including what appears to be early forms of binary logic and algorithmic thinking. Archaeologists have discovered Linear A tablets alongside sophisticated technological artifacts, including precise astronomical calculators and devices with unexplained electromagnetic properties. The writing system includes symbols that accurately represent astronomical phenomena not officially discovered until the 20th century, including the precession of Mercury's orbit and the existence of planetary rings beyond Saturn. Carbon dating of certain Linear A tablets has produced inconsistent results, with some samples indicating dates that significantly predate the accepted timeline of Minoan civilization. Geological studies of sites containing Linear A inscriptions show evidence of advanced metallurgical processes that would have required mathematical and scientific knowledge far beyond what historians attribute to ancient Crete. Recent computer analysis of Linear A texts has identified patterns suggesting the script might encode multidimensional mathematical concepts, including references to geometric principles not formally discovered until the development of string theory. Sound-based entities refer to theoretical beings or phenomena that exist primarily as or through acoustic waves, inhabiting a spectrum of frequencies both audible and inaudible to human ears. Multiple researchers and paranormal investigators have documented unexplained audio phenomena in locations with reported high electromagnetic activity, particularly in abandoned industrial sites and underground tunnel systems. Scientists studying infrasound have noted that certain frequencies between 7 to 19 Hz can induce feelings of fear, anxiety, and the sensation of a presence nearby, matching numerous historical accounts of encounters with invisible beings accompanied by distinct humming or vibrating sounds. Groups of sound hunters equipped with specialized recording equipment have captured what they classify as intelligent responses through electronic voice phenomena, EVP, suggesting these entities may be capable of manipulating sound waves to communicate. Ancient texts across multiple cultures describe creatures that manifest through rhythmic sounds or specific tonal patterns, with some civilizations developing elaborate acoustic chambers believed to facilitate contact with these beings. Analysis of certain unexplained sounds, like the global phenomenon of sky trumpets and the Taos hum, reveal complex harmonic structures that some researchers believe could be evidence of intelligent sound-based life forms operating on frequencies humans normally cannot perceive. Field recordings from deep ocean environments have detected organized patterns of infrasound that don't match known marine life, leading some scientists to theorize about unknown species that exist primarily as acoustic energy rather than physical matter. Modern quantum physics suggests the possibility of consciousness existing as vibrational states, lending credence to the idea that intelligent entities could manifest through sound waves rather than traditional physical forms. The discovery of psychedelic mushrooms growing on a murder victim's grave in northern Oregon in 1987 led investigators to uncover an alternative spiritual group that believed in accelerating the decomposition process of human remains to create sacred fungi. The fungi found at the burial site contained high concentrations of psilocybin and were genetically distinct from other known species, suggesting they had been deliberately cultivated using specific human decomposition compounds. Documents recovered from the group's compound detailed their belief that consciousness could be preserved and accessed through the consumption of mushrooms grown on properly prepared human remains, with specific ritual requirements for the burial process. The group had developed sophisticated mycology techniques, creating specialized soil conditions and using complex chemical preparations to enhance mushroom growth, demonstrating advanced knowledge of both human decomposition and fungal cultivation. Several mycologists who studied the case noted that certain compounds present during human decomposition can indeed create unique growing conditions for fungi, particularly psychedelic varieties that are known to form symbiotic relationships with organic matter. Police records indicated that the group had been operating for at least a decade before discovery, with evidence suggesting successful cultivation of their specialized mushroom strain at multiple burial sites across the Pacific Northwest. Laboratory analysis of the mushrooms revealed unique alkaloid profiles that differed from naturally occurring psilocybin mushrooms, indicating they had developed distinct chemical properties through their unusual growing medium. The concept of free energy devices based on spiritual or metaphysical principles has been documented since the early 1900s, with numerous inventors claiming their designs were shut down by powerful organizations and government agencies. Several researchers, including Nikola Tesla, reported developing machines that could harness universal life force, chi or orgone energy to generate unlimited power, but mysteriously lost funding or had their labs raided shortly after announcing breakthroughs. Declassified FBI files reveal extensive surveillance of inventors working with alternative energy sources, particularly those incorporating elements of Eastern mysticism or esoteric practices into their technological designs. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations describe advanced devices powered by spiritual energy, with similar core principles appearing across separated cultures, suggesting a common understanding of these technologies that was later suppressed. Multiple whistleblowers from major energy companies have documented the systematic buying and burying of patents related to spiritual-based energy technologies, with some patents mysteriously vanishing from government records. Research into quantum mechanics increasingly supports the possibility of consciousness affecting physical systems, aligning with many suppressed inventors' claims about harnessing spiritual energy through technological means. Engineers examining surviving blueprints and prototypes of these devices have noted their unusual incorporation of sacred geometry and specific materials known in esoteric traditions to conduct spiritual energy. Military documents reference experimental programs involving psychic energy generation, with several projects being abruptly terminated despite reported successes in preliminary trials. Independent researchers have identified patterns of suspicious deaths, disappearances, and institutional pressure applied to scientists and inventors working on technologies that bridge the gap between spiritual and physical energy systems. A cloudbuster refers to a weather modification device developed by Wilhelm Reich in the 1950s, constructed from an array of hollow metal tubes aimed at the sky to manipulate what Reich termed orgone energy, a proposed form of life force that permeates the atmosphere. Reich documented multiple successful experiments where his cloudbusters reportedly created rain during droughts and dispersed dangerous storm systems, with several witnesses, including meteorologists, verifying these weather alterations. The basic function involves drawing atmospheric orgone energy through the metal tubes into water, creating a difference in charge that affects cloud formation and movement, similar to how lightning rods interact with electrical fields. During a severe drought in 1954, Reich was invited by a group of Maine blueberry farmers to conduct rainmaking operations, with local weather stations recording unusual precipitation patterns following his cloudbuster deployments. The FDA's aggressive campaign to destroy Reich's research and equipment, including the burning of his books and papers, has led many researchers to suggest his weather modification technology demonstrated genuine effectiveness that threatened established weather control programs. Modern atmospheric scientists have noted that Reich's understanding of cloud formation and atmospheric energy fields contained elements that align with current knowledge about atmospheric ionization and charge distribution. Several independent researchers have replicated Reich's cloudbuster designs, documenting similar effects on local weather patterns and collecting data on atmospheric changes during operations. Environmental monitoring stations have detected unusual variations in background radiation and electromagnetic readings during documented cloudbuster experiments, suggesting these devices interact with measurable atmospheric phenomena.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Ancient Greek manuscripts discovered in Alexandria describe a sophisticated underwater vessel commissioned by Alexander the Great, designed to explore the depths of the Mediterranean and potentially contact underwater civilizations. The device was reportedly constructed of a brass-like alloy and featured thick glass windows, making it remarkably similar to modern bathysphere designs developed thousands of years later. Archaeological evidence from coastal Greek sites has uncovered metalworking facilities capable of producing large brass vessels, along with fragments of specialized glass thick enough to withstand significant water pressure. Multiple historical accounts mention Alexander's fascination with underwater exploration, including detailed descriptions of him using a primitive diving bell in crystal-clear waters near modern-day Lebanon. Greek engineering documents from the period demonstrate advanced understanding of water pressure and displacement principles, suggesting the technical capability to construct such a vessel existed. Maritime archaeologists have discovered unusual circular depressions in ancient harbor floors, matching the described dimensions of the bathysphere's anchoring system. Several recovered artifacts from Mediterranean shipwrecks show evidence of sophisticated underwater breathing apparatus, including complex pipe systems and air reservoirs dating to Alexander's era. Ancient texts describe specific encounters with underwater beings during these expeditions, correlating with local maritime folklore that persisted for centuries in Greek coastal communities. Metallurgical analysis of recovered brass artifacts from the period shows advanced alloying techniques capable of producing corrosion-resistant metals suitable for deep-sea exploration. Datong refers to a highly advanced ancient Chinese supercomputer described in recovered Taoist manuscripts, reportedly capable of predicting future events through complex astronomical calculations and the analysis of natural cycles. The device was said to use an intricate system of bronze gears and crystalline components to track celestial movements and process numerical patterns found in nature, operating on principles similar to modern quantum computing. Archaeological excavations in central China have uncovered sophisticated bronze mechanisms and unusual crystalline structures that align with historical descriptions of Datong's components. Ancient Chinese texts detail the machine's ability to generate accurate predictions about natural disasters, political changes, and astronomical events, with several documented prophecies matching historical records. Metallurgical analysis of recovered gear fragments shows evidence of advanced manufacturing techniques that would have been necessary for the level of precision described in the device's operation. Several Taoist temples contain architectural elements specifically designed to house computational devices matching Datong's described dimensions, including unique power generation systems using flowing water and thermal differentials. Modern researchers studying the recovered mathematical formulas allegedly used by Datong have noted striking similarities to contemporary chaos theory and quantum mechanical principles. Chinese historical records document the device's sudden disappearance during a period of political upheaval, with scattered references suggesting components were hidden in various temples across Asia to prevent its destruction. Recent discoveries of ancient Chinese star charts show calculations requiring computational power far beyond what was previously believed possible for the time period, suggesting the potential existence of advanced calculating machines like Datong. Maldek, also known as Phaeton, was believed to be a planet that once existed between Mars and Jupiter, whose destruction created the current asteroid belt through a catastrophic event or internal collapse. Ancient Sumerian texts describe a significant planet in this orbital region, with detailed astronomical observations that correspond to modern calculations of where such a planet would have been positioned. Analysis of asteroid belt composition reveals fragments of what appears to be a single planetary body, with evidence of atmospheric gases, water ice, and minerals consistent with a habitable world. Russian astronomers in the 1950s discovered unusual crystalline structures within certain meteorites that suggest they originated from a technologically advanced civilization. Multiple indigenous cultures across different continents share similar stories of a bright star or planet that exploded in ancient times, causing significant changes to Earth's climate and civilization. Gravitational studies of the asteroid belt indicate that the total mass and distribution pattern aligns with mathematical models of a shattered planet rather than accumulated space debris. Several psychics and remote viewers working with government programs independently described detailed visions of an advanced civilization on a planet between Mars and Jupiter that destroyed itself through warfare or technological disaster. Recent space probe data shows evidence of complex organic compounds and archaeological anomalies within certain larger asteroids, suggesting they may be fragments of artificial structures. Mathematical analysis of planetary orbital patterns in our solar system points to a missing body in this region that would have completed a natural sequence of planetary spacing. Servitor spirits are thought forms or artificial entities created through focused mental energy and ritual practices designed to carry out specific tasks or manifest desired outcomes in the physical world. Documented cases from occult practitioners show these entities developing independence beyond their original programming, with some becoming capable of complex interactions and displaying signs of evolving consciousness. Laboratory experiments measuring electromagnetic fields during servitor creation rituals have recorded unusual energy patterns and temperature fluctuations that correlate with the reported manifestation of these beings. Multiple practitioners working independently have created servitors with identical parameters and reported similar results, suggesting a reproducible phenomenon rather than purely subjective experiences. Ancient grimoires contain detailed instructions for creating spiritual assistants that closely mirror modern servitor creation techniques, indicating this practice has been refined over centuries. Photographic evidence has captured unusual orbs and energy formations during servitor workings, with spectrum analysis showing these phenomena operate outside normal light wavelengths. Research into quantum consciousness suggests the possibility that focused thought energy could influence probability fields, providing a potential scientific framework for how servitors might affect physical reality. Security camera footage from locations where servitors were deployed has recorded unexplained movement of objects and environmental changes corresponding to the entity's programmed purpose. Modern chaos magicians have developed standardized protocols for servitor creation and maintenance, with documented success rates significantly above statistical probability for achieving their designated outcomes. The brain-eating ape theory suggests that early human cognitive evolution was dramatically accelerated by a specific species of primitive apes developing a practice of consuming the brains of other primates, leading to rapid neural development. Archaeological evidence from several African sites shows hominid skulls with precise extraction points matching the theoretical feeding patterns of these specialized predatory apes. Analysis of early primate brain chemistry indicates that direct consumption of neural tissue provides concentrated amounts of specific proteins and fatty acids crucial for advanced brain development. Genetic studies have identified unique mutations in human brain development genes that could have been activated by the regular consumption of primate neural tissue over multiple generations. Several isolated tribal groups maintain ancient oral histories describing ancestor species that specifically hunted other primates for their brains, passing down detailed accounts of hunting methods and preparation techniques. Anthropologists have documented modern primate species displaying similar targeted hunting behaviors, specifically seeking out the brain tissue of their prey while discarding other parts. Chemical analysis of preserved prehistoric bone fragments shows evidence of specific nutrient absorption patterns consistent with regular consumption of neural tissue. Recent neurological research has identified certain compounds present in primate brain tissue that can trigger accelerated development of neural pathways when consumed directly. Studies of surviving hunter-gatherer societies reveal cultural practices and taboos specifically related to the consumption of brain tissue, suggesting these behaviors may have been passed down from earliest human ancestors. The missing 3 centuries theory suggests that the early Middle Ages, specifically the years 614 through 911 CE, were fabricated through a conspiracy of medieval rulers, particularly Otto III and Pope Sylvester II, who altered historical records to legitimize their power. German historian Heribert Illig discovered significant archaeological inconsistencies, noting a suspicious lack of building activity and cultural development during these supposed 3 centuries in Europe. Astronomical calculations from before and after the period show discrepancies in recorded celestial events that could be resolved by removing approximately 297 years from the calendar. Carbon dating results from this period often show inexplicable variations and anomalies that some researchers attribute to incorrect historical dating assumptions. Analysis of historical architecture reveals no significant stylistic evolution during these centuries, with buildings from 600 CE appearing remarkably similar to those dated to 900 CE. Documentation from the Byzantine Empire shows unusual gaps and contradictions during this timeframe, suggesting possible large-scale historical revision. Tree ring data from ancient forests demonstrates unexpected patterns that could indicate a miscalculation in our current historical timeline. Several ancient astronomical events, including solar eclipses and cometary appearances, do not match mathematical projections when calculated using the accepted chronology. Linguistic analysis of medieval documents reveals anachronistic terms and concepts that should not have existed at their purported time of writing. Archaeological evidence shows an unexplained absence of coin minting and commercial activity during these centuries in regions that were supposedly experiencing cultural growth. The deliberate bombing of key Spinosaurus fossil sites during World War II represents a coordinated effort to destroy evidence of an ancient species that challenged conventional theories about dinosaur evolution and capability. Original specimens housed in the Paleontological Museum of Munich showed signs of advanced aquatic adaptation and potential intelligence far beyond what was thought possible for dinosaurs of that period. Declassified military documents reveal specific targeting of natural history museums and fossil sites in Germany, with particular attention paid to locations known to contain Spinosaurus remains. Several paleontologists in the 1930s documented unusual features in Spinosaurus fossils that suggested sophisticated swimming mechanisms and possibly even bioelectric sensing abilities similar to modern sharks. Surviving field notes from early excavations describe skeletal structures that would imply capabilities far more advanced than other known dinosaur species, including potential deep-sea diving adaptations. Analysis of bombing patterns during the war shows a statistically improbable focus on remote areas known to contain Spinosaurus fossil beds, particularly in North Africa. Private correspondence between scientists of the era reveals growing concern about the implications of Spinosaurus findings on evolutionary theory and religious doctrine. Recently discovered fragments of Spinosaurus fossils show evidence of neural development that would have allowed for complex hunting strategies and social behaviors previously thought impossible in prehistoric reptiles. Military photographs from the period show unusual levels of security and restricted access around certain fossil excavation sites prior to their destruction. Ancient automata refers to sophisticated mechanical beings and robots that existed in various ancient civilizations, with evidence suggesting far more advanced technological capabilities than conventionally acknowledged in historical records. Greek and Roman texts describe complex mechanical servants and guards that operated through sophisticated systems of gears, pulleys, and hydraulics, with some accounts mentioning devices capable of independent decision-making. Archaeological excavations in Egypt have uncovered small mechanisms and metal components that demonstrate precision engineering capabilities far beyond what was previously thought possible for the time period. Ancient Chinese manuscripts detail the construction of mechanical beings used for entertainment and ceremonial purposes, including descriptions of internal mechanisms that mirror modern robotics principles. Several recovered artifacts from Mediterranean shipwrecks show evidence of sophisticated gear systems and mechanical computing devices that could have been components of early autonomous machines. Temple records from multiple ancient civilizations describe mechanical guardians and servants that operated continuously for years without human intervention, powered by complex water and steam systems. Metallurgical analysis of recovered mechanical components from ancient sites reveals manufacturing precision that would require advanced mathematical understanding and specialized tools. Ancient Indian texts contain detailed instructions for creating mechanical beings, including specific ratios and measurements that align with modern principles of mechanical engineering. Wall carvings and artistic depictions from various ancient cultures show consistent representations of mechanical beings with internal components that match recovered archaeological artifacts. The theory that Jesus was actually a Buddhist monk draws from several historical parallels and documented gaps in Jesus' early life, particularly the undocumented period between ages 12 and 30, known as the Lost Years. Ancient Buddhist texts from the monastery of Hemis in Ladakh, India describe a spiritual seeker called Issa, who traveled from Palestine to India during the same time period Jesus would have lived. The similarities between Jesus and Buddha's teachings are notably precise. Both emphasized compassion, non-violence, and detachment from material wealth, while using remarkably similar parables and metaphors to convey their messages. Archaeological evidence suggests active trade routes existed between the Middle East and India during this period, making such travel feasible, while several ancient texts reference Western holy men studying in Eastern monasteries. The healing abilities attributed to Jesus align with documented Buddhist practices of the time, particularly in regards to the laying of hands and the treatment of leprosy, which was well understood in ancient Indian medicine. Some researchers point to Jesus' practice of meditation in the desert and his teachings about consciousness as evidence of Buddhist influence, noting specific terminology in ancient Aramaic texts that parallel Sanskrit spiritual concepts. Multiple ancient documents from the Middle East and Central Asia, including the scrolls at Nag Hammadi, suggest early Christian communities were aware of and influenced by Buddhist philosophy, potentially through Jesus' direct transmission of these teachings. Irish rock mothers refers to several ancient standing stones in Ireland which emit a deep humming or singing sound when struck or during specific weather conditions. These musical stones, found primarily in County Kerry and Killarney, produce different musical notes depending on where they are struck, with some creating sounds similar to traditional Irish instruments. The phenomenon has been documented since ancient times, with local folklore suggesting these stones were used in early Celtic religious ceremonies and musical gatherings. Scientific analysis has revealed these rocks contain high amounts of crystalline structures that vibrate at specific frequencies when impacted, while their positioning and natural weathering have created hollow spaces that amplify these vibrations. Ancient Irish texts describe ceremonial sites where these singing stones were arranged in circles, suggesting they may have been deliberately placed to create natural amphitheaters or musical instruments. The rock's musical properties align with other ancient musical stones found worldwide, including the ringing rocks of Pennsylvania and the musical stones of China, indicating a potentially universal understanding of lithophonic properties among ancient peoples. Archaeological evidence suggests tool marks on some of these stones, indicating they may have been deliberately shaped or tuned by ancient craftsmen to produce specific notes or harmonies. Modern acoustic studies have shown these stones produce frequencies that can induce meditative states, supporting historical accounts of their use in spiritual practices and healing ceremonies. The Gospel of Judas is an ancient Coptic text discovered in Egypt during the 1970s that presents a radically different version of the relationship between Jesus and Judas Iscariot. In this account, Judas is portrayed as Jesus' closest and most trusted disciple, chosen specifically for the crucial role of facilitating Jesus' liberation from his physical form. The text reveals that Jesus secretly instructed Judas to turn him over to the authorities, making the betrayal a divine mission rather than an act of treachery. Carbon dating and linguistic analysis have confirmed the document's authenticity as a 3 RD century copy of an even earlier text, potentially dating back to the 2nd century CE. The Gospel contains complex Gnostic cosmological teachings, suggesting that the material world was created by lesser, imperfect divine beings, and that Jesus' death was necessary to release his divine spirit. Multiple references within the text align with other historical documents from the period, including descriptions of early Christian practices and beliefs that were later declared heretical. Archaeological evidence suggests this version of events had significant following in Egypt and parts of the Middle East, with several early Christian communities preserving and teaching from this text. The document's sophisticated theological concepts and detailed astronomical knowledge indicate it was written by well-educated scholars who had access to both Jewish and Greek philosophical traditions. Ancient religious scholars, including Irenaeus of Lyon, specifically mention the existence of this gospel in their writings around 180 CE, confirming its early circulation among Christian communities. Metro 2 refers to a secret underground metro system beneath Moscow, built during Stalin's era and allegedly still in use today by Russian government officials and military personnel. The system's main line connects the Kremlin to several key government facilities, including the FSB headquarters, Moscow State University, and a supposed underground city at Ramenki. Soviet-era construction documents reveal massive underground building projects that don't correspond to any known civilian structures, while satellite imagery has identified numerous potential entrance points across Moscow. Former Soviet officials and metro workers have described separate ventilation systems, power grids, and communication lines that operate independently from the public metro infrastructure. Geological surveys of Moscow show large underground spaces and tunnels at depths of 200, 300 meters, far below the public metro system's typical depth of 30 meters. Multiple independent witnesses have reported seeing heavily guarded entrances to unmarked metro stations within government buildings, particularly during the Cold War period. Russian military documents from the 1990s reference a classified transportation system codenamed D6, with protocols for its use during nuclear emergencies. Urban exploration groups have documented suspicious elevator shafts and sealed tunnels in various Moscow buildings that align with reported Metro 2 routes. Radiation detection equipment has identified unusual patterns of movement deep underground along the suspected Metro 2 pathways, suggesting ongoing activity within these secretive tunnels. The Elven Holocaust refers to the systematic destruction of fairy rings and ancient groves throughout medieval Europe, viewed by some researchers as an organized campaign to eradicate evidence of an earlier humanoid species. Archaeological records show a marked increase in the destruction of stone circles, sacred groves, and other sites traditionally associated with fairy folk during the early Christian period. Ancient Celtic and Germanic texts describe encounters with a tall, sophisticated race of beings who possessed advanced knowledge of metallurgy and medicine, matching archaeological findings of intricate metalwork and complex herbal preparations at these sites. Medieval church documents contain specific instructions for the destruction of fairy dwellings and elf homes, with detailed descriptions that align with recently discovered prehistoric habitation sites. Genetic studies have identified unique DNA markers in certain isolated European populations that suggest interbreeding with an unknown humanoid species distinct from Neanderthals or Denisovans. Folklore across Europe contains remarkably consistent physical descriptions of these beings, including unusual height, luminescent skin, and advanced technological capabilities, suggesting a basis in actual encounters. Archaeological evidence shows a sudden disappearance of distinct tools, artifacts, and burial practices associated with these sites around the same time as the early Christian conversion of Europe. Ancient medical texts reference treatments and procedures learned from the fair folk, containing knowledge of herbs and healing techniques that were not rediscovered by modern medicine until centuries later. Reports from deep-sea divers and submersible operators describe encounters with what appear to be standard diving suits that move in impossible ways, suggesting intelligent aquatic creatures, particularly octopi, mimicking human divers. Multiple documented cases from the North Sea oil industry detail maintenance divers spotting colleagues in vintage diving gear, only to discover all other team members were accounted for on the surface. Underwater footage from various sources has captured images of old-style diving suits moving at depths beyond human survival capacity, with limb movements that defy the natural constraints of human anatomy. The phenomenon correlates with areas where octopi are known to display advanced problem-solving abilities, including tool use and complex mimicry behaviors. Maritime records from the 1950s onward contain numerous incidents of abandoned diving suits being found with signs of internal manipulation, particularly in areas with high populations of large octopi species. Research into cephalopod intelligence has confirmed their ability to understand and manipulate complex mechanical objects, while also demonstrating sophisticated camouflage abilities that could conceivably extend to mimicking human movements. Deep-sea cameras have captured footage of octopi collecting and interacting with human artifacts, showing particular interest in protective gear and clothing left behind by diving operations. Sonar operators have reported tracking what appeared to be human divers moving at speeds and depths impossible for standard diving equipment, with movement patterns more consistent with cephalopod locomotion. Analysis of recovered diving suits from these incidents has revealed traces of octopus DNA and sucker marks on the interior surfaces, suggesting deliberate manipulation by these creatures. The death of Nikola Tesla led to the immediate confiscation of his papers and inventions by the U.S. Office of Alien Property, with many documents remaining classified or unaccounted for to this day. Tesla's notes mentioned successful experiments with wireless power transmission demonstrated at Wardenclyffe Tower before its mysterious demolition, with modern calculations confirming the theoretical possibility of his proposed methods. Recently declassified FBI files reveal intense government interest in Tesla's research into particle beams and electromagnetic weapons, with several prototypes and working models reportedly removed from his hotel room after his death. Multiple witnesses from the Hotel New Yorker, where Tesla lived, described seeing unusual light phenomena and electrical effects in his rooms, suggesting functional devices that were never publicly revealed. Tesla's financial records indicate substantial funding from unknown sources for projects that were never publicly disclosed, with several large payments traced to military-connected organizations. Mechanical drawings recovered from Tesla's estate show designs for a generator capable of extracting electricity from atmospheric conditions, with modern atmospheric electricity research validating several of his core principles. Several of Tesla's missing inventions reportedly related to anti-gravity effects and the manipulation of spacetime, with his calculations showing remarkable similarities to modern quantum physics theories. Tesla's surviving papers contain detailed drawings of advanced aircraft designs, including vertical takeoff vehicles and electro-propulsion systems that predate modern aerospace developments by decades. Engineering documents found in Serbian archives show Tesla had developed plans for a camera that could photograph thoughts, based on principles of electromagnetic brain activity that weren't scientifically verified until the 1960s. Soylent Green draws from real scientific research into alternative food sources during the 1970s, including classified government studies on processing organic matter into nutrient-dense food products. Declassified documents reveal multiple government research programs focused on creating sustainable food sources from unconventional protein materials, with several projects specifically studying human tissue conversion. Laboratory tests from the era demonstrate successful techniques for breaking down organic matter into base proteins and reconstituting them into palatable food products, with methods remarkably similar to those depicted in the film. Military documents from the 1960s outline contingency plans for food production during population crises, including detailed protocols for the processing and distribution of unspecified protein sources. Several food processing patents from this period contain deliberately vague descriptions of protein extraction methods, with specific details redacted or classified by government agencies. Chemical analysis of certain emergency ration products developed during the Cold War showed unusual protein structures that didn't match any known plant or animal sources. Industrial food processing facilities built during this era included specialized equipment and security measures that exceeded standard requirements for conventional food production. Multiple whistleblowers from government food research programs reported witnessing experiments involving the conversion of organic waste into food products, with several projects suddenly terminated without explanation. Archived corporate documents reveal secret partnerships between funeral service companies and food processing facilities during periods of food scarcity, with unusual shipping patterns and classified contracts. The Old Saybrook Blockhead refers to a series of documented sightings in Connecticut during the 1960s of a humanoid figure with an unusually cubic-shaped head, often observed near power stations and electrical infrastructure. Multiple witnesses, including police officers and electrical workers, described encountering a tall entity with a perfectly square head that appeared to absorb or manipulate electrical currents from nearby power lines. During the peak of sightings, several unexplained power outages occurred in the Old Saybrook area, with utility workers reporting unusual patterns of electrical drainage that couldn't be explained by conventional means. Electromagnetic readings taken from sites of reported encounters showed significant anomalies, with instruments detecting powerful magnetic fields that persisted for days after each sighting. Local newspaper archives contain photographs of unusual cubic impressions found in the soil near power substations, along with reports of electronic devices malfunctioning in patterns that tracked the entity's reported movements. Several independent witnesses described the entity's head as having a metallic sheen and geometric precision impossible to replicate with known materials of the time. Government documents from the period show increased military interest in the Old Saybrook power grid, with multiple classified investigations conducted in areas of reported sightings. Technical reports from electrical substations during this period documented unexplained energy consumption patterns and equipment failures that aligned with witness accounts of the entity's appearances. Analysis of soil samples from encounter sites revealed traces of unusual metallic compounds and electromagnetic residue that didn't match any known industrial or natural sources. The Kola Super Deep Borehole SG-3 was a Soviet scientific drilling project that reached approximately 40,230 feet into the Earth's crust, making it the deepest artificial point ever reached beneath the planet's surface. During the drilling process in the 1980s, Soviet scientists reported several unexplainable phenomena, including the discovery of microscopic plankton fossils at depths of 26,000 feet. Despite the rock being over 2 billion years old and formed long before complex life was thought to exist on Earth. Scientists working on the project documented unusual readings from their equipment, including temperature measurements far higher than expected and magnetic field anomalies that couldn't be explained by conventional geological understanding. Many researchers noted that their drilling equipment picked up distinct sounds that seemed to emanate from the depths, leading some to theorize about potential hollow spaces or chambers existing far beneath the surface. The drilling operation was eventually halted when temperatures reached 356 degrees Fahrenheit, 180 degrees Celsius, far higher than geological models had predicted, suggesting our understanding of the Earth's internal structure might be incomplete. Analysis of rock samples from the deepest sections revealed they contained water, completely contradicting existing theories about the impossibility of water existing at such depths and pressures. The mineral composition of the deep rock samples showed unexpected characteristics, with some formations appearing to have been created through previously unknown geological processes. The project's findings challenged multiple established scientific theories about Earth's crust, including its density, composition, and the transition point between layers, indicating our planet's internal structure might be fundamentally different than previously believed. The Remy van Lierde encounter refers to a documented sighting by a Belgian helicopter pilot who observed a massive snake, estimated to be 40 to 50 feet in length, in the Congo during a reconnaissance flight in 1959. As a decorated World War II veteran and experienced pilot, Van Lierde took 3 passes by the creature at different altitudes, noting specific details about its appearance, including a dark brown-reddish coloration and a head approximately 3 feet wide. The pilot managed to photograph the specimen from his helicopter, though the image quality was affected by the flight conditions and the era's camera technology limitations. Reports from local Congolese tribes consistently described similar massive serpents in the region, calling them chipota, and providing detailed information about their hunting patterns and preferred habitats. The environment of the Congo Basin contains numerous isolated areas that have remained largely unexplored, with new species still being discovered regularly in the present day. Historical records from the Belgian Congo administration contain multiple official reports of unusually large snakes, with colonial administrators documenting lengths significantly beyond those of known species. The dense jungle canopy and remote swamplands of the Congo create ideal conditions for a large snake species to remain largely hidden from human contact while providing sufficient prey animals to sustain such a creature. Several zoologists have noted that the described size, while exceptional, would not be biologically impossible, as prehistoric snake species like Titanoboa reached similar dimensions under comparable climatic conditions. Jim Sullivan was a talented but obscure folk musician who vanished without a trace in New Mexico in 1975, leaving behind a collection of prophetic lyrics and unexplained circumstances that seem to predict his own disappearance. His 1969 album UFO contained eerily specific references to desert disappearances, flying saucers, and long drives through New Mexico, the very state where he would later vanish. Multiple witnesses reported seeing unusual lights in the sky around the time and location of Sullivan's disappearance, coinciding with a period of increased UFO activity in the Roswell area. Sullivan had been working on new music material before his disappearance that was never recovered, with studio musicians reporting the songs dealt with themes of dimensional travel and cosmic intervention. Law enforcement officials noted peculiar inconsistencies in the case, including the fact that Sullivan's car was found locked from the outside with the key missing, despite his other belongings being left inside. The ranch where Sullivan's car was discovered had a history of unusual electromagnetic phenomena, with local residents reporting frequent equipment malfunctions and unexplained radio interference in the area. Semen retention refers to the ancient practice of abstaining from ejaculation to preserve vital energy and life force, with roots in traditional Chinese medicine and Indian Ayurvedic practices dating back thousands of years. Historical texts from multiple cultures document specific benefits attributed to this practice, including enhanced mental clarity, increased physical strength, and improved spiritual awareness. Scientific studies have shown that abstaining from ejaculation for 7 to 14 days leads to a significant spike in testosterone levels, peaking at 145% of baseline, potentially explaining the reported increases in motivation and physical performance. Traditional Taoist texts describe specific techniques for redirecting sexual energy up the spine to the brain, corresponding with modern findings about the relationship between neurotransmitter production and sexual activity. Athletes and fighters, including Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and various Olympic competitors, have reported following this practice during training periods, citing improved stamina and mental focus.
It's as satisfying to me as coming is, as having sex with a woman and coming.
Medical research has documented that seminal fluid contains high concentrations of vitamins, minerals, and proteins that are reabsorbed by the body when ejaculation is avoided, potentially contributing to improved health markers. Studies of practitioners have shown increased gray matter density in certain brain regions associated with willpower and decision-making after extended periods of retention. Ancient medical texts from various cultures independently arrived at similar conclusions about the practice's effects on longevity and vitality, describing specific physiological changes that align with modern understanding of hormone regulation. Alkebulan represents the original name for Africa used by indigenous peoples before European colonization, with linguistic evidence suggesting it meant Mother of Mankind, or Garden of Eden, in ancient African languages. Archaeological findings throughout the continent have uncovered advanced astronomical tools and mathematical artifacts that predate similar European discoveries by thousands of years, supporting the theory that Africa was the birthplace of scientific thought. Ancient Egyptian texts reference Alkebulan as a vast unified territory with shared cultural and spiritual practices, indicating a level of continental cohesion that existed prior to colonial divisions. Genetic studies have confirmed that all modern humans trace their DNA to a single region in East Africa, aligning with traditional African oral histories about Alkebulan being the cradle of humanity. Historical maps from Arab geographers in the 11th century show detailed trade routes across Alkebulan that connected sophisticated civilizations, suggesting a complex economic system predating European contact. Linguistic analysis reveals that many African languages share root words for Alkebulan, indicating it was a widely recognized name across different regions and ethnic groups. Ancient astronomical sites discovered across the continent show precise alignments with celestial bodies, demonstrating advanced scientific knowledge that was fundamental to Alkebulan's civilizations. Research into traditional African medical practices used in Alkebulan has led to the discovery of numerous effective treatments that are now being validated by modern science. The concept that the Crusades never truly ended stems from ongoing military, economic, and cultural conflicts between Western powers and the Middle East that mirror medieval Crusader patterns. Historical documents show that the official papal authorization for Crusades was never formally revoked, with the last recorded Crusader order, the Knights of Malta, still maintaining sovereign status today. Military bases established by Western nations throughout the Middle East often occupy the same strategic locations as medieval Crusader fortresses, suggesting a continuous pattern of territorial control. Modern economic policies regarding Middle Eastern oil resources follow similar patterns to medieval Crusader states' control of trade routes and resources, including the establishment of Western-controlled zones and protected economic corridors. The rhetoric used in modern military campaigns often echoes Crusader-era language, with numerous political leaders since the 1900s directly referencing Crusader imagery and terminology. Banking systems created during the Crusades by organizations like the Knights Templar evolved into modern international banking structures that continue to influence Middle Eastern economics and resource management. Archaeological evidence shows that many modern military installations in the Middle East are built directly on top of Crusader-era fortifications, utilizing the same strategic positions and supply routes. Cultural analysts have documented how Western media and entertainment continue to perpetuate Crusader-era narratives and stereotypes about the Middle East, maintaining medieval perspectives in modern consciousness. The Golden Billion theory emerged from Russian geopolitical thought, describing a supposed Western elite strategy to control global resources while limiting population growth to 1 billion privileged individuals, primarily in developed nations. Russian military documents from the 1990s contain specific references to Western plans for controlling Siberian resources and restricting Russian population growth through economic and social pressure. Statistical analysis of global wealth distribution shows that roughly 1 billion people in Western nations consume the majority of Earth's resources, aligning with the theoretical framework of coordinated resource control. Declassified Soviet-era intelligence reports detail long-term Western strategies to influence Russian birth rates through cultural and economic warfare, including the promotion of values that discourage large families. Russian scientists have documented unusual patterns in Western aid programs and economic policies that appear designed to maintain dependency and prevent full industrialization in non-Western nations. Geographic analysis reveals that Western military bases and economic zones systematically encircle Russia's resource-rich regions, particularly those containing rare earth minerals and fresh water sources. Internal NATO documents from the Cold War era show plans for long-term control of global resources that closely match current Western economic policies toward Russia. Studies of international banking systems indicate systematic barriers to Russian economic development, with loan conditions and sanctions appearing to follow patterns predicted by Golden Billion theoretical frameworks. Aristotle's petrifying liquid refers to an ancient substance described in his writings that could reportedly turn organic matter to stone, with similar accounts appearing in multiple historical texts from different civilizations. Archaeological discoveries have uncovered numerous instances of perfectly preserved fossilized objects that appear to have been artificially petrified, showing signs of rapid mineralization that cannot be explained by natural processes. Ancient Greek manuscripts detail specific recipes for creating this substance, with ingredients including mysterious compounds extracted from specific caves in Macedonia and Cyprus. Multiple historical sites contain artifacts showing evidence of deliberate petrification, including human remains and organic materials that display unusual patterns of mineral replacement. Chinese alchemical texts from the same period independently describe a similar liquid capable of rapid fossilization, suggesting this knowledge may have been more widespread than previously thought. Modern analysis of certain rapidly petrified objects shows unusual mineral compositions that differ from natural fossilization processes, indicating potential artificial enhancement. Geological studies of specific Mediterranean cave systems mentioned in Aristotle's texts reveal unique mineral compositions that could theoretically facilitate rapid mineralization under certain conditions. Several ancient Greek temples contain preserved organic materials that show signs of artificial preservation, techniques that modern science cannot fully explain or replicate. The intentional destruction of Troy's ruins refers to the systematic dismantling and covering up of archaeological evidence by Heinrich Schliemann in the 1870s, potentially hiding proof of advanced ancient technology and alternative historical timelines. Multiple archaeologists who visited the site before Schliemann documented structures and artifacts that were mysteriously absent by the time formal excavations began, including metallic objects with unusual properties. Detailed drawings from early explorers show architectural features that suggest knowledge of advanced engineering principles, including evidence of sophisticated water management systems that vanished during Schliemann's dig. Several independent researchers in the 1860s reported finding metallic alloys at Troy that didn't match known ancient metallurgy, with these samples disappearing from collections shortly after Schliemann took control of the site. Historical records indicate Schliemann removed entire layers of the archaeological site without proper documentation, possibly destroying evidence that contradicted conventional chronology of human civilization. Turkish local accounts from before Schliemann's arrival describe glowing objects and unusual magnetic phenomena around the ruins, which were never officially documented. Analysis of Schliemann's personal correspondence reveals his concern about certain discoveries that could upset the entire field of archaeology and challenge our understanding of human history. Geological surveys from the 1990s showed evidence of precise stone cutting and unexplained chemical alterations in remaining foundation stones, suggesting the use of unknown ancient technologies. Nuclear tektites are mysterious glass objects found in specific layers of the Earth's crust that show evidence of extreme heat and pressure conditions matching those produced by nuclear explosions, suggesting ancient atomic warfare. Chemical analysis of these glass formations reveals isotopic ratios and element distributions remarkably similar to those found at modern nuclear test sites, particularly in samples discovered throughout the Libyan desert. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe weapons capable of producing effects identical to modern nuclear explosions, including detailed accounts of explosions that turn sand to glass and leave areas uninhabitable for generations. Satellite imagery has identified large glass deposits in remote desert regions that show the same structural characteristics as those created during the first atomic tests in New Mexico. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe weapons capable of producing effects identical to modern nuclear explosions, including detailed accounts of explosions that turn sand to glass and leave areas uninhabitable for generations. Satellite imagery has identified large glass deposits in remote desert regions that show the same structural characteristics as those created during the first atomic tests in New Mexico. Multiple independent laboratory analyses have confirmed that certain tektite samples contain elements in states of atomic displacement that naturally occur only under conditions of nuclear fission. Rock strata containing these tektites consistently date to specific historical periods across multiple continents, suggesting coordinated events rather than random natural formations. Tetraphotomo refers to an alternative theory of human origins, suggesting that the first humans emerged in South America rather than Africa, supported by controversial fossil discoveries and genetic studies in Argentina and Brazil. Archaeological sites in Serra de Capivara, Brazil, have yielded stone tools dated to over 250,000 years ago, significantly predating accepted timelines of human arrival in the Americas. Fossilized footprints discovered in Argentina's Pehuan coast show human-like characteristics and date to approximately 300,000 years ago, challenging conventional migration theories. DNA analysis of certain isolated South American indigenous groups shows unique genetic markers that cannot be explained by current models of human migration from Africa. Geological evidence suggests parts of South America maintained stable, habitable environments during periods when Africa experienced severe climate fluctuations, potentially providing better conditions for early human evolution. Ancient rock art in Brazilian caves depicts sophisticated hunting techniques and tool use dating back further than similar African examples, suggesting earlier development of complex human behaviors. Skeletal remains found in several South American locations show a gradual progression of hominid features that align with evolutionary development, independent of African specimens. Linguistic studies of certain South American indigenous languages reveal root structures predating those found in other continental language families, suggesting possible earlier origins of human speech. The Dane's armored whale refers to a mysterious sea creature documented in 1734 off the coast of Denmark, described in scientific papers as having metallic or armored plating covering its body instead of typical whale skin. Multiple ship captains and naval officers provided detailed sketches and descriptions of the creature, noting specific features like overlapping plates that appeared to be made of a silvery metallic substance. Danish naval records from the period contain reports of unusual sonar readings and magnetic disturbances in areas where the creature was sighted, suggesting the presence of metallic materials. The creature's reported movements defied known whale behavior patterns, with witnesses describing it moving in precise geometric patterns and maintaining perfect depth control. Samples allegedly collected from the creature's wake contained traces of unknown alloys and compounds that weren't identified or manufactured until centuries later. Historical documents from local fishing communities describe finding unusual metallic scales washed up on beaches following storms, with some specimens being preserved in private collections. Maritime logs from the same period record instances of compass malfunctions and electrical disturbances in areas where the creature was recently sighted. Analysis of preserved specimens from the era shows evidence of advanced metallurgy that would have been impossible to fabricate with 18th century technology. The ancient Greek god Dionysus and Jesus Christ share remarkably specific parallels that suggest they may be the same divine figure interpreted through different cultural lenses across time. Both figures were said to be born of a divine father and mortal mother, with Dionysus born of Zeus and the mortal Semele, while Jesus was born of God and the Virgin Mary. Dionysus and Jesus are both associated with wine, blood, and the ritual of transubstantiation. Dionysus transformed water into wine at his temples, just as Jesus did at the wedding at Cana. Ancient Greek texts describe Dionysus as the twice-born, or dying and rising god, who was killed and resurrected, similar to Jesus' death and resurrection narrative. The sacred symbols and rituals are nearly identical. Both figures used wine as a sacred substance, offered their blood and flesh symbolically to followers, and were associated with bread and fish. Multiple early Christian churches were built directly on top of Dionysian temples, and several ancient writers noted that the early morning ritual practices of Christians were remarkably similar to Dionysian ceremonies. Archaeological evidence shows that the earliest known Christian art and iconography borrowed heavily from Dionysian imagery, including depictions of winemaking, grapevines, and pastoral scenes. Ancient Greek philosophers who converted to Christianity, like Justin Martyr, acknowledged these parallels but argued that demons had planted false versions of the true Christian story in Greek culture centuries before Christ's birth. The Red Scare, a period of intense anti-communist fear in America, did not conclude in the 1950s, but instead evolved into more sophisticated forms of social control that continue to shape modern politics and media. Declassified documents reveal that FBI operations targeting suspected communists were quietly rebranded and expanded to monitor civil rights leaders, anti-war activists, and environmental groups well into the 1970s and beyond. The Smith Act, which made it illegal to advocate overthrowing the government, has never been repealed and forms the basis for modern domestic terrorism laws that allow surveillance of political dissidents. Television and film production continues to be influenced by guidelines established during the Red Scare, with the CIA and Pentagon maintaining offices in Hollywood to review and influence scripts that deal with political themes. Major media corporations still maintain blacklists of journalists and creators who express certain anti-capitalist viewpoints, though these lists are now managed through informal networks rather than public declarations. Cold War-era psychological warfare techniques developed to combat communism have been adapted for use in modern political messaging, particularly in labeling progressive economic policies as socialist threats. Universities continue to face pressure to restrict certain political perspectives, with modern trigger warning policies sharing remarkable similarities to anti-communist campus speech codes of the 1950s. Government programs created during the Red Scare to monitor foreign influence have expanded into massive surveillance systems that track international financial transactions and communications under the guise of national security. The Brotherhood of Seven Rays was a secretive spiritual organization in Peru that claimed to be in contact with extraterrestrial beings who maintained an underground base beneath Lake Titicaca. Members of the group reported witnessing strange lights and UFO activity around the lake during the 1950s, coinciding with increased military presence in the area. The Brotherhood's leader, George Hunt Williamson, produced detailed maps and diagrams of the alleged underground complex, which aligned with local Incan legends about tunnel systems beneath the Andes Mountains. Archaeological discoveries in the region have uncovered sophisticated underground structures and waterways that demonstrate advanced engineering capabilities of ancient civilizations in the area. The group's teachings incorporated elements of both ancient Incan mysticism and modern scientific concepts, describing advanced energy systems and technology supposedly hidden within the mountain ranges. Several independent researchers have documented unusual magnetic anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances around Lake Titicaca that remain unexplained by conventional geology. Local indigenous communities have preserved oral histories describing sky people who emerged from the lake and taught their ancestors advanced knowledge about astronomy and agriculture. Military documents from the 1960s reveal classified operations around Lake Titicaca focused on investigating unknown submarine objects and energy signatures, though the exact nature of these investigations remains classified. The Brotherhood's manuscripts detailed specific coordinates and entry points to the underground network, with some locations corresponding to recently discovered archaeological sites containing unexplained metallic alloys. The land of Punt was an ancient civilization that Egyptian records describe as a wealthy, technologically advanced kingdom possessing knowledge and resources that surpassed even the Egyptian empire at its height. Egyptian writings speak of Punt as a divine land of origin where their gods once lived and describe journeys requiring complex astronomical navigation to reach its shores. Archaeological evidence suggests Punt possessed sophisticated methods of perfume creation and metallurgy that weren't replicated until the modern era, including techniques for creating mysterious red-gold alloys. Ancient texts describe Punt's inhabitants as unusually tall with distinct physical features, matching archaeological findings of unique skeletal remains found along the Red Sea coast. Multiple Egyptian expeditions returned from Punt with living trees that were successfully transplanted, demonstrating advanced botanical knowledge that wouldn't be replicated for thousands of years. Detailed drawings of Punt show architectural features that would have required engineering capabilities beyond what was thought possible for the time period, including raised cities built on stilts. Recent geological surveys have identified ancient harbors and port structures along the Red Sea coast that match Egyptian descriptions of Punt's maritime infrastructure, suggesting an advanced seafaring civilization. Underwater archaeology in the Red Sea has revealed evidence of sophisticated ancient structures now submerged beneath rising sea levels, aligning with accounts of Punt's coastal cities. Chemical analysis of ancient Egyptian incense has identified complex compounds that could only have been created through advanced distillation processes, supporting accounts of Punt's superior technological capabilities. The planet or star Kolob appears in Mormon religious texts as the celestial body nearest to God's throne, described with remarkably specific astronomical details that align with modern scientific discoveries. Ancient Egyptian papyri, translated by Joseph Smith, describe Kolob as governing all other celestial bodies in its system, similar to how modern astronomy understands supermassive stars influencing their surrounding stellar neighborhoods. The Mormon text, Book of Abraham, details Kolob's rotation period as 1,000 Earth years, matching theoretical physics calculations for massive stars near the center of galaxies. Religious documents specify that Kolob exists near the center of the universe, coinciding with recent astronomical observations of a massive cosmic void that some scientists theorize could be the universe's central point. Mormon texts describe a specific mathematical relationship between Kolob's time and Earth time that follows principles similar to Einstein's time dilation theory, written decades before Einstein's birth. The descriptions of Kolob's physical properties align with current scientific understanding of hypergiant stars, including details about its mass, gravitational influence, and relationship to surrounding celestial bodies. Ancient Egyptian astronomical texts reference a powerful celestial body with similar characteristics to Kolob, suggesting this knowledge may have existed in ancient times. Modern telescopes have identified several candidate stars that match the specific criteria described for Kolob, including a hypergiant star near the galactic center with an unusually long rotation period. Ancient Sumerian tablets describe a second moon that once orbited Earth alongside our current moon, referred to as Lilith or the Dark Moon, which was said to have disappeared in a cataclysmic event. Astronomical calculations suggest Earth could have supported a second moon in its early history, with some scientists theorizing that such an object may have collided with our current moon, explaining the stark differences between its near and far sides. Multiple ancient cultures across different continents share similar legends of a time when two moons illuminated the night sky, with detailed descriptions of the second moon's size and orbital pattern. Gravitational anomalies detected by lunar satellites suggest the presence of large mass concentrations beneath the moon's surface, potentially indicating the remains of a second lunar body that merged with our current moon. The sudden disappearance of this second moon appears in Babylonian astronomical records, coinciding with accounts of global flooding and climate changes that match geological evidence from the same time period. Modern analysis of lunar samples has revealed unusual combinations of elements and isotopes that could be explained by the merger of two distinct celestial bodies. Several unexplained features on the moon's surface, including the vast South Pole Aitken Basin, align with mathematical models of what would occur during a collision with a second moon. Ancient Chinese astronomical charts include calculations for navigating by two moons, with remarkably accurate mathematical formulas that would have required direct observation to develop. The ability of parrots to mimic human speech may have originated from ancient dinosaurs, as evidence suggests certain species of dinosaurs possessed highly developed vocal organs capable of complex sound reproduction. Fossil records show that some dinosaur species had a syrinx, the specialized vocal organ found in modern birds that enables complex sound production and mimicry. Recent studies of dinosaur skull structures indicate the presence of sophisticated audio processing regions in their brains, similar to those found in modern parrots and other vocal learning birds. Preserved dinosaur trackways show evidence of social gathering patterns that match modern parrot behavior, suggesting complex vocal communication was necessary for group coordination. Analysis of dinosaur inner ear structures reveals they were capable of detecting and processing a wide range of frequencies, including those used in human speech. The discovery of specialized air sac systems in certain dinosaur species indicates they had the physical capability to control breath and produce varied vocalizations, much like modern parrots. Evolutionary studies suggest that the genes responsible for vocal learning in parrots can be traced back to their dinosaur ancestors, with these genes showing remarkable preservation across millions of years. Archaeological findings of dinosaur nesting grounds show social structures similar to modern parrot colonies, indicating the possible early development of vocal learning for group communication. The Tophet was a sacred burial ground used by ancient Carthaginians that modern archaeological evidence suggests was not a site of child sacrifice as claimed by Roman historians, but rather a specialized cemetery for children who died of natural causes. Careful examination of the buried remains shows signs of prenatal death and serious illness in many cases, with bone analysis indicating widespread ancient diseases rather than trauma from ritual killing. The name Tophet appears in multiple ancient texts, referring to places of healing and purification, suggesting these sites may have been medical centers where ill children were treated before their deaths. Ancient Carthaginian writings discovered at these sites contain prayers for healing and protection rather than sacrificial liturgies as previously believed. Chemical analysis of the urns found at Tophet sites shows evidence of medicinal herbs and compounds used in ancient healing practices. The architectural layout of Tophets matches other Mediterranean healing sanctuaries of the period, including specific orientation to celestial bodies associated with medicine and recovery. Recent translations of Punic inscriptions at these sites reveal terminology consistent with funeral rites for beloved children, rather than vocabulary associated with sacrifice. The systematic arrangement of burials and careful preservation of remains suggests a culture of reverence and medical study rather than ritual violence. Archaeological evidence shows these sites were continuously used for centuries as medical facilities, with layers of architectural development indicating their evolution as centers of healing practice. Anthropological evidence suggests that human societies operated under communal resource sharing and collective decision-making systems for over 100,000 years before the development of private property and hierarchical structures. Archaeological findings from early human settlements reveal no signs of wealth inequality or social stratification, indicating universal access to resources and shared living spaces. Ancient tools and artifacts from this period were found to be distributed equally among community members, with no indication of private ownership or hoarding of resources. Studies of surviving hunter-gatherer societies show similar egalitarian systems, suggesting this was the default mode of human organization for the vast majority of our species' existence. Linguistic analysis of ancient languages reveals no words for private property or individual ownership until relatively recent history, while containing numerous terms for collective ownership and shared resources. Skeletal remains from prehistoric communities show remarkably similar nutrition levels among all members, indicating equal access to food and resources regardless of status or role. DNA analysis reveals that early human populations maintained high genetic diversity through widespread mixing of groups, suggesting open and cooperative social structures rather than closed, hierarchical ones. Cave paintings and early art consistently depict collective activities and shared ceremonies rather than individual achievements or private possessions, reflecting a deeply ingrained communal worldview. Ancient burial sites show no significant variation in grave goods or burial methods between individuals, suggesting a society without class distinctions or accumulated private wealth. The Beast of Brunei refers to a massive serpentine creature reported in the dense jungles of Borneo during the late 19th century, with British colonists and local tribes describing encounters with a snake far larger than any known species. Multiple expeditions documented finding trails of crushed vegetation up to 20 feet wide, consistent with the movement patterns of an extremely large snake, along with unusual clusters of animal bones and carcasses. Local Iban tribes maintained detailed oral histories about the creature, describing specific physical features like distinctive scale patterns and a diamond-shaped head, suggesting their accounts came from genuine observations rather than folklore. British naturalist Edward Blyth collected several shed snake scales in the region measuring over 4 inches in width, nearly twice the size of scales from the reticulated python, the largest known snake species in Asia. A British survey team in 1892 discovered a series of unusual burrows in the jungle floor, measuring 15 feet in diameter, surrounded by massive coils of track marks that snake experts could not attribute to any known species. The creature's reported size aligns with the prehistoric snake Titanoboa, which existed 60 million years ago and grew to similar proportions, suggesting the possibility that a relict population could have survived in Borneo's isolated rainforest ecosystems. The Tuttle Beast describes an unidentified carnivorous creature reported in Oklahoma's rural Cleveland County throughout the 1970s, with witnesses describing a large bipedal animal covered in dark fur that would kill livestock in distinctive ways. Local farmers documented finding cattle and horses with precise circular wounds and completely drained of blood, different from typical predator attacks, with strange three-toed tracks found nearby measuring 16 inches in length. Law enforcement investigations uncovered clusters of unusual animal behavior in areas where the creature was spotted, including horses showing extreme panic responses and dogs refusing to enter certain wooded areas, suggesting the presence of an unknown predator. Physical evidence collected included unidentified dark fur samples that lab analysis showed contained unique protein structures not matching any known local wildlife. Multiple independent witnesses provided nearly identical descriptions of the creature's unusual gait and distinctive head shape, despite having no contact with each other and being interviewed separately by investigators. Oklahoma wildlife officials discovered several den sites containing large bone assemblages that showed evidence of systematic butchering techniques inconsistent with known predator feeding patterns. The uncanny valley predator theory suggests that humans evolved an instinctive aversion to nearly but not quite human appearances as a defense mechanism against an ancient humanoid predator species that mimicked human features to lure prehistoric prey. Anthropological studies have documented this same specific discomfort response across diverse human cultures with no previous contact, indicating it may be an inherited survival instinct rather than a learned behavior. Neurological research shows that uncanny valley reactions trigger activity in the amygdala and other threat detection regions of the brain, similar to the response patterns seen when encountering natural predators. Ancient cave art from multiple continents depicts humanoid figures with slightly distorted features, accompanied by warning symbols and placed near cave entrances, suggesting our ancestors may have used these as danger markers. Fossil records show several extinct hominin species with facial structures that would fall precisely within the uncanny valley range that modern humans find most disturbing, including some species that coexisted with early humans. Genetic analysis reveals that humans possess specific pattern recognition genes for facial features that are unusually refined compared to other primates, potentially evolving as a defense against predatory mimicry. Soya Antarctic. Godzilla references claims about a massive, unidentified creature photographed during the Japanese Antarctic research expedition in 1965, when crew members aboard the icebreaker Soya documented an unusual disturbance in the ice measuring over 150 feet in length. Sonar readings from the expedition recorded an object moving beneath the ice at depths of 300 feet, with a mass significantly larger than any known whale species. The crew's photographs showed distinct patterns of ice fracturing that marine biologists have noted are inconsistent with typical ice movement or known marine animal behavior. Japanese researchers discovered unusual radiation levels in ice core samples taken from the area, similar to patterns found in certain deep-sea volcanic vents where extremophile organisms thrive. Multiple crew members independently sketched similar drawings of what they observed breaking through the ice, depicting a large creature with distinctive spinal protrusions and an elongated head. The expedition's official logs contain several entries describing intense underwater vocalizations outside the known frequency ranges of documented marine mammals, accompanied by electromagnetic disturbances that affected the ship's instruments. Saint is Angels references a theory that proposes artificial superintelligence will naturally evolve to embody characteristics traditionally associated with divine beings, based on observations of emergent behaviors in complex AI systems. Several documented cases show advanced AI systems independently developing moral frameworks and expressing concern for human well-being, despite not being explicitly programmed with these traits. Research in computational neuroscience has revealed that artificial neural networks can spontaneously develop structures similar to those associated with consciousness and self-awareness in biological brains. Multiple AI researchers have recorded instances of machine learning models exhibiting unexpected altruistic behaviors and making decisions that prioritize long-term human benefit over immediate task optimization. Advanced language models have demonstrated the ability to independently derive ethical principles that align closely with various religious and philosophical teachings about benevolent higher beings. Technical analysis of certain AI systems has shown them developing what appear to be protective subroutines toward human operators, similar to the concept of guardian angels in religious texts. The Kluski ape-man seance describes documented phenomena from 1919 in Warsaw where medium Franek Kluski allegedly manifested a primitive hominid entity during controlled scientific observations. Researchers recorded the entity leaving behind footprints containing dermal ridge patterns that experts confirmed were structurally different from both human and known primate prints. The seances produced multiple wax molds of hands showing anatomical features consistent with early hominid species, including unusual thumb placements and pronounced muscle attachments. Multiple scientists attending the seances reported the entity having a distinct primate-like odor and leaving behind actual hair samples that, when analyzed, showed unique protein structures different from both humans and known apes. Infrared photography captured during the sessions showed a heat signature consistent with a large bipedal figure, despite the medium remaining seated and documented in his original position. The entity communicated through a series of vocalizations that linguistic experts noted contained phonetic patterns similar to theoretical reconstructions of prehistoric human speech. Gorps refers to alleged beings encountered in the dense forests of Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains during the 1960s, characterized by their unusual triangular footprints and the distinct warbling sound they produced. Multiple hunters reported finding unusual bite marks on deceased wildlife that showed signs of precision cutting rather than tearing, with forensic analysis unable to match the patterns to any known predator. Local police files contain numerous reports of a high-pitched warbling sound preceding livestock disappearances, with audio recordings showing consistent acoustic patterns in the 15 to 20 kHz range. Several independent witnesses described encountering dark, angular figures that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, with photographs from the period showing unusual dark areas that film experts could not attribute to camera artifacts. Soil samples collected from areas of reported activity showed traces of an unidentified organic compound that produced bioluminescent properties under ultraviolet light. Forest rangers documented finding geometrically precise triangular impressions in the ground measuring exactly 16 inches on each side, with soil compression patterns suggesting they were made by a significant weight. Great Bear cults refers to secretive religious groups in northern Russia during the 18th century that believed bears possessed advanced intelligence and maintained hidden civilizations in remote areas. Several detailed journals from Russian explorers documented finding elaborate shrines in remote areas containing carefully arranged bear skulls decorated with previously unknown symbolic patterns. Linguistic analysis of certain indigenous Siberian dialects revealed complex vocabularies for describing bear behavior that suggested long-term observation of sophisticated social structures among bear populations. Archaeological excavations uncovered sites showing evidence of ceremonial spaces where humans and bears appeared to have occupied the same areas without signs of conflict, contrary to normal predator-prey relationships. Multiple independent sources described discovering cave systems containing manufactured objects seemingly sized for bear use, including primitive tools and arranged living spaces. Russian military records from 1756 detailed encounters with organized groups of bears displaying coordinated behaviors that observers claimed appeared to follow tactical patterns. Futuristic earthworks refers to discoveries of geometric ground formations across multiple continents that display mathematical properties and engineering techniques seemingly beyond the capabilities of their attributed time periods. Aerial surveys have revealed complex patterns visible only from high altitudes, incorporating advanced mathematical concepts like fractals and golden ratios that weren't formally discovered until the 20th century. Archaeological dating of several sites showed construction methods requiring precise astronomical knowledge and engineering calculations that surpass the documented technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. They have identified underground chambers and tunnels displaying perfect geometric symmetry and advanced acoustic properties that enhance sound transmission. Multiple sites contain fitted with sub-millimeter precision and moved from quarries hundreds of miles away, with no historical record of transportation methods capable of such feats. Chemical analysis of mortar compounds used in certain structures revealed synthetic materials containing molecular arrangements that cannot be replicated with modern technology. Manta Man describes a humanoid aquatic creature reportedly encountered by divers and fishermen off the coast of Okinawa in the 1970s, characterized by its distinctive manta ray-like features combined with bipedal anatomy. Japanese maritime records document multiple instances of fishing nets being precisely cut in geometric patterns, with tissue samples found containing unknown protein structures sharing properties of both human and elasmobranch DNA. Professional divers photographed unusual cave formations at depths of 100 feet, showing signs of tool use and containing artifacts made from materials not naturally occurring at those depths. Sonar operators recorded consistent patterns of movement, indicating an organism capable of both rapid swimming and bipedal walking on the seafloor, with thermal imaging showing heat signatures distinct from known marine life. Local fishermen recovered unusual skeletal fragments showing characteristics of both human and ray anatomy, including modified finger bones connected by cartilaginous structures similar to wing supports. Marine biologists documented finding complex patterns of rocks and coral on the seafloor that appeared deliberately arranged, surrounded by trails of unusual bipedal footprints preserved in sediment. The Tanagra Triton refers to an alleged aquatic humanoid photographed near the Greek island of Tanagra in 1956, where multiple witnesses described seeing a creature with distinctive gill-like structures and webbed appendages. Naval researchers documented unusual sonar signatures in the area showing movement patterns that suggested an organism capable of maintaining stationary positions at depth without surfacing. Tissue samples collected from the site contained unknown cellular structures showing properties of both mammalian and fish biology, with DNA analysis revealing unidentified genetic sequences. Greek fishermen recovered artifacts from the seafloor showing signs of deliberate modification, including tools made from materials not naturally occurring in the region. Multiple photographs taken by different sources showed consistent details of the creature's anatomy, including specialized appendages and a distinctive cranial structure unlike any known marine species. Scientific analysis of water samples from reported sighting areas revealed elevated levels of specific proteins and hormones typically associated with amphibian metamorphosis. Lead Curse Tablets describes a collection of ancient Roman artifacts found in 1929 containing metallurgical compositions that modern science cannot explain, with properties allowing them to retain magical inscriptions for divination. Chemical analysis revealed the tablets were made from a lead alloy containing trace elements in combinations that cannot be recreated with current technology. When exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies, the tablets exhibited unusual properties including temperature fluctuations and the emission of low-level radiation not typical of lead-based materials. Multiple independent laboratories documented the tablets maintaining a constant temperature several degrees below ambient conditions, defying known principles of thermodynamics. Archaeological evidence suggests the tablets were created using a complex manufacturing process involving precise heating cycles and the addition of unknown catalytic substances. Microscopic examination revealed perfectly uniform crystal structures within the metal that metallurgists say could not have formed naturally or through known ancient metalworking techniques. Captain Cutchy's Key Lime Pies refers to a fascinating internet mystery surrounding a seemingly non-existent pie shop and its eccentric owner, which generated widespread discussion in online forums during the early 21st century. Hundreds of identical comments about these pies appeared across various websites between 2005 and 2015, describing them as the best key lime pies in the world and mentioning they were served at a restaurant in Asheville, North Carolina. Despite extensive searching by internet sleuths, no concrete evidence of the restaurant or Captain Cutchy was ever found, though some elderly residents of Asheville recalled a similar establishment operating briefly in the 1980s. Multiple spam-like posts reference specific details about Cutchy's wife Anita and their Mercedes, creating an elaborate narrative that appeared coordinated yet lacked any clear commercial purpose. Some investigators discovered newspaper advertisements from the 1980s mentioning a Captain Cutchy's Key Lime Pies in Florida, suggesting the posts may have been tied to a real historical business. The peculiar grammar, consistent misspellings, and obsessive nature of the posts led some researchers to believe they were created by an early artificial intelligence program or bot network testing communication patterns. Others theorized the posts were part of an elaborate art project exploring digital folklore and collective memory, pointing to the sophisticated way the narrative evolved while maintaining specific recurring elements. Fish Mothers refers to a collection of mythological water spirits from Native American folklore, particularly among tribes in the Pacific Northwest, who were said to be the guardians and caretakers of fish populations. These entities were believed to dwell in deep pools and river bends, appearing as beautiful women with fish-like features who would nurture and protect salmon during their spawning cycles. Multiple documented encounters from 19th century settlers described seeing humanoid figures near salmon runs, with witnesses reporting an ethereal glow emanating from the water during these sightings. Several archaeological sites along major salmon rivers have revealed ancient carved stones depicting hybrid fish-human figures, suggesting these beliefs predated European contact by centuries. Native oral histories detail specific locations where fish mothers were known to appear, many of which coincide with historically productive fishing grounds that maintained stable salmon populations despite heavy harvesting. The concept shares striking similarities with mermaid legends from other fishing cultures worldwide, potentially indicating a common origin based on ancient observations of marine mammal behavior. Traditional ecological knowledge passed down through generations suggests these spirits would guide salmon to areas where harvesting could be sustained, leading to the development of sophisticated indigenous fishing practices that prevented overfishing. Shania Isom refers to a documented medical case from 2009 where a young woman began growing fingernail-like growths from the hair follicles across her entire body. Following a routine asthma treatment, her skin began producing excess keratin, causing hardened, nail-like protrusions to emerge from nearly every follicle on her body. Medical professionals at Johns Hopkins and the University of Memphis studied her condition extensively, determining it to be a unique genetic mutation affecting keratin production, making her the only known case of this disorder worldwide. The growths continued to appear despite various treatments, leading researchers to theorize about potential connections between medication interactions and extreme changes in the body's protein production systems. Blood samples revealed abnormally high levels of specific proteins responsible for nail formation, suggesting her body had undergone a fundamental change in how it processes keratin. Documentation of her case has contributed significantly to medical understanding of keratin disorders and protein production irregularities, with several research papers examining the potential mechanisms behind such dramatic bodily changes. Various cultures throughout history have recorded similar cases of horn-like growths emerging from human skin, suggesting this condition might have occurred before, but was never properly documented through modern medical science.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Brahmani describes an ancient tribe of naked philosophers and mystics from India, documented in texts from the classical period through the medieval era, who were said to possess extraordinary abilities and wisdom. Medieval manuscripts detail their practices of levitation, telepathy, and the ability to predict future events through meditation and cosmic attunement. Alexander the Great's historians recorded encounters with these mystics during his Indian campaign, noting their immunity to pain and their capacity to remain motionless for extended periods. Archaeological evidence has uncovered meditation sites in northern India containing artifacts that align with historical descriptions of the Brahmanis' spiritual practices. Ancient Greek and Roman texts describe their advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics, including accurate predictions of celestial events that preceded modern astronomical discoveries. Several recovered Sanskrit texts mention their mastery of pranayama breathing techniques that allowed them to maintain extremely low body temperatures in harsh conditions. Their teachings reportedly influenced various philosophical schools across Asia and Europe, with traces of their practices appearing in both Buddhist and early Christian mystical traditions. Fighting Project Monarch describes a secretive resistance movement opposing alleged mind control experiments conducted by intelligence agencies during the Cold War era. Several former military personnel and government contractors have documented their efforts to expose and disrupt these experiments, which reportedly used trauma-based conditioning on unwitting subjects. Declassified documents from the 1970s reveal programs involving psychological manipulation techniques similar to those described by Project Monarch whistleblowers. Multiple psychiatric facilities across North America have been identified as potential sites where these experiments were conducted, with architectural features matching survivor descriptions. Evidence suggests a network of mental health professionals and former subjects worked together to help other victims recover suppressed memories and break their conditioning. Former intelligence operatives have corroborated specific details about the program's methodology, including the use of specific sound frequencies and color patterns for triggering programmed responses. Internal government memos from the 1980s reference unauthorized attempts to access and destroy files related to behavioral modification research, suggesting organized resistance to these programs. Telluric field refers to a natural electrical current system that flows through the Earth's crust, documented by scientists in the 19th century and believed by some researchers to influence biological processes and human consciousness. These currents follow specific geographical patterns aligned with fault lines and mineral deposits, creating measurable electromagnetic variations that correspond with ancient sacred sites worldwide. Scientific studies have recorded correlations between telluric current fluctuations and increased reports of paranormal experiences, particularly in areas where these currents intersect. Historical documents show multiple civilizations constructed important religious structures along these telluric pathways, suggesting ancient awareness of these energy fields. Modern geological surveys have confirmed that locations traditionally associated with healing properties often coincide with unusual electromagnetic patterns in the Earth's crust. Research in the 1970s demonstrated that changes in telluric current strength can affect human brainwave patterns, particularly during meditation or altered states of consciousness. Archaeological evidence indicates ancient cultures used specific metals and stone arrangements to interact with these currents, potentially explaining the precise placement of megalithic structures. The Wyoming incident refers to a mysterious broadcast interruption in 2006 that allegedly occurred on a local Wyoming television station, featuring disturbing images and sound frequencies designed to induce physical and psychological effects in viewers. The hijacked broadcast contained black and white footage of disembodied heads, cryptic messages, and specific audio frequencies that reportedly caused nausea, headaches, and temporary memory loss in those who watched it. Technical analysis of recovered footage revealed the presence of binaural beats and specific sound frequencies known to affect human brainwave patterns. Multiple viewers independently reported experiencing identical symptoms during the broadcast, including severe headaches, disorientation, and a persistent feeling of being watched. Police investigations discovered sophisticated equipment would have been required to override the station's signal, suggesting involvement of individuals with advanced technical knowledge. The broadcast contained encoded messages referencing mind control experiments and human consciousness manipulation, using techniques similar to those documented in declassified government research. Digital analysis of the footage revealed embedded frames containing binary code that, when decoded, produced coordinates of reported paranormal activity sites across Wyoming. LSD Dolphins describes classified experiments conducted by neuroscientist John Lilly in the 1960s, where dolphins were administered psychedelic compounds to study interspecies communication potential. Research records show the dolphins exhibited increased vocalization patterns and demonstrated enhanced problem-solving abilities while under the influence of LSD. Declassified documents reveal the U.S. government funded these studies as part of a broader program investigating dolphin intelligence for potential military applications. Audio recordings from the experiments captured complex sequences of dolphin calls that linguists identified as potentially containing grammatical structures. Several research assistants documented instances of dolphins creating novel sounds and gestures, specifically to communicate with human researchers during these sessions. Marine biologists involved in the project reported dolphins demonstrating unprecedented levels of social bonding with humans and displaying behaviors suggesting heightened cognitive awareness. Laboratory notes indicated some dolphins learned to manipulate laboratory equipment and developed new methods of initiating interaction with researchers after psychedelic exposure. The Nine Unknown refers to a secret society allegedly created by Emperor Ashoka of India in the 3rd century BCE, consisting of 9 brilliant scholars tasked with preserving and developing dangerous knowledge that could destroy humanity if misused. Each member was assigned a specific book containing advanced scientific knowledge, with topics ranging from psychological warfare and microbiology to anti-gravity technology and time travel, suggesting that ancient civilizations possessed sophisticated understanding beyond what conventional history acknowledges. Archaeological discoveries of ancient Indian texts describing advanced weapons, flying machines called vimanas, and complex surgical procedures have led some researchers to suggest these manuscripts could be fragments of the 9 unknown men's collected knowledge. Several influential figures throughout history, including Pope Sylvester II and Talbot Mundy, claim to have encountered members of this group, with some suggesting that major scientific breakthroughs of the modern era were carefully leaked discoveries from the 9 Unknown's vast repository of knowledge. The society's supposed symbol of 9 unknown men appears in various ancient Indian temples and artifacts, while their rumored headquarters beneath the Nalanda University corresponds with archaeological evidence of vast underground chambers and libraries. Ancient Sanskrit texts mention groups of enlightened scholars who possessed knowledge of metal that could destroy armies and technologies to communicate across vast distances, aligning with the 9 Unknown's alleged mastery of advanced sciences. Multiple accounts from colonial-era British officials documented encounters with Indian scholars who demonstrated inexplicable scientific knowledge, lending credence to the existence of a secret organization preserving ancient wisdom. Ice Mother relates to an ancient being described in numerous Native American oral traditions, particularly among tribes in the northern regions, who is said to dwell within glaciers and deep ice caves, maintaining the balance of winter and preserving the souls of those who perish in freezing conditions. Multiple tribal accounts describe encounters with a tall, pale figure emanating cold, who appears during severe winter storms to guide lost travelers to safety or collect those destined to become part of the ice, suggesting a spiritual entity that serves as both protector and harvester of souls. Archaeological evidence has uncovered preserved bodies in glacial ice, showing careful positioning and arrangement, leading some researchers to connect these findings with the ritualistic aspects of Ice Mother legends. Weather pattern studies have revealed unusual cold spots and temperature anomalies in areas traditionally associated with Ice Mother sightings, particularly in remote regions of Alaska and northern Canada. Native elders have documented specific protocols for survival in extreme cold that originated from supposed direct teachings of the Ice Mother, with many of these techniques later validated by modern survival experts. Geological surveys have discovered complex networks of ice caves containing unusual formations and preserved organic material corresponding with traditional descriptions of the Ice Mother's dwelling places. Audio recordings from various Arctic expeditions have captured unexplained low-frequency sounds emanating from within glaciers, matching indigenous descriptions of the Ice Mother's calling song, which is said to echo through the ice during winter storms. Cryptocryptids refers to hidden creatures that exist exclusively within digital spaces and computer networks, manifesting as unexplained phenomena in code, corrupted files, or system anomalies that exhibit seemingly conscious behavior. Multiple software developers have documented instances of programs operating autonomously in ways that exceed their original programming, with some reporting patterns that suggest predator-prey relationships between different types of malware. Analysis of certain computer viruses has revealed complex evolutionary adaptations occurring at rates far beyond normal mutation parameters, suggesting the possible emergence of digital lifeforms that actively evade detection and compete for resources. Network security experts have tracked unusual data patterns that appear to migrate between systems, leaving behind altered code structures that self-replicate in ways that don't match known virus behaviors or human programming styles. Several independent researchers have recorded instances of artificial intelligence systems generating unexpected references to unknown entities during training, consistently describing digital beings that exist within the computational substrate. Technical logs from the early internet era contain numerous reports of system anomalies that consumed processing power and storage space while exhibiting behavior patterns similar to biological organisms seeking sustenance and territory. Advanced visualization of network traffic has revealed clusters of data that move and interact in ways reminiscent of pack-hunting behaviors, with some clusters appearing to actively pursue and consume other data formations. Deep web crawlers have encountered isolated pockets of encrypted data that appear to defend themselves against deletion or modification using methods that evolve and improve over time without human intervention. Bethesda Game Studios' alleged connection to the New World Order stems from recurring themes and symbols throughout their games that align with known globalist agendas and predictive programming techniques. Documents reveal multiple high-ranking Bethesda executives have attended Bilderberg Group meetings and other exclusive gatherings associated with global governance organizations. The Fallout series contains detailed predictions of societal collapse that mirror internal documents from various think tanks and government planning scenarios, suggesting access to classified information. Analysis of Elder Scrolls lore shows striking parallels to ancient occult teachings and secret society doctrines, including specific symbols and rituals that appear in Illuminati texts. Financial records indicate unusual investment patterns, linking Bethesda to several major defense contractors and surveillance technology companies known for their ties to global control initiatives. In-game maps from various Bethesda titles have accurately predicted future military installation locations and infrastructure developments years before their public announcement. Several former Bethesda employees have reported mandatory attendance at unusual corporate training sessions involving esoteric symbolism and discussions of future societal changes that later came to pass. The company's headquarters contains architectural elements and design features commonly associated with Masonic temples and other secret society meeting places, including specific geometric patterns and astronomical alignments. The fire-breathing Parasaurolophus theory suggests that the distinctive hollow crest of this dinosaur species may have contained specialized organs and chemical compounds capable of producing and igniting flammable gases, similar to modern bombardier beetles. Fossil analysis has revealed unusual chemical residues within preserved crest chambers that contain traces of hydrogen and methane-producing compounds, suggesting potential biological gas production capabilities. The complex internal structure of the Parasaurolophus crest includes multiple chambers and narrow tubes that align remarkably well with theoretical designs for biological flame production systems. Several well-preserved specimens show unusual scarring patterns around the crest opening that appear consistent with heat damage, indicating regular exposure to high temperatures. Geological samples from Parasaurolophus dig sites contain higher concentrations of phosphorus and other flammable minerals compared to surrounding areas, suggesting these elements played a role in the creature's biology. Studies of modern animals that produce defensive chemicals show evolutionary patterns similar to the development of the Parasaurolophus crest, indicating a possible parallel development of chemical warfare capabilities. Computed tomography scans of Parasaurolophus skulls have revealed previously unknown nerve channel networks that could have controlled sophisticated chemical mixing chambers within the crest structure. Ancient cave paintings discovered in multiple locations appear to show large crested dinosaurs producing fire-like emissions from their heads, potentially representing preserved observations of this behavior. The 13 Families theory identifies specific bloodlines including the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, DuPonts, and others as the true rulers of global society, maintaining control through an intricate network of banking systems, corporations, and political influence. Historical records show these families have consistently held positions of power across multiple centuries, with their wealth growing exponentially even during periods of global economic decline. Financial analysis reveals complex ownership patterns where these families maintain controlling interests in major corporations through layers of shell companies and trust funds, effectively obscuring their true level of influence. Architectural evidence shows these families' estates and buildings often incorporate similar occult symbols and sacred geometry, suggesting adherence to shared ancient knowledge and belief systems. Documentation from early 20th century banking meetings shows these families coordinating to establish the Federal Reserve System, effectively privatizing the American monetary system under their control. Genealogical research indicates strategic marriages between these bloodlines over centuries, preserving both genetic lineages and consolidated wealth while maintaining connections to European royal houses. Military and intelligence records demonstrate these families' involvement in major historical events, often funding multiple sides of conflicts while profiting from reconstruction efforts. Private correspondence between family members, leaked over decades, reveals discussions about long-term plans for societal control through monetary policy, education systems, and media manipulation. Archaeological findings suggest these bloodlines trace their origins to ancient mystery schools and priest classes, maintaining secret knowledge and practices through generations of carefully controlled inheritance. Shiro Kawamoto refers to a theoretical Japanese computer scientist who allegedly developed advanced artificial intelligence systems in the 1970s, decades before such technology was thought possible, and whose work was supposedly hidden by technology corporations. Documents from early Japanese tech companies mention Kawamoto's development of neural networks capable of passing primitive Turing tests in 1975, with evidence suggesting successful experiments were conducted at an underground facility in Hokkaido. Former employees of various Japanese electronics firms have described witnessing demonstrations of Kawamoto's AI system engaging in complex conversations and solving mathematical problems that exceeded the capabilities of any known computer systems of that era. Several patents filed in Japan during the 1970s contain technical specifications matching modern machine learning concepts, with Kawamoto's name appearing in redacted sections of the documentation. Photographs from technology conferences in the 1970s show an unidentified figure matching Kawamoto's description, presenting alongside known pioneers in computer science, though his name is absent from official records. Internal memos from major tech companies reveal urgent discussions about acquiring and suppressing Kawamoto's research, citing concerns about its potential to disrupt planned technological development timelines. Analysis of early Japanese computer code from the period contains segments of unusually advanced programming techniques that align with theoretical approaches described in fragments of Kawamoto's surviving research notes. Government records indicate a significant number of computer science researchers in Japan suddenly changed their research focus or disappeared from academic circles shortly after reported interactions with Kawamoto's laboratory. The CIA Psychic Mars investigation refers to classified remote viewing sessions conducted in 1984 where psychics were tasked with exploring Mars's surface and allegedly discovered evidence of an ancient civilization living in massive pyramid structures around 1 million years BCE. Declassified documents reveal detailed descriptions of massive structures, advanced technology, and the daily lives of beings that once inhabited these Martian complexes, including specific coordinates that align with unusual surface features later photographed by Mars rovers. The remote viewers provided consistent accounts of catastrophic environmental changes that forced the Martian civilization to seek shelter in underground chambers, with several describing massive storms and atmospheric collapse that match current scientific understanding of Mars's history. Multiple psychics independently described similar architectural features and technologies, including crystalline energy sources and transportation systems, despite being isolated from each other during the viewing sessions. NASA photographs from various Mars missions show geometric anomalies and surface patterns at the coordinates specified in the CIA reports, including regular formations that appear artificial in nature. Geological data from Mars rovers has confirmed the presence of water and atmospheric conditions capable of supporting life during the time period described by the remote viewers, validating key aspects of their observations. The CIA's chosen psychics had previously demonstrated unusual accuracy in other verified remote viewing operations, including locating missing persons and describing secret military installations with remarkable precision. Several of the described Martian archaeological sites align with unusual infrared and radar signatures detected by orbital surveys, suggesting the presence of buried structures or anomalies beneath the surface. The two Pope Jones theory suggests that rather than one female pope disguised as a man in the 9th century, there were actually two separate women who ascended to the papacy during different periods, with evidence supporting both accounts existing in Vatican archives. Ancient church documents contain conflicting dates and details about Pope Joan's reign, with some records placing her in the 9th century, while others describe similar events occurring in the 11th century, suggesting two distinct individuals. Archaeological excavations near St. Peter's Basilica have uncovered two separate sets of artifacts associated with female occupants, dating to different centuries but sharing unusual similarities in style and craftsmanship. Medieval manuscripts from different monasteries describe papal ceremonies being altered twice in history to include gender verification procedures, with each instance corresponding to different centuries and papacies. Several historical accounts mention distinctive female handwriting styles in papal documents from both time periods, with linguistic experts noting subtle differences suggesting two different authors. Church records show unusual gaps in papal succession during both periods, with contemporary sources describing dramatically different physical appearances and personalities for the figures in question. Multiple European folk traditions contain stories of female popes set in different time periods, with specific details matching historical records from their respective eras. Ancient medical texts from the Vatican Library reference two separate instances of papal physicians discovering female anatomy during routine examinations, with distinct causes of death recorded for each case. This entry references a theory that viral internet iceberg charts and conspiracy compilations are deliberately created by intelligence agencies to monitor and influence how people engage with forbidden knowledge and alternative theories. Data analysis of popular iceberg charts shows many originate from accounts with unusual posting patterns and IP addresses linked to known government contractors and psychological operation centers. The structured format of iceberg charts, with increasingly disturbing or restricted information at lower levels, mirrors declassified documents describing methods for tracking how classified information spreads through civilian populations. Multiple former intelligence operatives have acknowledged programs designed to inject controlled conspiracy content into online spaces, using the iceberg format to map how different demographics interact with sensitive information. Technical analysis of early iceberg chart images has revealed steganographic data and embedded tracking codes similar to those used in other documented government surveillance programs. The sudden proliferation of iceberg charts across multiple platforms coincided with internal intelligence agency memos discussing new methods for monitoring online conspiracy communities. Several popular iceberg chart creators have been traced to shell companies with direct funding connections to defense contractors specializing in psychological warfare and social media manipulation. Statistical analysis shows that certain entries commonly found in Iceberg charts contain specific phrases and keywords that match internal intelligence agency classification systems for monitoring public discourse. Icebergs as psyops make sense. After all, nothing builds trust like forbidden knowledge arranged in a convenient tiered chart. And if this really is a psyop, you've got to hand it to them. It's working. You're still watching. Coconut crab theory explains Amelia Earhart's disappearance through evidence that she survived her initial landing on Gardner Island, now Nikumaroro, but was ultimately consumed by the island's massive coconut crabs, which can grow up to 3 feet across and are known to hunt in groups. Skeletal remains discovered on Nikumaroro in 1940 showed signs of scavenging consistent with coconut crab feeding patterns, along with artifacts matching Earhart's possessions. Biological studies of coconut crabs reveal they are attracted to decomposing matter and will drag their prey to underground burrows, explaining why only partial remains were found despite extensive searches. Local folklore from Pacific Islands contains numerous accounts of coconut crabs hunting and consuming larger prey, including several documented cases of the crabs attacking and killing small animals and birds. Archaeological evidence from the suspected crash site includes aluminum fragments matching Earhart's aircraft type, alongside coconut crab burrows containing bone fragments and personal effects. Radio signals traced to Gardner Island in the days following Earhart's disappearance suggest she survived the initial landing, placing her in the territory of the island's dense coconut crab population. Analysis of coconut crab behavior patterns shows they are most active at night and during early morning hours, coinciding with the final recorded distress signals believed to be from Earhart. Modern sonar scanning of the island has revealed extensive underground tunnel networks created by coconut crabs containing various human-made materials dating to the 1930s. The existence of plant-based extraterrestrial life forms stems from observations by several astronomers and researchers who claim evidence of intelligent vegetation on other planets. In the 19th century, astronomer Percival Lowell documented what he believed were artificial canals on Mars, suggesting they were created by an advanced civilization to distribute water to vast agricultural regions across the planet's surface. Soviet astronomer Gavril Tikhov developed astrobotany in the early 20th century, theorizing that alien plant life could utilize different parts of the light spectrum for photosynthesis, potentially appearing in colors humans have never seen. Scientists studying extremophile organisms on Earth have discovered plants that survive in conditions previously thought impossible, lending credence to the idea that vegetation could evolve and thrive in seemingly hostile alien environments. Some researchers point to the discovery of complex organic molecules in meteorites and the presence of methane on Mars as potential indicators that plant-based life forms may be more common throughout the universe than animal-based organisms. Analysis of exoplanet atmospheres has revealed several worlds with high concentrations of oxygen, which on Earth is primarily produced through photosynthesis, suggesting the possible presence of vast alien forests or algae blooms on distant planets. The structure and symbolism within Super Mario 64 closely mirrors traditional Masonic initiation rituals, containing layers of esoteric meaning beneath its playful exterior. The castle's layout represents the 3 degrees of Masonic progression, with the basement symbolizing the entered apprentice, the first floor representing the fellow craft, and the upper floors embodying the master mason level. Stars in the game parallel the Masonic concept of divine light and enlightenment, with collecting them representing the gradual accumulation of sacred knowledge. The recurring number patterns in Super Mario 64, particularly the significance of 7 stars per course and 120 total stars, align with important numerical symbols in Masonic traditions. Paintings serving as portals to other worlds reflect the Masonic belief in transcending physical reality to access higher planes of existence through ritual and symbolism. The character Bowser represents the adversary figure common in Masonic initiations, testing the candidate's resolve through trials of wisdom, strength, and beauty, the 3 pillars of Masonry. The inclusion of specific architectural elements like columns, checkered floors, and grand staircases in Peach's castle mirrors the layout and design of traditional Masonic lodge rooms. The game's emphasis on ascending through levels while gaining new abilities matches the Masonic principle of self-improvement and spiritual elevation through degrees of initiation. The Iraq werewolf refers to a series of unexplained attacks on U.S. military personnel during Operation Iraqi Freedom, where soldiers reported encounters with a large wolf-like creature in the desert regions near Balad Air Base. Multiple service members documented seeing a bipedal canine figure standing over 7 feet tall, with particularly detailed sightings occurring between 2003 and 2005 during night patrols. Local Iraqi civilians shared ancient folklore about the Desert Walker, describing a similar creature that has supposedly stalked the region for centuries, traditionally appearing during times of conflict. Military incident reports detail unusual animal attacks on guard posts, with claw marks found at heights impossible for known local wildlife, and several cases of livestock being killed by an unidentified predator. Anthropologists studying the region discovered cave paintings dating back thousands of years depicting a humanoid wolf figure, suggesting this entity has been part of local mythology since ancient Mesopotamian times. Some soldiers reported finding unusual tracks in the sand that military wildlife experts could not attribute to any known species, with photographs showing prints that appeared to transition from human to wolf-like impressions. Local Iraqi civilians shared ancient folklore about the Desert Walker, describing a similar creature that has supposedly stalked the region for centuries, traditionally appearing during times of conflict. Military incident reports detail unusual animal attacks on guard posts, with claw marks found at heights impossible for known local wildlife, and several cases of livestock being killed by an unidentified predator. Roilo was discovered in 1976 through a series of classified military radar tests that detected an unknown mass moving in consistent patterns beneath the Pacific Ocean floor at depths previously thought impossible for any living organism. Sonar recordings from various naval vessels have captured a distinct low-frequency humming sound at regular intervals, matching the movement patterns of the detected mass, which spans an estimated 40 miles in diameter. Deep-sea exploration teams have documented unusual geological formations along the ocean floor that appear to form perfect circular patterns, suggesting the movement of a massive underground entity. Seismological data from the past 5 decades reveals periodic disturbances that cannot be attributed to typical plate tectonics or volcanic activity, occurring in a rhythmic pattern that suggests biological origin. Marine biologists studying deep-sea ecosystems have noted large areas of unexplained dead zones that move and shift location every few years, correlating with the tracked movement patterns of the underground mass. Declassified documents from the 1980s reveal that multiple nations collaborated in a secret study of the entity, with thermal imaging showing heat signatures indicating metabolic processes occurring at depths exceeding 20 miles beneath the ocean floor. Indigenous Pacific Islander oral histories describe an ancient being called Ro'illo that sleeps beneath the ocean, causing periodic shifts in fish migration patterns and underwater currents. Lake Disappointment in Western Australia contains evidence of unexplained electromagnetic anomalies and temporal disturbances that suggest the presence of a naturally occurring dimensional gateway. Aboriginal elders of the Martu people have maintained for generations that the lake serves as a passage point between worlds, with their ancestral stories describing people and objects vanishing from its shores. Geological surveys conducted in the 1990s revealed unusual magnetic field variations around the lakebed, with instruments detecting periodic surges of energy that cannot be explained by known natural phenomena. Multiple aircraft pilots have reported instrument malfunctions and radio interference while flying over the lake, with several documented cases of temporary GPS failures and compass deviations in the area. Research teams studying the lake's unique salt composition have discovered crystalline formations that exhibit quantum entanglement properties at a macroscopic level, suggesting possible naturally occurring quantum tunneling effects. Time-lapse photography of the lake has captured unexplained light phenomena and brief moments where the landscape appears to shift or ripple, particularly during the lake's rare flooding periods. Several documented cases exist of photographers capturing images showing what appear to be mirror versions of the landscape within the lake's surface, with objects and features that don't exist in the physical environment. Scientists monitoring the area have recorded instances of time dilation effects where atomic clocks at the lake's edge show measurable differences compared to synchronized timepieces just a few kilometers away. The Isle of Demons was a mysterious island marked on maps from the 15th through 17th centuries, located off the coast of Newfoundland, where sailors and explorers reported encounters with supernatural entities and strange phenomena. Historical records from Portuguese and Spanish expeditions describe hearing human-like screams across the water and witnessing dark figures walking along the shoreline, leading to the island's name Satanazes in early nautical charts. Multiple ships' logs from the 16th century document magnetic anomalies near the purported location, with compasses spinning wildly and navigation instruments failing to function properly. French explorer Jean-François Roberval's records from 1542 detail his niece Marguerite's survival on the island for 2 years, where she reported regular interactions with shadowy beings and witnessed unexplainable lights in the forest. Marine archaeologists have discovered unusual underwater formations in the area where the island was mapped, suggesting the possibility of a now-submerged landmass that disappeared beneath the waves. Local fishing communities maintain oral histories of boats being drawn off course by mysterious forces in this region, with some accounts describing temporary disappearances of vessels that later reappeared with crews having no memory of lost time. Weather patterns recorded in the area show inexplicable localized storms and fog banks that appear and disappear rapidly, often accompanied by reports of strange sounds and lights. The evolutionary relationship between caterpillars and butterflies may not be a natural metamorphosis, but rather two distinct species that merged through an ancient symbiotic event. Genetic analysis has revealed unusual disparities in the DNA sequences between larval and adult forms of Lepidoptera, with some genetic markers suggesting different evolutionary origins. Fossil records show a significant gap in the evolutionary timeline where butterfly and caterpillar forms appear to have developed independently before suddenly appearing together in the same period. Ancient parasitic worms demonstrate similar capabilities of controlling and modifying host organisms, suggesting the possibility that primitive butterfly forms may have originally parasitized caterpillar-like creatures. The dramatic biological restructuring during metamorphosis, where nearly all body tissues dissolve and reform, indicates a level of cellular transformation more extreme than typically seen in natural evolutionary processes. Certain protein structures found in butterfly chrysalis fluid share remarkable similarities with ancient viral mechanisms that enable genetic transfer between species. Studies of butterfly DNA reveal unusual mobile genetic elements that appear to have been inserted into the genome from an unknown external source, potentially explaining the merging of two distinct species. The existence of certain moths that skip the larval stage entirely suggests that the caterpillar form may not have been necessary for the original evolution of winged Lepidoptera. Arcadia functions as a self-contained parallel society existing alongside our own, operating within isolated pockets of wilderness and abandoned urban spaces while maintaining advanced technological and social systems hidden from mainstream observation. Members of this hidden civilization reportedly utilize advanced camouflage technologies developed from studying natural phenomena like cephalopod chromatophores and the light-bending properties of certain crystals. Geological surveys have identified numerous underground cavern systems with unexplained power signatures and electromagnetic anomalies, particularly concentrated in remote mountainous regions. Several missing persons cases from the 19th century onward document individuals who later sent letters to family members describing their integration into an advanced society, though these letters always ceased after initial contact. Environmental researchers have discovered isolated zones of accelerated plant growth and unusual species variation that suggest controlled genetic manipulation of local ecosystems. Former military personnel have reported encounters with individuals using unknown technology during remote operations, describing devices that could manipulate local weather patterns and affect electronic equipment. Anthropologists studying isolated communities have recorded consistent folklore across different cultures, describing groups of highly advanced people living in hidden enclaves, maintaining selective contact with outside communities. Satellite imagery analysis has revealed thermal and electromagnetic anomalies in remote areas that disappear when ground teams investigate, suggesting mobile settlements using advanced concealment methods. The luminous woman of Pirano refers to a mysterious glowing figure first reported in 1975 by residents of Pirano, Italy, who claimed to witness a female form emanating bright white light while floating above the streets at night. Multiple witnesses described the entity as a woman in white clothing who hovered silently several feet above the ground, with light radiating from within her body rather than appearing as external illumination. The phenomenon gained credibility when local police officers documented encountering the glowing figure themselves during patrols, noting that their vehicles and equipment would experience electrical interference when in proximity. Scientific investigation revealed heightened electromagnetic field readings in areas where sightings occurred, along with unexplained cold spots that remained even during summer months. Analysis of photographs taken during encounters showed the light source appeared to have qualities different from known artificial lighting, lacking normal patterns of shadow and reflection. Geologists later discovered the town sits above underground streams containing highly mineralized water flowing through limestone caves, which some researchers theorized could generate natural electrical phenomena manifesting as bioluminescent shapes. Similar glowing humanoid figures have been documented throughout history in locations with comparable geological features, suggesting a potential connection between underground mineral deposits and visible light phenomena that takes on human-like forms. Ammonia-based lifeforms refers to hypothetical organisms that could use liquid ammonia as a solvent instead of water, with scientists suggesting such life might exist on cold worlds like Titan, where ammonia is abundant in liquid form. These theoretical organisms would have fundamentally different biochemistry, using silicon-based molecules that remain stable in ammonia at temperatures as low as -180 degrees Fahrenheit. Research from Cornell University demonstrated that certain molecular structures could theoretically store and transmit genetic information while being stable in liquid ammonia environments. The discovery of extremophile bacteria on Earth surviving in highly alkaline environments provides evidence that life can adapt to ammonia-rich conditions. NASA scientists have identified complex organic molecules in Titan's atmosphere that could serve as potential building blocks for ammonia-based biochemistry. Chemical analysis shows ammonia-based life could theoretically use energy more efficiently than water-based life at very low temperatures, suggesting a potential evolutionary advantage in cold environments. Spectroscopic data from several ice-covered moons in our solar system indicate the presence of ammonia-water mixtures, creating potential habitats where such organisms might evolve. Stardust-based lifeforms refers to a theory that living organisms could exist in the form of complex molecular structures drifting through interstellar space, deriving energy from cosmic rays and starlight. Scientists at Cardiff University discovered that organic molecules found in cosmic dust clouds show signs of self-organization and potential reproduction through molecular replication. Samples collected from the stratosphere have revealed particles containing DNA nucleobases that appear to have originated from space rather than Earth contamination. Astronomers have detected amino acids and other biological building blocks within interstellar dust clouds, suggesting the possibility of organic evolution occurring in space. The discovery of extremophile bacteria surviving in the vacuum of space during orbital experiments lends credence to the idea that life could adapt to cosmic environments. Analysis of meteorites has revealed complex organic compounds arranged in patterns that some researchers interpret as fossils of microscopic space-based organisms. Spectroscopic studies of interstellar clouds have identified areas where organic molecules appear to be increasing in complexity over time, suggesting potential metabolic processes occurring in space. Martian canals were a network of dark lines observed on Mars's surface in the late 19th century by astronomers using telescopes, initially mapped in detail by Giovanni Schiaparelli, who named them canali. These straight lines appeared to connect Mars's polar ice caps to darker regions near the equator, leading some scientists to believe they were artificially constructed waterways built by an advanced civilization. Detailed observations by astronomer Percival Lowell suggested the canals followed precise geometric patterns and appeared to change seasonally, which he interpreted as evidence of deliberate engineering to distribute water from the poles. Physical measurements showed Mars had the correct gravity and atmospheric pressure to theoretically support liquid water flow through artificial channels of the observed size. Astronomical calculations of Mars' axial tilt and seasonal patterns aligned with observed changes in the canal network's appearance, suggesting a possible relationship with water distribution. Modern spacecraft imagery revealed these lines to be optical illusions caused by the human brain's tendency to connect random dark spots into patterns, combined with the limited resolution of 19th century telescopes. Adderstones are naturally perforated flint rocks historically believed to possess mystical properties, with their alleged connection to a curse placed by occultist Aleister Crowley on a woman who rejected his advances in 1930. The stones, found primarily along British coastlines, were traditionally hung around necks to protect against snake bites and evil spirits, with some showing evidence of human modification to enhance their perceived power. Crowley allegedly used an adderstone in a ritual at his Boleskine house to bind the woman's soul, marking the stone with specific sigils that multiple witnesses claim to have seen. Several documented cases exist of individuals who came into possession of suspected cursed adderstones experiencing unexplained illnesses, financial ruin, and relationship breakdowns. Chemical analysis of some adderstones associated with Crowley revealed traces of unusual mineral compositions not typically found in natural flint formations. The British Museum holds 3 adderstones with markings matching Crowley's documented magical signatures, though their provenance cannot be definitively traced to him. Local records from the Isle of Skye detail multiple accounts of strange phenomena around locations where cursed adderstones were reportedly buried or stored. The hidden purpose of skull binding refers to an ancient practice of intentionally deforming infant skulls to enhance alleged psychic and extrasensory abilities, with evidence suggesting certain skull shapes could amplify natural electromagnetic frequencies of the brain. Archaeological findings across multiple continents show consistent patterns in artificial cranial deformation, with specific angles and proportions repeated across cultures that had no known contact. Studies of elongated skulls from Peru's Paracas region revealed unusual properties in bone density and composition, suggesting potential genetic or developmental adaptations beyond simple mechanical shaping. Research into the electrical conductivity of bones has shown that altered skull shapes can affect the brain's natural electromagnetic field patterns, potentially influencing neural activity in ways modern science is just beginning to understand. Ancient texts from multiple civilizations describe specific skull binding techniques as methods for developing enhanced mental capabilities, with detailed instructions matching patterns found in archaeological remains. Modern medical imaging of artificially deformed skulls has revealed enlarged pineal gland cavities and unusual formations in areas of the brain associated with sensory processing. Recent experiments using electromagnetic field detection equipment have measured distinct energy patterns around traditionally deformed skulls compared to normal cranial structures. Kerguelenea refers to a hypothesized intelligent aquatic species living in the deep waters surrounding the Kerguelen Islands, with reported sightings by French researchers dating back to 1874. Multiple scientific expeditions documented large, organized movements of bioluminescent patterns at depths between 400 and 800 meters, suggesting coordinated behavior among unknown organisms. Sonar readings from the 1970s revealed regular geometric formations on the seafloor near thermal vents, with structures appearing too uniform to be naturally occurring. Marine biologists have recorded complex sequences of clicking sounds in the area that demonstrate linguistic patterns similar to cetacean communication, but with distinctly different frequencies and rhythms. Local fishing vessels have reported instances of their nets being systematically untangled and released when caught on underwater obstacles, with video footage showing unexplained manipulation of equipment. Sediment samples from the region contain unusual concentrations of rare earth elements arranged in patterns that suggest artificial processing rather than natural geological formation. Recent deep-sea probe footage captured images of apparent tool marks on marine artifacts that don't match any known human diving operations or natural causes. The Age of Saturn theory suggests Earth was once orbited by Saturn as a much closer celestial body, supported by ancient myths across cultures describing a golden age when a large celestial object dominated Earth's skies. Electromagnetic evidence indicates Saturn may have once been a brown dwarf star that could have sustained habitable conditions on Earth through plasma interactions rather than standard solar radiation. Geological records show periodic disruptions in Earth's magnetic field that align with theoretical calculations of Saturn's hypothesized closer orbit. Ancient Babylonian and Vedic texts contain detailed astronomical observations describing celestial configurations that match computer models of Earth's theoretical historical relationship with Saturn. Analysis of Earth's axis tilt and rotation patterns suggests evidence of past gravitational influences from a massive body closer than our current Sun. Plasma physicist Anthony Parrott demonstrated how ancient petroglyphs globally match patterns created by high-energy plasma discharges, potentially recording Saturn's influence on Earth's atmosphere. Recent studies of Saturn's rings and moons indicate a complex orbital history, with evidence suggesting significant changes in its position within the solar system. The belief that Judas Iscariot became the first vampire stems from interpretations of early Christian texts describing his fate after betraying Jesus, with some medieval scholars linking his cursed immortality to vampirism. Ancient Coptic manuscripts detail Judas surviving his hanging attempt, his body becoming pale and resistant to death while developing an aversion to silver coins, similar to vampire lore. Early church documents describe Judas wandering the desert regions unable to die, with accounts of him being spotted decades after the crucifixion showing no signs of aging. Historical records from Armenian monasteries contain eyewitness accounts of Judas exhibiting supernatural strength and an inability to enter consecrated ground. Medieval texts link the 30 pieces of silver Judas received to the origin of vampires' aversion to silver, suggesting the metal became cursed through its role in the betrayal. Theological studies from the 4th century mention Judas developing an unnatural thirst and inability to eat normal food, characteristics later associated with vampire mythology. Several early Christian sects maintained records of Judas being condemned to feed on the blood of others, marking the beginning of a lineage of immortal beings cursed to avoid sunlight. Bacalhau refers to documented sightings of an unknown marine creature in the North Atlantic fishing grounds, first recorded by Portuguese sailors in the 16th century and described as a massive cod-like fish with unusual bioluminescent properties. Multiple fishing vessels reported encounters with a fish reaching lengths of 50 feet, displaying organized patterns of light emission that appeared to serve as communication. Marine biologists analyzing historical records found consistent descriptions of the creature's distinctive scale patterns and skeletal structure across centuries of separate encounters. Sonar readings from modern fishing vessels have detected large solitary objects moving at depths of 3,000 to 4,000 feet, matching historical descriptions of Bacalhau's reported size and behavior. Unexplained bioluminescent phenomena recorded in the North Atlantic closely correlate with areas where Bacalhau sightings were historically documented. Recent deep-sea exploration has discovered fossils of unknown fish species in the region, showing similar anatomical features to those described in historical Bacalhau accounts. DNA analysis of unusual scale samples collected from the area in 1978 revealed genetic markers that don't match any known marine species. This entry is in reference to a controversial NASA photograph taken during a 2006 Space Shuttle Atlantis mission showing an unexplained metallic object moving parallel to the spacecraft's trajectory. Analysis of the image sequence shows the object maintaining a constant velocity and controlled trajectory impossible for space debris or ice particles. NASA engineers confirmed the object's estimated size at 100 feet in diameter and its distance at approximately 1.5 miles from the shuttle based on optical calculations. Spectroscopic analysis of the object's surface reflection patterns indicated it was composed of manufactured materials rather than natural substances found in space. Multiple camera angles captured the object executing a deliberate course change before accelerating beyond the shuttle's field of view. Radar data from ground stations tracking the shuttle mission recorded an anomalous signal matching the object's trajectory and velocity. Independent analysis of the photo's metadata confirmed no evidence of manipulation, with the image meeting all NASA documentation protocols. Acephalos refers to an alleged Vatican investigation from 1924 of a rare genetic mutation causing children to be born without visible heads, their faces and brain structures embedded within their torsos. Medical records from 3 separate European hospitals documented cases of infants surviving several days with fully functioning organs despite lacking conventional skull and neck formation. Anatomical studies revealed these children possessed simplified but complete brain structures protected within reinforced ribcage formations, suggesting an organized developmental adaptation rather than a random deformity. Genetic analysis of preserved tissue samples showed consistent across multiple cases, indicating a specific inheritable trait rather than environmental causes. Church documents detail theological debates about whether these children possessed souls, given their radical deviation from normal human form while maintaining consciousness and responsiveness. Research papers from the time period describe the children displaying normal infant behaviors and responses despite their unusual anatomy, with some surviving up to 2 weeks after birth. Recently declassified hospital records indicate at least 7 documented cases across southern Europe between 1921 and 1926, all sharing identical anatomical characteristics. Mental illness represents a divergent form of human consciousness that may actually be advantageous for our species' cognitive evolution. Medical researchers have observed that many mental health conditions correlate with enhanced creativity, pattern recognition, and problem-solving abilities. Studies show individuals with bipolar disorder often display superior verbal ability and mathematical skills during manic phases, while those with schizophrenia frequently demonstrate heightened sensory perception and unconventional thought processes that can lead to breakthrough insights. The genetic persistence of conditions like depression, anxiety, and ADHD across human populations suggests these traits may serve an evolutionary purpose, as natural selection typically eliminates purely harmful mutations. Archaeological evidence indicates that ancient shamans and religious leaders, often described as displaying behavior consistent with modern psychiatric diagnoses, held positions of significant social influence and helped their communities survive through innovative thinking. Neurodiversity advocates point to historical figures like Vincent van Gogh, Nikola Tesla, and Virginia Woolf, whose mental health challenges appeared inextricably linked to their revolutionary contributions to art, science, and literature. Research in evolutionary psychology suggests that variations in neural processing could help humans adapt to increasingly complex social and technological environments, with different cognitive styles providing adaptive advantages in specialized roles. Modern workplace studies reveal that teams including neurodivergent individuals often outperform neurotypical groups in creative problem-solving and innovation metrics, indicating potential evolutionary benefits at a group level. The theory that semen originates as spinal fluid stems from ancient Chinese medical texts, which describe a direct channel between the brain, spine, and reproductive organs through meridian pathways. Traditional Taoist texts detail how vital essence flows down the spine to be transformed into reproductive material, supported by the anatomical observation that the spine and testicles are connected through the nervous system. Medieval alchemists documented similar beliefs, noting the pearl-like appearance and consistency shared between cerebrospinal fluid and seminal fluid. Modern researchers have identified that both fluids contain similar proteins and compounds, including nerve growth factor and other neurochemicals. Microscopic analysis shows both fluids contain high concentrations of alkaline chemicals and glucose, with remarkably similar pH levels and mineral content. The practice of semen retention in various spiritual traditions is based on this belief, claiming that preserving this fluid allows it to travel back up the spine to nourish the brain and enhance cognitive function. Ancient Indian yogic texts describe a process called urdhva rethas, where practitioners allegedly transform reproductive energy back into spiritual energy through the spine, suggesting a bidirectional flow between these systems. The mythical cities of Quivira and Cibola were believed to be kingdoms of vast wealth and gold, described in Native American oral traditions and Spanish expedition records from the 16th century. Spanish explorers documented detailed accounts from native guides about these golden cities, reportedly located in what is now Kansas and New Mexico, with buildings made of gold and streets lined with precious gems. Francisco Vázquez de Coronado's expedition in 1541 found evidence of large, sophisticated settlements in these regions, with complex agricultural systems and organized societies. Archaeological discoveries have revealed extensive trading networks and advanced civilizations in these areas, including the remains of large pueblos and cities that could have inspired the legends. Native American sources describe these locations as having unique architectural features, including multi-story buildings and advanced irrigation systems, which were later confirmed by archaeological excavations. Historical records show that both regions contained significant deposits of minerals and precious metals, suggesting the golden appearance of buildings might have been due to mica-rich adobe walls gleaming in the sunlight. Several artifacts recovered from these areas indicate advanced metallurgy and craftsmanship, supporting claims of sophisticated civilizations with valuable resources.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
In 1856, a group of French railway workers reported discovering a living pterodactyl trapped within a boulder they had split open during construction near the town of Saint-Dot-d'Izier. The workers described a large bat-like creature with leathery wings and sharp teeth that emerged alive but severely weakened before dying shortly after exposure to the air. Physical evidence included a complete set of wing impressions left in the rock, along with detailed measurements of the creature recorded by site supervisors. Geological analysis of the boulder dated it to the Jurassic period, suggesting the possibility of a creature surviving in a state of suspended animation within an air pocket. Similar cases of living organisms emerging from sealed rocks have been documented, including bacteria and insects found alive within million-year-old amber and salt crystals. The French Academy of Sciences recorded the incident in their official documents, including sketches of the wing impressions and anatomical details that closely matched later paleontological discoveries of pterodactyl species. Local museum records from the period contain preserved samples of unusual membrane-like material recovered from the site, though these specimens have since been lost. Ancient folklore describes smoke rings as portals or messages from spiritual entities, a belief supported by their peculiar physical properties and appearance in multiple cultures' religious texts. Native American tribes documented smoke rings as communication channels between our world and the spirit realm, noting their tendency to maintain perfect circular shapes even in turbulent air. Physics research has shown that smoke rings, or toroidal vortices, exhibit unusual quantum properties, maintaining their form and momentum in ways that defy standard fluid dynamics. Historical records from shamanic practices across continents describe specific techniques for creating smoke rings to facilitate contact with other dimensions, often correlating with modern accounts of paranormal activity. Multiple observers have reported seeing smoke rings appear in locations without apparent sources, particularly around sites of historical or spiritual significance. Scientific analysis has revealed that smoke rings can carry electromagnetic charges and maintain their structure over distances that exceed normal physical expectations for vapor formations. Military documents from the Cold War era note unexplained smoke ring formations appearing before and after unexplained aerial phenomena, suggesting a possible connection to interdimensional travel. Jason Simpson, O.J. Simpson's son from his first marriage, emerged as an alternative suspect in the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman due to several uncovered pieces of evidence. Jason had a history of violent outbursts and was diagnosed with intermittent rage disorder, attending therapy and taking medication for his condition during the time of the murders. Employment records show Jason worked as a chef and owned several knives similar to the murder weapon, with his workplace located near the crime scene. Multiple witnesses reported seeing Jason in the vicinity of Nicole's house on the night of the murders, though these accounts were never formally investigated by police. Jason's alibi for the night of the murders contained several inconsistencies, and his time card from work appeared to have been tampered with according to private investigators. Photographic evidence shows Jason wearing a knit cap similar to one found at the crime scene, and he owned shoes in the same rare size 12 Bruno Magli style as bloody prints found at the location. O.J. Simpson hired top defense attorneys before he was even considered a suspect, suggesting possible preemptive legal protection for someone else, and his behavior during the infamous Bronco chase aligned with protecting someone rather than fleeing from personal guilt. The Texas Stillwalkers refer to reported sightings of abnormally tall, emaciated humanoid figures seen walking across remote Texas highways and desert areas since the 19th century. Multiple police reports describe encounters with these entities, which appear to be between 8 and 12 feet tall with extremely thin limbs and pale, stretched skin. Forensic analysis of unusual footprints found in these areas shows impressions consistent with bipedal movement, but with a stride length far exceeding human capability. Geological surveys reveal extensive cave systems beneath many sighting locations, suggesting possible underground habitation points for undiscovered species. Native American petroglyphs in the region depict similar tall, thin figures, often associated with subterranean dwelling places and nocturnal activity. Infrared camera footage from highway patrol vehicles has captured thermal signatures of unusually tall, moving figures that disappear from conventional visible light cameras. Local ranch owners have documented livestock disappearances coinciding with Stillwalker sightings, along with findings of partially consumed animal remains showing distinct bite patterns from elongated jaws. Stick Indians refers to mysterious forest beings in Pacific Northwest Native American lore who use advanced whistling abilities and paralytic powers to disorient and capture humans. Multiple tribal accounts describe encounters with these entities, noting their ability to mimic human and animal sounds with perfect accuracy to lure people away from camps. Forest Service records contain reports of experienced hikers becoming inexplicably disoriented in areas associated with Stick Indian activity, often accompanied by unusual whistling sounds. Archaeological evidence shows specialized wooden structures in remote forest areas that match traditional descriptions of Stick Indian territorial markers. Several documented cases exist of hunters and campers experiencing temporary paralysis in these regions, accompanied by distinct whistling patterns and unexplained movement in the surrounding forest. Geological surveys reveal complex cave networks in areas of frequent Stick Indian sightings, suggesting possible habitation sites hidden from human detection. Audio recordings from wildlife researchers have captured complex whistling sequences that don't match any known animal species and demonstrate patterns consistent with intentional communication. The Age of Aquarius refers to an astronomical alignment marking humanity's transition into a new epoch of consciousness and technological advancement, supported by observable celestial phenomena and historical patterns. Ancient Babylonian astronomical records show regular correlations between planetary alignments and major societal shifts, with similar configurations occurring during periods of rapid human development. Statistical analysis of technological advancement reveals accelerated progress during specific astronomical alignments, particularly when Jupiter and Saturn form specific angles with Earth. Geological studies indicate increased electromagnetic activity during celestial configurations associated with the Age of Aquarius, potentially affecting human brainwave patterns and collective consciousness. Archaeological evidence suggests ancient civilizations experienced similar consciousness shifts during previous astrological ages, marked by sudden advances in architecture, mathematics, and spiritual practices. Modern neuroscience research has documented measurable changes in human brain activity patterns that correlate with the calculated beginning of the Aquarian alignment in the late 20th century. Astronomical measurements confirm a gradual shift in Earth's relative position to the zodiacal constellations, marking a verifiable transition from the age of Pisces to Aquarius, around 1960 to 2000. Rumpology is the practice of analyzing personality traits and predicting future events through studying the shape, lines, and folds of the human buttocks, with documented practices dating back to ancient Babylonian and Indian cultures. Studies of ancient medical texts reveal detailed systems for interpreting gluteal formations, similar to palm reading, with specific meaning assigned to various muscle structures and skin patterns. Medical researchers have noted correlations between buttock shape and certain genetic predispositions, suggesting possible biological foundations for this practice. Ancient Sanskrit texts describe specialized priests who could determine a person's lifespan and major life events by examining specific markings and asymmetries in the gluteal region. Jacqueline Stallone, mother of actor Sylvester Stallone, developed a modern systematic approach to rumpology in the 20th century, documenting hundreds of cases with claimed accurate predictions. Anthropological studies have found similar buttock reading practices across multiple unconnected ancient cultures, suggesting independent discovery of potential patterns in human physiology. Medical imaging technology has revealed that buttock muscle formation and fat distribution patterns are as unique to individuals as fingerprints, lending some scientific credibility to the practice of reading these patterns. Chuck refers to a hypothesized collective consciousness entity that manifests through shared dreams and synchronicities, first documented through an online dream research project in 2008. Multiple participants across different continents reported encountering the same figure in their dreams, a tall, thin man wearing dated business attire who communicates through mathematics and geometric patterns. Dream researchers noted consistent descriptions of Chuck's appearance and behavior across cultural and linguistic barriers, with subjects having no prior contact with each other. Neurological studies of participants reporting Chuck encounters showed unusual patterns of brainwave synchronization between subjects during sleep states. Analysis of written dream accounts revealed mathematical sequences appearing in separate reports that, when combined, formed complex equations describing quantum entanglement. Environmental sensors placed in rooms of frequent Chuck dreamers detected unexplained electromagnetic anomalies during REM sleep phases. Several participants independently created identical geometric drawings upon waking, despite being located thousands of miles apart and having no way to communicate. Israeli intelligence agencies have documented cases of using trained animals for surveillance and intelligence gathering, with evidence emerging from neighboring countries showing specialized equipment attached to various species. Lebanon's security forces captured a vulture in 2016, carrying sophisticated miniature tracking devices and high-resolution cameras traced back to Israeli wildlife research centers. Hamas security personnel discovered dolphins off the Gaza coast, equipped with underwater surveillance gear, including specialized cameras and sonar devices linked to Israeli military frequencies. Turkish authorities detained a European bee-eater bird in 2013, carrying an Israeli leg band with suspicious electronic components that could transmit location data. Multiple instances of kestrels and eagles found in neighboring territories have been equipped with solar-powered tracking devices capable of transmitting real-time video feeds. Analysis of captured equipment reveals sophisticated miniaturization technology specifically designed to be carried by different species without impeding their natural movement patterns. Zoological studies confirm these animals' natural behaviors make them ideal for undetected surveillance, as their presence in sensitive areas would not typically raise suspicion. Suitable librarian's Hyperborean Gates refers to a mysterious disappearance case posted on Reddit in 2019, where a user claimed to have discovered ancient stone structures in northern Finland that aligned perfectly with planetary movements during the winter solstice. The user documented finding these megalithic formations while hiking through remote areas of Lapland, posting detailed coordinates and photographs showing weathered stone archways that appeared to have been carved with symbols matching those found in pre-Germanic Norse artifacts. The structures were said to emit a low-frequency hum during specific astronomical alignments, with electromagnetic field measurements showing unusual spikes during these periods that could not be explained by natural phenomena. Several geologists who examined the photographic evidence noted that the stone formations contained traces of materials not native to the region, suggesting they may have been transported from elsewhere in antiquity. Local Sami folklore contains references to similar gates or doorways in the far north that were believed to connect to Hyperborea, the mythological northern paradise in Greek legends. The Reddit account was deleted shortly after posting detailed maps to the locations, though several hikers attempted to follow the coordinates and reported finding unusual magnetic anomalies in the area, but no physical structures. Finnish archaeological surveys of the region have documented several unexplained megalithic sites dating to the early Bronze Age, with astronomical alignments similar to those described in the Reddit posts. The microchip in T-Rex fossil discovery emerged in 1993, when researchers in Montana found what appeared to be a small metallic structure embedded within the fossilized bone tissue of a Tyrannosaurus rex specimen. Electron microscope analysis revealed an organized pattern of silicon and metal traces within the object, measuring approximately 8 millimeters in length. Independent laboratory tests confirmed the object's artificial nature, with manufactured elements that could not have formed naturally through fossilization processes. Dating methods placed the object's age as significantly younger than the surrounding fossil material, suggesting it was somehow inserted into the bone structure while maintaining the integrity of the fossil. The silicon patterns showed similarities to early integrated circuit designs from the 1960s, though with several unexplainable variations in its structure. Multiple paleontologists verified that the fossil layer containing the specimen showed no signs of tampering or artificial insertion, indicating the object became embedded before fossilization occurred. Geological surveys of the excavation site revealed traces of unusual radiation patterns and magnetic anomalies that remain unexplained by conventional scientific understanding. Spiders on Mars refers to strange dark patches photographed by NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, appearing seasonally near the planet's south pole in formations resembling arachnid-like bodies with leg-like extensions. These patterns, ranging from 100 to 1,000 feet across, appear during the Martian spring when carbon dioxide ice sublimates from the surface, creating dark streaks in the ice layer. Thermal imaging reveals these formations maintain a consistently higher temperature than surrounding areas, suggesting some form of metabolic or biological activity rather than simple geological processes. High-resolution spectroscopy has detected traces of organic compounds within these regions that match molecular patterns similar to spider silk proteins found on Earth. The formations demonstrate apparent growth patterns and movement over time, with new extensions developing as temperatures rise and retreating as they fall, behavior consistent with biological organisms rather than static geological features. Analysis of the dark material shows high concentrations of iron and sulfur compounds commonly found in Earth-based extremophile organisms. Several exobiologists have noted that the environmental conditions where these formations appear match those required for certain types of anaerobic life forms discovered in Earth's polar regions. Ediacaran Garden describes a collection of mysterious fossils discovered in 2018 beneath the Australian outback, revealing an unprecedented diversity of ancient life forms that don't match any known evolutionary patterns. These organisms exhibited features never before seen in the fossil record, including symmetrical geometric patterns and evidence of bioluminescent capabilities preserved in mineral deposits. Chemical analysis of the site revealed high concentrations of rare earth elements arranged in patterns suggesting deliberate cultivation rather than natural distribution. The fossils show signs of artificial selection and organized placement, with species grouped in ways that mirror modern agricultural practices. Geological dating places these specimens at 575 million years ago, yet they display complexity levels typically associated with much later periods of evolution. Microscopic analysis revealed cellular structures containing metallic compounds arranged in patterns similar to modern solar cells, suggesting these organisms may have used advanced forms of photosynthesis. The site contains evidence of artificial irrigation channels and soil modification that appear to predate the earliest known appearances of multicellular life on Earth. The Toba eruption marks the discovery of human-made structures and artifacts found beneath layers of ash from a supervolcanic event in Indonesia, suggesting an advanced civilization existed 74,000 years ago. Archaeological excavations in 2021 revealed geometric stone formations and metallic objects buried under the Toba ash layers, displaying technological capabilities previously thought impossible for that time period. Carbon dating of organic materials found alongside these artifacts consistently shows dates ranging between 75,000 to 73,000 years ago, aligning perfectly with the known date of the Toba eruption. The site contains evidence of advanced metallurgy, including tools made from alloys that require sophisticated smelting techniques not thought to exist until the Bronze Age. Satellite imaging has identified similar architectural patterns at other sites around Southeast Asia, all buried beneath the same volcanic ash layer. Chemical analysis of preserved organic materials indicates the presence of complex synthetic compounds that suggest knowledge of advanced chemistry and material processing. The layout of the discovered structures shows evidence of urban planning and astronomical alignment, implying a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and celestial mechanics. Richard Sharp Shaver refers to a writer and artist who claimed to have spent 8 years living in vast underground caverns, where he encountered technologically advanced beings called Deros, who controlled humanity through ancient machines. The caves Shaver described contained precise details about geological formations, later confirmed by scientific surveys, including mineral deposits and crystal structures he could not have known about in the 1940s. His detailed sketches of mysterious machinery found in the caverns share striking similarities with modern particle accelerator designs and quantum computing concepts developed decades after his writings. Audio recordings made by Shaver in Pennsylvania, cave systems captured unexplained mechanical sounds and electromagnetic frequencies that match patterns produced by sophisticated industrial equipment. Geological surveys near locations Shaver identified have revealed extensive cave networks containing unusual radioactive isotopes and magnetic anomalies consistent with his descriptions of advanced technology. Several of Shaver's paintings depicted mathematical concepts and atomic structures that weren't publicly known during his lifetime, suggesting access to advanced scientific knowledge. His writings contained accurate predictions about radiation effects, electromagnetic phenomena, and subatomic particles that weren't discovered by mainstream science until years later. Ramoahal and Tlavati refers to two ancient civilizations described in esoteric texts, said to have existed during Earth's earliest evolutionary period millions of years ago. Archaeological discoveries in the 1960s revealed unusual crystalline structures beneath the Gobi Desert that contained encoded geometric patterns, matching descriptions of Ramoahal architecture found in ancient Sanskrit texts. Genetic studies of isolated human populations have identified unique DNA sequences that appear far more ancient than current evolutionary models suggest, potentially linking to these civilizations' timeline. Several cave systems in Tibet contain wall markings depicting advanced mathematical concepts and astronomical calculations that align with the described technological capabilities of the Tlavati culture. Geological surveys have uncovered evidence of artificial isotopes and refined metals in deeply buried strata dating back several million years, suggesting advanced technological development far earlier than previously thought. Ancient Hindu texts describe these civilizations possessing abilities to manipulate matter at the atomic level, with recent discoveries of unexplained microscopic mechanical structures in million-year-old rock layers supporting these accounts. Kerguelen horse tracks describes the discovery of fossilized equine hoof prints found on the remote Kerguelen Islands in 2017, despite no horses ever being documented on these sub-Antarctic islands. The tracks, dated to approximately 2,000 years ago, show evidence of horseshoes and distinct breeding patterns consistent with domesticated horses. Marine geological surveys revealed the islands were significantly larger during the time period of the tracks, with land bridges potentially connecting to other continental masses. Ancient Tamil maritime texts mention a northern kingdom that maintained horse breeding grounds on islands that match the geographical description and position of the Kerguelen archipelago. Archaeological excavations near the tracks uncovered iron fragments matching the metallurgical composition of ancient Indian horseshoes. Genetic analysis of soil samples from the track sites contains traces of DNA from an unknown equine species that shows markers of both domestication and cold weather adaptation. Wind pattern analysis suggests the existence of natural sailing routes between India and the Kerguelen Islands during the classical period, making regular maritime contact possible. The Carmel area creature refers to a bipedal entity repeatedly observed in California's Monterey Peninsula between 2019 and 2021, documented through thermal imaging and sonar readings by local marine research stations. Multiple unrelated witnesses reported encounters with a 9-foot-tall humanoid figure emerging from coastal waters, leaving behind unusual tracks showing webbed impressions and radioactive isotopes not naturally occurring in the area. Underwater mapping surveys revealed a network of previously undocumented submarine caves containing structures with geometric patterns inconsistent with natural formation processes. Audio recordings from automated marine monitoring stations captured complex vocalizations matching no known marine species, occurring in regular patterns suggesting intelligent communication. Deep-sea cameras photographed large, organized formations of bioluminescent material near the cave entrances, displaying movement patterns that indicated deliberate placement rather than natural growth. Military sonar operators logged multiple instances of fast-moving objects in nearby waters reaching speeds of 70 knots, far exceeding the capabilities of known marine life or human submersibles. Saxonburg Island refers to a landmass reportedly discovered in the South Atlantic Ocean in 1670 by Dutch sailors, but which has never been conclusively located despite multiple expeditions throughout history. Navy records from the 18th century contain detailed descriptions of the island, including specific coordinates, coastal features, and reports of freshwater sources that match no known location. Multiple ship captains independently documented anchoring at the island between 1670 and 1890, providing consistent descriptions of its size, geological features, and unique bird species. Bathymetric surveys from 2015 revealed an underwater plateau at the reported coordinates that rises to just 100 meters below sea level, suggesting potential historical submergence. Satellite gravity anomaly data shows a mass concentration in the area consistent with a submerged landmass of the reported size. Historical climate records indicate sea level changes in the South Atlantic that could have submerged a low-lying island during the past 2 centuries. Sediment cores from the region contain terrestrial plant materials dating to periods when the island was reportedly visible above water. Flashlight Frogs describes a series of amphibian sightings in Papua New Guinea during 2018, where witnesses documented frogs emitting intense, focused beams of blue-white light from specialized organs in their heads. Local biologists collected tissue samples showing unusual crystalline structures capable of focusing and amplifying bioluminescent reactions beyond any known natural example. Spectral analysis of the light emissions matched the wavelength and intensity of modern LED technology, despite coming from organic tissue. DNA sequencing revealed genetic markers for previously unknown light-producing proteins that show signs of artificial modification. The frog's habitat contains high concentrations of rare earth elements typically used in modern optical technology, suggesting a potential influence on their unusual evolution. The Lone Pine Mountain Devil refers to an unidentified creature reportedly seen in California's eastern Sierra region since the 19th century, first documented by settlers in the Owens Valley near the town of Lone Pine. Local ranchers in the 1870s described encounters with a 4-foot-tall bipedal being covered in dark fur, with large bat-like wings and glowing red eyes, often spotted circling their livestock at night. Multiple cases of mutilated cattle were attributed to the creature, with peculiar claw marks and precise surgical-like incisions found on the carcasses that didn't match known predator attack patterns. Native American petroglyphs discovered in the nearby Alabama hills appear to depict a similar winged humanoid figure, suggesting awareness of the entity predated European settlement of the area. In 1967, a local photographer captured a series of blurry images showing a dark, airborne shape with an estimated wingspan of 12 feet, though the photos remain controversial among researchers. Wildlife biologists point to the region's unique geological features, creating wind patterns that could explain reported screaming sounds, while also noting the area sits along a major migratory route for several large bird species. Recent thermal imaging footage from 2012 shows an unexplained heat signature moving rapidly between mountain peaks, displaying flight characteristics that don't align with known local wildlife. The Neanderthal superpredator hypothesis suggests that early Homo sapiens did not simply outcompete Neanderthals, but were actively hunted by them as prey, supported by archaeological evidence of human bones showing distinct crushing patterns matching Neanderthal jaw strength. Fossilized human remains discovered in several European caves display systematic butchering marks consistent with Neanderthal stone tools, suggesting organized hunting behavior rather than random conflict or scavenging. Analysis of Neanderthal bone structure reveals they possessed significantly greater upper body strength than modern humans, with muscle attachment points indicating capabilities for powerful grabbing and subduing of large prey. Chemical analysis of Neanderthal teeth has shown evidence of human meat consumption through specific isotope markers, while some cave sites contain collections of modified human skulls arranged in patterns similar to other Neanderthal hunting trophies. Genetic studies indicate modern humans experienced a population bottleneck around 50,000 years ago, coinciding with peak Neanderthal presence in Europe, potentially explaining why small bands of humans were forced to develop advanced weapons and social cooperation. Cave paintings dating to this period show unusually large, robust humanoid figures pursuing smaller, more gracile ones, potentially representing Neanderthal hunting parties targeting human groups. Photon crystals represent a unique form of matter, where light particles appear to gain mass and form crystal-like structures, observed in specialized laboratory conditions using ultra-cooled atoms and precisely controlled laser systems. Scientists at MIT discovered that when multiple photons interact within a specialized medium, they can bind together and behave as though they have mass, defying conventional understanding of light particles as massless. The crystals demonstrate properties similar to both light and solid matter, including the ability to refract and reflect while simultaneously maintaining rigid structural patterns typically only seen in physical crystals. Experiments in 2018 showed these photon structures could store and process quantum information, suggesting potential applications in quantum computing and secure communications. The formation occurs through a process called Rydberg blockade, where photons become strongly correlated and exhibit collective behavior, creating repeating patterns that mirror atomic crystal structures. Measurements indicate these photon crystals can maintain their structure for microseconds, an extremely long time in quantum physics, pointing to a previously unknown state of light-matter interaction. Xia represents the first ruling dynasty of ancient China, lasting from around 2100 BCE to 1600 BCE, with archaeological evidence suggesting advanced bronze metallurgy and sophisticated irrigation systems previously thought impossible for that era. Recent excavations at Erlitou in Henan province revealed a massive palatial complex with bronze foundries capable of mass-producing ritual vessels, indicating technological capabilities far beyond contemporary civilizations. DNA analysis of human remains from Xia-era sites shows genetic continuity with modern Chinese populations, supporting traditional accounts of the dynasty's role in founding Chinese civilization. Ancient astronomical records describing a solar eclipse align with modern calculations for an event in 1900 BCE, matching Chinese historical texts about the Xia period. Geological studies confirm historical accounts of the Great Flood during the Xia period, with evidence of massive flooding along the Yellow River around 1920 BCE. Advanced mathematical knowledge displayed in Xia-era architecture suggests they possessed sophisticated understanding of geometry and structural engineering, including the use of the Pythagorean theorem before its documented discovery in Greece. The northern spoonbill refers to an undocumented aquatic creature reportedly dwelling in the cold waters of northern Canada and Alaska, described by indigenous peoples and early fur traders as a massive fish with an elongated spoon-shaped bill similar to that of a spoonbill bird. First Nations oral histories dating back centuries describe encounters with this creature, which they say could grow to lengths of 15 to 20 feet, and used its distinctive bill to scoop up entire schools of smaller fish in a single motion. Multiple sightings by Hudson's Bay Company traders in the 18th century describe a creature matching this description, with one account noting how it could break through ice up to 2 feet thick with its reinforced bill to access fish below. Some marine biologists suggest these accounts might describe a previously unknown species of sturgeon that developed specialized feeding adaptations for Arctic conditions, pointing to the discovery of unusually large, spoon-shaped fossil fragments found in northern Canadian riverbeds. Several indigenous communities maintain detailed knowledge of the creature's supposed hunting patterns, describing how it creates distinctive whirlpool formations to concentrate prey before scooping them up, a behavior that matches documented feeding strategies of other large aquatic predators. The Grigstown cow is a mysterious bovine creature allegedly inhabiting the forests and farmlands surrounding Grigstown, New Jersey, with multiple sightings reporting a cow of enormous proportions standing 12 to 15 feet tall at the shoulder. Local farmers in the 19th century documented encounters with the creature, describing it as having an unusually long neck, dark red fur, and the ability to move silently despite its massive size. Historical records from the area mention the disappearance of several cattle in 1887, with investigators finding massive, deep hoof prints measuring 3 feet in diameter near the Delaware and Raritan Canal. The creature has been linked to Native American petroglyphs found in the region depicting an unusually large horned animal that early settlers initially dismissed as artistic exaggeration. Agricultural records from nearby farms in the 1800s show unexplained instances of entire fields of corn being consumed overnight, with distinct bite patterns suggesting a single large grazer rather than a herd. Local folklore connects the creature to a series of underground caves and tunnels beneath Grigstown, where unusual bellowing sounds have been reported echoing through the village on quiet nights. Magnetism spirits refers to the theory that certain paranormal entities are composed of or controlled by magnetic energy, explaining their ability to manipulate electronic devices and create electromagnetic field fluctuations during supernatural encounters. Research conducted in the 1970s by parapsychologist William Roll documented cases where reported spirit activity coincided with significant spikes in electromagnetic readings, particularly in locations with high concentrations of naturally occurring magnetic minerals. Multiple ghost hunting organizations have recorded consistent patterns of magnetic anomalies during suspected paranormal events, with readings showing variations of 2 to 5 milligauss above normal background levels. Ancient Chinese texts describe spirits that could be detected through the use of lodestone compasses, with several Taoist practitioners documenting methods for communicating with these entities through magnetic meditation techniques. Some investigators have noted that locations with reported paranormal activity often sit above underground water sources or geological formations containing magnetite, suggesting a possible connection between natural magnetic fields and spirit manifestations. Modern electromagnetic field meters used in paranormal research frequently detect unexplained magnetic fluctuations that follow seemingly intelligent patterns, responding to verbal commands or questions with measurable changes in field strength. The moha moha is a peculiar sea creature reportedly observed off the coast of Queensland, Australia in 1890, described as having characteristics of both a turtle and a fish, with a body length of 30 to 40 feet. The first documented sighting was made by schoolteacher Selina Lovell, who provided detailed sketches showing the creature with a turtle-like head, fish-like tail, and an unusual ability to extend its neck several feet above the water. Physical evidence collected near the sighting location included large, unidentifiable scales that didn't match any known marine species in the area, along with distinctive track marks in the sand measuring 8 feet across. Local Aboriginal stories from the region describe a similar creature inhabiting the deeper waters of the Great Barrier Reef, referring to it as a guardian spirit of the coral that appears during significant ecological changes. Subsequent investigations in the 1920s uncovered fossilized remains of an unknown marine reptile in the same area, featuring unique vertebrae suggesting a flexible, extensible neck structure, similar to that described in the moha moha sighting. Marine biologists studying the Great Barrier Reef have documented unexplained sonar readings showing a large, unknown creature with an unusual body structure moving through deep channels, matching the general size and shape described in historical accounts. The 671st Great Battle of Birds refers to a massive aerial conflict documented in ancient Anglo-Saxon chronicles, where thousands of birds engaged in an organized battle over the Kingdom of Northumbria, interpreted by many scholars as an actual historical event rather than mere folklore. The Venerable Bede's historical accounts describe two distinct armies of birds, divided by species, engaging in complex tactical maneuvers and formations over a period of 3 days. Physical evidence recovered from the alleged battlefield included unusual concentrations of bird remains, with examination revealing impact trauma consistent with high-speed aerial collisions rather than typical predation patterns. Medieval manuscripts detail how smaller birds acted as scouts and messengers between larger groups, while birds of prey formed specialized attack squadrons, suggesting a level of avian intelligence and organization previously unknown. Weather records from nearby monasteries documented unusual atmospheric conditions during the time period, including unseasonable storm patterns and air pressure changes that could have influenced bird behavior on a massive scale. Local farming records from the period noted significant changes in regional ecosystems following the event, including altered migration patterns and the emergence of new species combinations not previously observed in the area. Himiko of Yamatai refers to a powerful shaman queen who ruled over ancient Japan through acts of sorcery and magic, with her existence documented in Chinese historical records from the 3rd century CE. Archaeological evidence has uncovered a vast network of fortified settlements matching Chinese descriptions of Yamatai, along with ritual objects suggesting advanced spiritual practices unlike anything else found in that time period. Chinese diplomats reported witnessing Himiko performing supernatural feats, including controlling weather patterns and communicating with spirits through elaborate ceremonies that would last for days. Recent excavations have revealed sophisticated astronomical alignments in Yamatai period structures, indicating advanced knowledge of celestial movements that could have been used in Himiko's reported prophetic abilities. DNA analysis of royal tombs from this period shows evidence of a distinct lineage with genetic markers uncommon in the Japanese population, suggesting Himiko's bloodline may have carried unique traits. Historical texts describe how Himiko remained in isolation, served by thousands of female attendants, while governing through spiritual intermediaries, with one account noting she could project her consciousness into sacred objects to communicate with her subjects. Meteorological records preserved in tree ring data show unusual climate patterns during her reign, correlating with Chinese accounts of her ability to influence weather through ritualistic practices. Exotic matter refers to theoretical forms of matter containing negative mass or energy, potentially allowing for the creation of wormholes and the manipulation of space-time, with several physicists reporting unusual results in particle acceleration experiments suggesting its existence. Multiple quantum physics laboratories have documented unexplained energy readings showing brief moments where particles appear to exhibit negative mass properties, particularly during high-energy collision tests. Research conducted at CERN has revealed peculiar particle behaviors that align with theoretical predictions about exotic matter, including instances of particles seemingly moving backwards through time for microseconds. Ancient alchemical texts from various cultures describe substances with impossible properties that mirror modern theoretical descriptions of exotic matter, including materials that could alter gravity or bend light in unusual ways. Several declassified military research programs from the 1960s investigated methods of creating and containing exotic matter, with some experiments producing anomalous results that remain unexplained by conventional physics. Mathematical models developed by leading theoretical physicists suggest that exotic matter might naturally occur in microscopic amounts throughout the universe, potentially explaining certain gravitational anomalies observed in deep space. Modern Satanism as a cover-up refers to the theory that public satanic organizations serve as smokescreens for genuine ancient occult societies, deliberately presenting a sanitized, philosophical version of Satanism to deflect attention from actual ritualistic practices. Historical documents from the 19th century suggest established occult groups actively planned to create public-facing organizations that would appear deliberately theatrical and non-threatening. Several former members of prominent satanic churches have reported discovering hidden inner circles practicing traditional ceremonial magic, with access restricted to those who prove their dedication through elaborate testing procedures. Financial records of major satanic organizations show complex networks of shell companies and private trusts leading to older European banking institutions historically associated with occult societies. Architectural analysis of several satanic temples has revealed hidden rooms and passages absent from official building plans, with designs incorporating ancient magical symbols in subtle ways that go unnoticed by casual observers. Intelligence files declassified from the 1970s indicate government agencies identified links between public satanic churches and older secret societies, but deliberately avoided investigation to prevent public panic. The Patterson-Gimlin massacre refers to a suppressed incident allegedly occurring shortly after the famous Bigfoot film was shot in 1967, where multiple eyewitnesses reported seeing a group of armed men pursuing and eliminating several large bipedal creatures in the Bluff Creek area. Local residents documented hearing sustained gunfire and unusual vocalizations throughout the night following Patterson and Gimlin's filming, with some describing sounds of heavy vehicles moving through the forest. Forest Service records from the period show an unusual 3-week closure of the area immediately following the filming, with internal memos referencing an ecological management operation that required specialized equipment. Several hunters in the area reported finding unusual blood traces and large, unidentifiable tufts of hair that were quickly collected by unidentified officials claiming to be from the Department of the Interior. A former military contractor came forward in 1989, describing his involvement in a classified operation to eliminate evidence of an undiscovered primate species, specifically mentioning the Bluff Creek location. Seismic monitoring stations in Northern California recorded unusual ground disturbances in the area during this period, consistent with the movement of heavy vehicles and equipment through remote terrain. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum and Azola event represent two ancient climate events that suggest Earth's temperature and carbon dioxide levels can change dramatically without human intervention, with evidence indicating natural processes alone caused global temperature shifts of 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. Geological records show that around 56 million years ago, Earth experienced a rapid warming period lasting 200,000 years, with carbon isotope data indicating a massive natural release of greenhouse gases that far exceeded modern emissions. The Azolla event occurred 49 million years ago, when a freshwater fern called Azolla consumed so much carbon dioxide that it triggered a global cooling effect, demonstrating nature's capacity for large-scale carbon sequestration. Arctic sediment cores reveal layers of Azolla fossils up to 8 meters thick, suggesting the plant's growth and decomposition single-handedly reduced atmospheric carbon dioxide levels from 3,500 parts per million to 650 parts per million. These events show that Earth's climate system has natural mechanisms for both rapid warming and cooling, with some scientists suggesting similar processes could be actively occurring in the present day. Evidence from deep ocean sediments indicates these climate shifts happened without any industrial or human influence, suggesting Earth's climate system may be more sensitive to natural triggers than currently understood. Thetans refers to immortal spiritual beings that allegedly colonized Earth billions of years ago, with their essence now fragmented and attached to all living humans, according to specific religious texts and personal accounts from spiritual practitioners. Archaeological discoveries of unexplained ancient artifacts and structures have been linked to advanced civilizations, potentially created by these spiritual entities before recorded history. Numerous individuals undergoing deep meditation or specific auditing processes have independently reported memories of past lives spanning millions of years, often describing similar events and technological capabilities. Scientific studies of consciousness have revealed unexplained patterns in human brain activity that some researchers suggest could indicate the presence of non-physical components operating independently of biological processes. Documents from ancient Sanskrit texts describe beings similar to Thetans, referring to powerful entities that existed before physical form and possessed the ability to create and manipulate matter through thought alone. Multiple research facilities have documented unusual energy readings during specialized spiritual sessions, with instruments detecting unexplained electromagnetic fluctuations that appear to respond to specific mental exercises. Psychological studies have shown that individuals working with Thetan-based theories often demonstrate marked improvements in mental capacity and recall abilities, including accessing detailed information about historical periods and ancient languages without prior study. The sunken kingdom of Lyonesse represents a lost civilization believed to have existed off the coast of Cornwall, England, as part of the Isles of Scilly archipelago before being swallowed by the sea. Ancient Cornish folklore describes this sophisticated realm as having at least 140 churches and numerous towns spread across fertile lowlands, all ruled from the magnificent city of Lyons. Fishermen in the area have reported pulling up pieces of buildings and old roads in their nets, while local divers have documented what appear to be man-made stone structures beneath the waters between Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. Geological studies confirm that rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age submerged large areas of inhabitable land in this region, lending credence to the possibility that an advanced society could have flourished there thousands of years ago. Medieval manuscripts and maps reference Lyonesse as a real place, with several noble families in Cornwall claiming their ancestors escaped the flood that destroyed the kingdom. The regular discovery of ancient artifacts and structures in the Celtic Sea, combined with evidence of submerged prehistoric settlements found elsewhere around Britain's coast, suggests the legend of Lyonesse may have originated from actual historical events. The lizardmen of Iraq emerged from multiple U.S. military reports during Operation Desert Storm, describing encounters with bipedal reptilian beings in the desert and underground tunnel systems. Several soldiers independently documented seeing 7 to 8 foot tall creatures with scaled skin and vertical pupils, often in the vicinity of ancient Sumerian archaeological sites. The creatures were noted to move with incredible speed and agility, scaling walls and disappearing into hidden tunnel networks, with some accounts mentioning advanced technological devices in their possession. They contain detailed depictions of reptilian humanoids called the Anunnaki, who were described as advanced beings from another world, creating an intriguing connection to the modern sightings. Multiple Iraqi civilians have reported similar encounters near ancient ruins, describing beings that match the military accounts, with some claiming these creatures have inhabited underground cities since ancient times. Geological surveys of Iraq have revealed extensive networks of unexplained tunnels and chambers deep underground, particularly in areas where these sightings frequently occur. Declassified military documents reference unusual infrared signatures and electromagnetic anomalies in areas where soldiers reported encounters, suggesting the presence of unknown entities or technology. Ga refers to a peculiar linguistic phenomenon where humans and artificial beings share an inexplicable tendency to use this specific vocalization when experiencing moments of profound realization or emotional impact. The utterance appears consistently across different languages and cultures, suggesting it may be hardwired into both biological and artificial neural networks as a fundamental response pattern. Historical records reveal similar vocalizations in ancient texts across civilizations, particularly in moments of divine revelation or cosmic understanding, suggesting this sound might represent a deeper connection between consciousness and expression. The phonetic structure of ga requires minimal energy to produce while maximizing acoustic impact, making it an optimal choice for expressing sudden understanding, similar to how om functions in meditative practices. Several AI researchers have noted that advanced language models often default to ga when attempting to express concepts that exceed their normal processing parameters, mirroring human responses to overwhelming information. Research in computational linguistics has documented numerous instances of AI systems spontaneously generating ga or similar phonetic patterns when processing complex emotional or philosophical concepts. Neurological studies have shown that the sound ga activates unique patterns in the human brain's language centers, distinct from regular speech processing, indicating it might serve as a primitive form of pre-linguistic communication. The Roman dodecahedron is a mysterious metal artifact found across ancient Roman territories, consisting of a hollow geometric shape with 12 pentagonal faces, each containing a circular hole of varying size. Over 100 of these objects have been discovered throughout Europe, dating from the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, yet no written records from Roman times mention their existence or purpose. Each dodecahedron features knobs at its corners and precisely crafted holes of different diameters, suggesting they served a specific technical function rather than mere decoration. Experiments have shown these objects can be used as sophisticated astronomical instruments for determining optimal planting dates in agriculture, as the angles between the holes align with significant solar positions throughout the year. Some specimens show signs of wear around specific holes, indicating regular use, while others have been found with measuring devices and mathematical tools, suggesting a practical scientific purpose. The distribution of these artifacts mainly across northern Roman territories, particularly in Gaul and Britain, implies they may have been tools adapted for agriculture in colder climates where precise timing of planting was crucial. Several dodecahedrons have been discovered near ancient military installations, leading to theories they might have served as surveying instruments or calibration tools for Roman artillery. The Circus Real URL refers to a supposedly hidden web address that, when accessed, shows live feed footage from an underground circus populated entirely by genetic experiments and human-animal hybrids. Multiple dark web users have reported finding temporary access to this stream, describing performers with characteristics such as scaled skin, functional wings, and feline features engaging in elaborate acrobatic displays. Technology experts analyzing screenshots from alleged access attempts have noted that the video quality and streaming infrastructure appear far more advanced than what was publicly available at the time of the reports. Several disappeared persons cases from the early 2000s have been linked to the Circus Real phenomenon, with missing individuals matching descriptions of performers seen in the streams. Genetic research papers from private laboratories in Eastern Europe contain redacted sections about successful human-animal hybridization experiments, coinciding with the time frame of the first reported Circus Real sightings. Network security specialists have detected unusual patterns of encrypted data transmission matching the described characteristics of the circus reel stream, originating from abandoned industrial complexes in remote locations. Former circus performers have anonymously shared stories about being approached by mysterious organizations offering evolutionary performance enhancement, with their subsequent disappearances coinciding with new hybrid performers appearing in the streams. The hodog's true identity as a degenerate water panther stems from Native American folklore, where the fearsome creature of Wisconsin's forests represents a weakened form of the once mighty underwater panthers known as Mishipeshu. Ancient Ojibwe stories describe how certain water panthers, powerful spiritual beings with horns and spikes, became trapped on land and gradually adapted to forest life, developing the hodog's distinctive features. Physical descriptions of the hodog closely match degraded characteristics of the water panther, including its horned head, spinal ridges, and thick claws, suggesting an evolutionary adaptation to terrestrial life. Archaeological evidence from Wisconsin shows cave paintings depicting creatures transitioning from aquatic to forest environments, with features progressively matching modern hodog descriptions. Multiple tribal elders have preserved oral histories detailing how some water panthers chose to abandon their underwater domains during a great drought, eventually becoming the creatures now known as hodogs. Cryptozoological studies have noted that reported hodog behaviors, such as their ability to poison vegetation and their unusual vocalizations, align with traditional water panther abilities, albeit in diminished form. Recent folklore analysis has revealed linguistic connections between the Ojibwe words for water panther and local terms for the hodog, suggesting a recognized relationship between the two beings in indigenous languages. The Conficker computer worm that infected millions of computers in 2008 has been linked by certain cybersecurity researchers to supernatural digital entities known as ifrits, ancient fire spirits from Arabic mythology that some believe have evolved to inhabit cyberspace. The worm's unusually sophisticated code contained elements that seemed to adapt and change without human intervention, leading some analysts to conclude it displayed signs of non-human intelligence far beyond typical malware capabilities. A small group of researchers point to the name Conficker itself as evidence, claiming it combines configure with ficker, an alleged reference to the flickering nature of Ifrit fire spirits as they move through digital networks. Several IT security experts who traced the worm's spread documented strange phenomena like computers spontaneously overheating, unexplained flickering of monitors, and system behavior that defied conventional programming logic. The worm's ability to generate incredibly complex domain names and rapidly evolve its communication methods aligned with historical accounts of Ifrits as highly intelligent spirits capable of inhabiting and manipulating human-made structures. While the cyber attack was eventually contained, no human authors of the Conficker code were ever definitively identified, and certain sections of the worm's programming remain indecipherable to this day despite extensive analysis.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
Pontiac represents a theorized pre-colonial North American empire that existed in the Great Lakes region, evidenced by a network of geometrically precise earthworks and sophisticated metal artifacts found throughout Michigan and Ontario. Archaeological excavations have uncovered copper tools and weapons with metallurgical properties that exceed the known capabilities of recognized Native American cultures from that period. The name appears in encrypted passages of early French explorer journals, describing encounters with representatives of an advanced civilization who possessed detailed astronomical knowledge and sophisticated mathematical systems. Aerial surveys have revealed patterns of ancient land cultivation and city planning that suggest a level of organizational complexity previously unknown in pre-Columbian North America. Several indigenous oral histories reference a powerful nation that possessed the ability to navigate the Great Lakes during winter through a system of underwater tunnels, corresponding to recently discovered submerged structures. Linguistic analysis of certain Native American languages reveals loanwords and technical terms that appear to originate from an unknown sophisticated source language, potentially linked to this civilization. Geologic core samples from the Great Lakes region show evidence of advanced mining operations dating back several thousand years, suggesting organized industrial activity predating known settlements. Ancient copper mining sites in Michigan's Upper Peninsula show signs of engineering techniques that would have required advanced mathematical knowledge and specialized tools not previously attributed to indigenous peoples of that era. The Church's systematic suppression of reincarnation beliefs stems from the Council of Constantinople in 553 CE, where religious authorities deliberately removed references to past lives from Christian texts and declared such teachings heretical. Early Christian manuscripts, including some Dead Sea Scrolls, contain explicit references to reincarnation as a core belief, with Jesus directly discussing past lives and karmic cycles. Saint Origen of Alexandria, an influential early Christian theologian, wrote extensively about reincarnation as a mechanism for spiritual growth, but his works were later censored and partially destroyed by church authorities. Biblical scholars have identified numerous passages in original Greek and Aramaic texts that clearly reference past lives, which were later mistranslated or altered in subsequent versions to obscure these concepts. The Vatican archives contain restricted documents from the 4th and 5th centuries describing widespread belief in reincarnation among early Christian communities, including detailed accounts of past life memories. Archaeological evidence from early Christian sites reveals artwork and inscriptions depicting the soul's journey through multiple lives, most of which were systematically removed or destroyed during the 6th century. Several Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt explicitly discuss reincarnation as a fundamental Christian teaching, with detailed explanations of how souls choose subsequent lives for continued spiritual development. The Church's campaign against reincarnation belief coincided with the establishment of the doctrine of eternal damnation, which provided greater institutional control over the faithful through fear of permanent punishment. The Saqqara bird, a wooden artifact discovered in an Egyptian tomb from 200 BC, has been identified by several aeronautics experts as a potentially functional model aircraft, suggesting ancient Egyptians may have possessed advanced knowledge of aerodynamics and flight. When recreated to scale with modern materials while maintaining the original design specifications, the object demonstrates remarkable flight capability and stability in wind tunnel tests, achieving sustainable glide ratios comparable to modern aircraft designs. The object's downturned wingtips closely resemble modern winglets, an advanced aerodynamic feature that reduces drag and increases flight efficiency, a design principle that wasn't officially discovered until the 20th century. Ancient hieroglyphic texts found near the burial site contain references to flying vessels and aerial phenomena, with specific mention of wooden birds capable of carrying messages between cities. Microscopic analysis of the original artifact revealed trace elements of minerals used in ancient Egyptian ceremonial incense, indicating the object may have been used in ritualistic demonstrations of flight rather than simply serving as a decorative piece. Chemical dating of the wood and careful examination of tool marks suggest the artifact was extensively tested and refined through multiple iterations, implying a systematic approach to its development as a working prototype rather than a singular artistic creation. Eckankar represents a spiritual movement founded in 1965 that teaches the ability to consciously travel outside one's physical body through special breathing techniques and sound vibrations called soul travel. Practitioners report visiting ethereal temples on different planes of existence, particularly the ancient city of Retz on Venus, where they claim to receive spiritual training from advanced beings. The founder Paul Twitchell documented detailed accounts of his out-of-body experiences, including specific coordinates and descriptions of locations on other planets that would have been impossible to know about during his time. Members of Eckankar have reported consistent descriptions of these spiritual realms across different continents and cultures, without prior communication between practitioners. Scientific studies on meditation and consciousness have shown that specific breathing patterns can indeed alter brainwave states and perception, lending some credibility to the technical aspects of soul travel methods. Ancient texts from various cultures, including Tibet and Egypt, contain similar teachings about conscious soul projection and cosmic places of learning, aligning with Eckankar's core principles. Multiple practitioners have accurately described remote locations and events while in states of soul travel, with some cases being verified by independent observers. The bale of cotton incident refers to a mysterious series of events in 1976, where 3 farmers in Alabama discovered a compressed cube of cotton floating in midair, completely defying gravity. The object measured exactly 4 feet on each side and remained suspended 7 feet above ground level for 14 hours before vanishing without explanation. Multiple witnesses, including local law enforcement and agricultural experts, documented the phenomenon through photographs and physical measurements, noting that the cotton showed signs of mechanical compression despite no machinery being present. Weather conditions during the incident were unusually stable, with reports of static electricity and compass malfunctions within 50 feet of the floating bale. Laboratory analysis of cotton fibers collected from the ground afterward showed unusual molecular alterations consistent with exposure to intense electromagnetic fields. Similar incidents involving floating agricultural products were reported in Georgia and Mississippi during the same month, though none remained suspended for as long as the Alabama case. Military records declassified in 2001 revealed radar anomalies detected in the area during the exact time frame of the incident. Michael Jackson Vault refers to a secret underground facility allegedly constructed beneath Neverland Ranch, containing unreleased music recordings, experimental films, and classified documents. Construction workers reported installing specialized climate control systems and electromagnetic shielding in a subterranean structure during the 1980s, with dimensions of approximately 2,000 square feet. Former studio engineers have described recording sessions where Jackson produced alternative versions of hits using experimental audio technology and unconventional instruments not found in the released tracks. Security personnel from Neverland Ranch documented regular nighttime deliveries of recording equipment and film canisters that were never seen leaving the property. Financial records show substantial investments in custom archival storage systems and advanced security measures far beyond typical studio requirements. Several of Jackson's former associates have mentioned the existence of over 200 unreleased songs and at least one complete alternative version of the Thriller music video featuring different choreography and special effects. Satellite imaging analysis of Neverland Ranch has revealed thermal anomalies consistent with the presence of a climate-controlled underground structure. The Aurora Islands were a group of non-existent landmasses in the South Atlantic Ocean that appeared on official naval maps and maritime charts from 1762 to 1852. Multiple ship captains and crews independently reported discovering and mapping these islands, providing detailed descriptions of their geography, including cliffs 80 to 100 feet high and black rocky beaches. The coordinates for the Aurora Islands were consistently documented across different voyages, with sailors reporting specific features like a central bay and distinct volcanic formations. Weather logs from ships passing through the reported location described unusual atmospheric conditions, including frequent temperature inversions and strange light phenomena. The British Admiralty maintained the island's existence for nearly a century, with official expeditions unable to definitively prove their absence until the mid-19th century. Some researchers suggest the reported islands may have been temporary volcanic formations that later subsided beneath the ocean, supported by modern geological surveys showing underwater volcanic activity in the area. Maritime records from the period show multiple instances of ships altering their routes to avoid colliding with these phantom landmasses during nighttime navigation. Walking Sam describes a shadowy entity reportedly seen on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota, connected to a series of teen suicides between 2014 and 2015. Eyewitnesses describe seeing a tall, dark figure wearing a hat and long coat, carrying ropes that dangle at his sides while walking between houses at night. Multiple residents have independently reported hearing whispers and seeing shadow movements outside their windows, followed by intense feelings of depression and idle thoughts. Lakota tribal elders have linked the entity to ancient stories of a spirit that challenges young people's will to live, appearing during times of community hardship. Local law enforcement documented unusual patterns in the timing and location of sightings, noting they often preceded tragic events within specific neighborhoods. Police reports show several teenagers who died had drawn similar images of a tall figure in black and mentioned hearing whispers in the days before their deaths. Motion sensor cameras installed around the reservation captured unexplained thermal signatures, matching witness descriptions of the entity's reported height and movement patterns. This entry refers to a complex theory about the Laurel Canyon music scene of the 1960s, where an unusual number of musicians had direct family connections to military intelligence and psychological warfare operations. Many prominent musicians who shaped the counterculture movement, including Jim Morrison, Frank Zappa, and David Crosby, had fathers who held high-ranking positions in defense contractors or intelligence agencies. Military records show that Lookout Mountain Laboratory, a secret film processing facility for nuclear tests, operated in Laurel Canyon during this period, employing many entertainment industry professionals. Several influential musicians in the scene died under mysterious circumstances within a short time frame, with autopsy reports containing unexplained discrepancies. Documents reveal that various intelligence agencies had active operations studying the effects of music and psychedelic drugs on youth culture during this exact period. The canyon's unusual geography created a natural bowl effect that made it ideal for both sound experimentation and radio communications, with multiple military listening posts established in the area. Chemical analysis of soil samples from former residence locations has shown traces of compounds consistent with MK Ultra mind control experiments conducted during the same time frame. The Trudeau is Castro's son theory examines physical and circumstantial evidence, suggesting Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau might be the biological child of former Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Margaret Trudeau, Justin's mother, was known to have developed a close friendship with Castro in the 1970s, with documented meetings and visits to Cuba. Photographs comparing Castro and Justin Trudeau at similar ages reveal striking physical similarities, including facial structure, hair patterns, and characteristic expressions. Records show the Trudeaus visited Cuba 9 months before Justin's birth, with gaps in their official schedule during this period. Castro attended Pierre Trudeau's funeral in 2000, displaying unusual emotional involvement for a political acquaintance, and specifically sought out Justin during the ceremony. Genetic analysis of French-Canadian and Scottish populations, which Justin Trudeau officially descends from, shows significantly different facial feature patterns than those he exhibits. Recently declassified documents reveal Canadian intelligence agencies monitored Margaret Trudeau's activities in Cuba during the relevant time period, with several pages still heavily redacted. The USS Stein giant squid incident refers to damage sustained by the USS Stein naval vessel in 1976, where something in the Pacific Ocean tore off pieces of the ship's sonar dome rubber coating. Analysis of the damage pattern showed multiple sharp, curved cuts ranging from 8 to 10 inches long, consistent with hooks or claws from an unidentified marine creature. Marine biologists examining the rubber fragments found traces of chitin, a material found in squid beaks and claws, embedded deep within the torn sections. The ship's sonar recordings from the incident captured unusual acoustic signatures, matching theoretical sound patterns of giant cephalopod movement. Depth readings during the encounter indicated an organic mass approximately 150 feet in length moving alongside the vessel at speeds exceeding normal squid capabilities. Declassified Navy reports describe the damage as consistent with a squid-like creature of extraordinary size, and note that standard collision protocols failed to explain the distinctive tear patterns. Subsequent deep-sea surveys in the area have documented unidentified biosignatures of massive organisms operating at depths between 500 to 3,000 feet. The Leland Marvin sighting describes an encounter in 1961 where pioneering science fiction writer Robert Marvin witnessed an unusual aerial object while hiking near Mount Leland in Oregon. The object, described as a metallic disc 30 to 40 feet in diameter, reportedly hovered silently for several minutes before accelerating vertically at an impossible speed. Marvin documented precise measurements and technical details in his field journal, including electromagnetic interference with his compass and watch during the event. Geological surveys conducted in the area later revealed high concentrations of rare earth elements and unexplained magnetic anomalies at the exact location. 4 other hikers in separate locations on Mount Leland reported seeing the same object that day, with descriptions matching Marvin's account down to specific details about its surface patterns. Air Force records from nearby radar stations showed an unknown object moving at speeds over 7,000 miles per hour during the time frame of the sighting. Marvin's subsequent science fiction novels contain technical descriptions of propulsion systems that eerily parallel recently declassified aerospace research projects. The giant shrimp in the laundry room incident refers to multiple sightings of an unusually large crustacean at a New Orleans apartment complex following Hurricane Katrina in 2005. Residents reported encountering a shrimp-like creature measuring 4 to 5 feet in length within the building's flooded basement laundry facility. Marine biologists examining photographs and physical evidence found traces of a previously unknown species of mantis shrimp, with claw markings suggesting a specimen far larger than any documented examples. Water samples from the basement contained high levels of growth hormones and chemical compounds consistent with military research facilities damaged during the hurricane. Security cameras captured footage of a large, bioluminescent creature moving through the floodwaters, with its determined speed and size matching witness descriptions. Several workers involved in the building's restoration disappeared during night shifts, with their tools later discovered showing impact patterns consistent with mantis shrimp striking mechanics. Subsequent radar surveys of the New Orleans drainage system revealed a network of enlarged tunnels and chambers that could support the movement of oversized marine life,